What's up, guys? Good morning. Sorry about being behind, man. There's really nothing I can do at the moment with this weather that we're having. So, welcome to the Ivy League live stream. Let's see here. Let me put this here. This, that, the third. All right. So you have a couple upgrades, downgrades to be aware of, and we're gonna cover those. We'll cover some of the main names that we talked about last night. Tesla, real quick. Apple, see where the markets are trading at. What's going on here? Are we having issues? Chat's not coming up. Look. Whatever. It's whatever. Alright. Anyway. Am I going to have to fix... Give me 1 second, guys. I got to fix everything that I had up here. Give me 1 minute. Damn it. This is crazy. They may have already switched it. So well, no, time and sales is up here, so... Damn it, bro. This is what I'm coming into, guys. Like, OBS, like, I'm not sure. So, what happened, I guess, was the fact that, you know, I lost internet and stuff again with this. Again, you guys have to remember, it's really windy. Good morning, Wiz. It's really windy where I'm at, so you guys will have to bear with me. I think the wind's over, I'm pretty sure. So now I gotta go back and do this again, unfortunately. Fuck. Oh my god. Let's see. Let me throw on CNBC real quick, guys. Just give me 2 minutes. But Spy's pulling back. Let's go to the charts. CES. So we are, looks like we are trying to get back above 510. So let's see if we can't, you know, Bitcoin and stuff is rallying today. You guys don't know how much of a headache this is. This is seriously a headache. Let's see here. No, what? No, don't save. Come on, delete. Hold on, did I already do this? Give me 1 second, guys. Because now I gotta go back and literally redo everything that I had. And how did I get rid of this? Let's see, underlying. Let's get rid of that.
or download the app.
I'm not looking to make Facebook double the size. And
I
if
think
you
I got it.
TikTok, Facebook, and others, but mostly Facebook will be a big beneficiary. And I think Facebook has been I think Facebook has been very bad for our country, especially when it comes to elections.
Okay, where are we? So this is at the end. This is what I don't like. I don't like how Delta over here is at the very end and it's at the beginning here.
And it does sort of raise the chapter once again about which companies face political risk under a Trump term.
Yeah, we know how you feel, Carl. You're a goofball. You continue to fall for the I want to keep your rights by Biden, but then screaming at the other hand like he wants to get rid of shit. So it's either one or the other. We're not proven guilty. We're not guilty before proven innocent. And that's what Biden feels like the people of America are. He doesn't think that they can have any responsibility with certain things. I really hate where this world's going. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get rid of Grand Theft Auto and shit like that. Sounds crazy, right? I'm telling y'all, it may sound crazy. See, this is why.
Brings me back certainly to the reporting that I did some, I guess, 3+ years ago, 3.5 years ago, when there were any number of at least potential offers for TikTok in the U.S. Remember, Walmart sort of was in there briefly. Oracle, which conceivably would have hosted the servers. Microsoft. None of them happened, and the whole effort fell apart, so to speak, or at least just momentum died. But here we are again. And then the question becomes ByteDance, the parent company. Its key owners. It's been one of the greatest investments of all time for those who...
All right, sorry about that. I appreciate you guys. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Let's get right into it. Again, it is very windy where I'm at. All right, just so you guys know, I might lose power. I might. It feels like right now it's calm. You know, I don't know if it's supposed to continue or what's supposed to happen if it's supposed to pick back up. So, the S&Ps, we're going to go look for, see if we can't run a test, see what happens if we get back to Friday's close in that pre-market high. All right, that's what I'm going to be looking for. Let me make sure everything else is still the same before we go into, the markets are already getting ready to open, unfortunately. Damn it. This blows. Excuse my French. No. Okay, so the Qs are underneath, still underneath Friday's lows. Dude. She's being a little witch. Look, you guys see what I mean? This is how my morning's starting out. Watch this level here and see if, you know, it can still hold. This is still a level of mild support. I mean, you have broken under that resistance. But you broke under it here, you broke under it here, and what did it do? It started to rally. So really, the true level I'm going to look for is 434. And why is that? Well, take off after hours. Okay, and you guys will see. We got a little ways to the downside. I'm going to be honest, I don't think we have much stopping us to go to the downside. Especially if we can get a pullback into 430. That's a nice day. You know, I would like to see a bounce higher first. This is, I'm sorry, but this is crazy that, like, CNBC isn't on right now. It's just, like, it's so weird. So, let's look for the Qs or any type of weakness to get back down to that 430 level. If that starts to happen, right? I want to start seeing the weakness. But fuck, man. So you can see to the left of us what I was trying to do there. Sorry, again, I just woke up, so I didn't just wake up, but just getting on with my mouse and stuff. This sucks that the chat is not up. Like, I don't know what's going on, but this is crazy. You can see right here. You guys can see right here at, it's like 438. Watch 438. And if we continue to reject that 438 level, all right, if we continue to reject 438, because you can see here, Friday pivot low, Wednesday pivot low is like a double bottom there, and then we came in with the gap up, obviously. So you will have a level down here at 436 on the Qs. So just watch. And here's the other part to this. Remember yesterday I told you guys, if you guys are new at trading, I know a lot of you aren't. The IWM, it's kind of holding up okay. All right. I think, Biden and these jets, bro. Let me tell you. Every weekend, and like right now, there's like probably like F-22, F-20 just circling around. And you can, you know what I mean? When you're around those, you can feel it. You can feel them. Like, you can just feel the power. I don't know if anybody's ever had the opportunity to be around, a fighter jet while it's under load and stuff. Or it's one of the major, like, airliners really low, but I don't think that's the case. I can usually tell the difference. So IWM 205. What I would like to do today is watch the Dow and the IWM to see what they're kind of thinking and go off of them. Like, do we start to, like, what's going to happen here? We don't have a reason to go to the downside. Bitcoin's going higher, so therefore I would take this pullback for what it is, and that being a pullback. If Bitcoin's going to try and break out, it hasn't broke out to highs yet. Or has it? It's a 15-minute chart, 1 hour. Yeah, so it has. When did it start? 10th, 24th, 11th. I'm sorry. Yeah, today. So that was today. All right. Watch Bitcoin. You can watch Bitcoin for your Coinbase. MSTR is getting a lot of news. What I was hoping to see is if Coinbase could get a pullback to 240, and I'd still like to look for that, but you came in with a huge gap up. We're already up to 275. We've already gapped up to 275. So if we go to the daily chart, we got 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes. And keep an eye on, while it's in my mind, keep an eye on Meta, Snapchat. Snapchat got an upgrade this morning. All right, Snapchat got an upgrade this morning from B of A. Wait, Snap On. Never mind, that was Snap On. That's not the same. It's not the same. AVGO. Netflix with a gap up. Or not a gap up, but an upgrade. Coinbase resistance. We could watch this pivot high. I mean, really, watch out for 300. I mean, if you're at 375, nothing's going to, what's going to stop you from getting to 300. I would say this this is crazy, bro. And we were talking about buying Coinbase down there. I'm so frustrated I did not buy this thing back down at $30. I told people, even here on the live, that not at the time, about how, even back when it was at $50, right? Even back when it was at $50. Like, this is crazy. So anyway, your resistance level up here is like 279, call it 280. All right, this pivot high up at 280. Come on. So 280, and then after that you continue to break 280, and then there you go. Watch for 320. Let's go to ARM. I'm going to be watching semiconductors. So there was news that the US banned so I forget what name it was, which should have an effect on Micron as well. There was a semiconductor that the Biden administration is thinking about banning, that is out of China. And the one that would either benefit, see, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but just keep an eye on Micron. Okay, keep an eye on Micron, and see what happens with Micron. Like if you start to notice like AMD is pulling high or pulling lower, and Micron's kind of just like not closing, not that it's closing down, but if it's closing green, right? If you see a day like today or tomorrow where Nvidia and the rest of some of these semiconductors are trading down, and you starting to see like a few of them are closing green, that'll probably be your whatever you want to call it, just keep an eye on that. All right, and I don't know if CNBC brought it up this morning, but Coinbase, Bitcoin, Mara rose 6%. Let's go to Mara real quick before this market opens up. Dude, this is so crazy. CNBC. Flexible. Come on, man. Flexible grid. All right. Mara, huge gap up. Still, Friday's pivot high on Mara is still resistance. Still acting as resistance. All right, still acting as resistance. So I would watch and see if let's see here. Let me go to a 5-minute real quick. Okay, so you guys can see here this previous. So we are up at 20. What is that? 25 right now. We're making 25 resistance. All right, so we're making this area resistance. See if you pull back into 24, and if Bitcoin continues to hold, look for an entry at 24. That's what I would look for. All right, if Bitcoin's going to continue, if Mara's going to continue, I think you have to be mindful that Mara has been weak. All right, Mara has been weak, but if Bitcoin's going to continue, this could start something here. This could start something. There's a heavy short interest in Mara. Your real support level is down there at 22. Is where the real, where your major support level is. But that's what I would look for. And even more so 23, guys. 23 is a really nice level. The thing about 23 is it kind of already held Friday, right? 23, it's just like, it's the support level. Let me see here. I'm going to put 23 on the list. That's not 23. Let's see if she pulls back. But good luck today, guys. I do apologize. You guys, again, just bear with me. Bear with me. This weather is just not cooperating. Dude. All right, 23. All right, so you can see, trying to reject or hold there. You have a nice double bottom down here. We can also watch to see if it holds. Just keep your eye on Bitcoin. This is a minor level of resistance. This could be another level of resistance. So if Mara can't get through this level, which I think it can, You know, I think it can after it pulls itself back. All right, after it pulls itself back is when I think that it could pull it. You know, you could look for that bounce. What's today? What is today's date? 11th. Okay. All right, today's the 11th. Good luck today again. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. If you guys have, you know, some stuff that you're watching, throw it in the chat. Any questions, whatever it is that I can help you with, throw it in the chat. If you guys could, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you have not already subscribed. That's going to help us get to the goal. All right. Liking, subscribing helps us get to where we want to be. All right. We're looking to take this to a studio eventually. I got to work on, you know, I got to work on some things first. I feel like I don't have the voice for stuff like that. But all right. So, daily chart. You are also trying to hang out at the 50-day moving average on Mara. You did it broke below it and regained it. So let's see what happens here when you pull back into Friday's close. Friday's close on Mara is at like 23.50, which is actually the support level that I would look for. 23.50 is actually a level. 23.50. That's actually kind of important, it looks like. And if you guys see anything with relative strength, relative weakness, you know, that would also help by throwing that in the chat. Like even a sector, right, that's really strong, and stuff like that. So, let's see here. Let's go to, where are we at? Active trader. All right. So this way we can keep our eye on a few different things at once. This isn't going to give us, it's not going to give us, look at Rivian holding up. Check you out, Rivian. I hear you, bro. I hear you, bro. Look at Tesla. Look at Tesla with the bounce back. I don't know if it's time yet. Yeah, look at that volume too, guys. Look at that volume on Tesla. It's not crazy great, but we did just open up. Yeah, it's not that great. I still think you gotta watch for this 176. Possibly hold, and let's throw up AMD down here. AMD down, guys. AMD down bad. So there we go. We got the break on AMD. It's all good if, you know, I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find them. Looks like we still are having the weakness in semis. Sorry for the switch around. I have to get my shiz ready. Alright, let's do it, gang. Good luck today. If you guys see anything, you know, like AMD, that's got relative strength, relative weakness, throw it in the chat. We're all here to make money together. We all get in, pushing lower. Yes, the Qs. I figured they would. For a few reasons. Because you're noticing that there's nothing to the left of you to hold you up as support. It's all in an uptrend, right? If I take you to the Qs, like when you guys see these things, like look at this. Like we do our support level. You do have this pivot low here at 436 if you hold 436, and then 434, and then after that you really don't have nothing until 423. All right, like you can look at these prior resistance levels and shit like that, but look to the left of you. It's nothing but rally, right? And it started from 434, 422, right? And then this level 436, 435.75.
Shares of Valley halted now at the highs, $11.73, up 10.5% again on that amended 13D Bally's that it does not already own.
I don't know what's going on with news on Bally, but look at VWAP lining right up with that 437 level on the Qs, gang. 437 level is lining right up with VWAP, which was that little like double bottom pre-market level. I would watch that. Look at that. Bang. Which is also there was something else I was looking at. But I think that was pretty much it. Yeah, this level right there. So and we rip right through it. Good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. I'm just trying to get set up here. AMD. Let's go to this. Flexible grid. Alright, so there is VWAP acting as resistance. Guys, I would like to try and get that pivot low, but this might be an area as well that I would watch on AMD. Is that 200 level. Dude, what is going on here? Alright, I don't want to forget about some of the things that are going on here.
GDS hitting new highs now. Gulf Delta Sandy. GDS.
Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm just doing my work.
GDS confirmed discussions with several private equity investors. That's Gulf Delta Sandy.
It feels like there are a bunch of small caps taking off. That would be our support level right there at 199.75 on AMD. Let's do this. All right, let's see. All right, let's see if we can take that AMD short. Let's see if I'm going to try and take this AMD short, guys. I don't want to overstep my boundaries. See, I didn't like that on the 1 minute. I didn't like that. I wanted to see a nice rejection off of that level. And
LY resuming now after that 13D filing. Bravo Alpha Lima Yankee. Shares hitting $12.55 at the high. Continues to spike here now, up 19.5% after Standard General offers to buy the remaining shares at the
yeah, I'm looking for like 205. What is that? 205.75. Yeah, 205.75. We'll see what we do there. All right. Is Palantir going? PLTR, guys. We've been watching this. Really nice volume. Not really. Right into resistance, though, guys. Watch out. Watch out. Okay, PLTR. That's another one. Let me write these things down. Stay busy, gang. Stay busy. Dude, what is going on here? All right, shit. I don't know what to do here. Hold up. I gotta write this stuff down. PLTR, AMD. $26.80. Look at the volume on AMD or Boeing, guys. Boeing also with a bunch of volume. Let's go, guys. Let's go. I mean, that's massive volume for Boeing right there. Massive volume. If I pull up that 5-minute chart, look at that. Look at that. And look, it's finally breaking down because of that, I guess, from what happened. Oh, man. Fuck. I love how they take trades from us. I love how they take the trades from us. We've been watching this thing for a while now. So, it is what it is. There's the wind again. Let me just get back on AMD. Let me get back on this AMD real quick. PLT R. You could see a little support right there at like 2650.
TCBP halted
I would watch that level right there on Palantir.
on a circuit breaker at the high. Tango Charlie Bravo Papa, $2.43.
I'd watch 2650 again.
Trexade halted on a circuit breaker.
Oh my
at the
gosh,
high, 34.
there's so much going on that like it's just unreal. Look at this break and retest on Palantir, y'all. It just needs some volume. Holy cow, look at that double top. I'm pretty sure we thought about trading this last week. I thought we were looking at it. Wow. That's a beaut. That is a beaut of a setup. I can't even.
Tango Yankee X-ray.
Holy cow. I need this level down here though at 2550. BTYX. BTYX. I know it's going to be. Hold on. Let me see. Let me go look at. I need to get something here. Alright, so AMD pulled back above. Notice how it did. See this prior, like, little area that it held support? Notice how it's back above it. 200.05. 200.05. And look, it's making that resistance. 200.05. 200.05. 200.05. 200.05. 200.05. Alright. They're throwing out so many names, I can't even keep track. Look, Intel pulling back. Intel, could you get a pullback to 43.99, 44? Pull back to 44, or hold this level here. All right, it's above Friday's close. See if it holds 44.25 and gets a bounce right there. That doesn't look too bad. All right, you have a level right there up above you on Intel. Okay, you have this level up here. You have the 50-day moving average 1. So, bang, up there 45 resistance. Come on, man. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get. Notice, remember the gap that we have here for AMD. All right, you have a gap here. Yeah, up at 205. Let's see. So you already made that resistance. I wouldn't mind trying to see like a 204. Yeah, like that 204 area. I want to see what happens up here. I have not looked at Tesla yet. Look at Tesla. Yo, tell me this wasn't an idea yesterday to look for the bounce. Every mother in their book wanna be a mother. I know what I'm doing. You can't go long Tesla. Motherfucker, you ain't got no goddamn, like, sense of the markets. If you're telling me that Tesla doesn't want to go up. Especially if the market bounces or pulls back. That's an even more of a reason. Tesla's been literally doing the complete opposite that the indexes have been doing. Like, literally. So, this was an idea yesterday. Look at the volume. Right? There's a reason why we say these things. There's a reason why I'm There's a reason why I'm good at what it is that I do. Alright? There's a reason why I'm good at what I do. Alright. Now, this could be a level here. I would not get short in front of that volume. That's just me. I'd rather let it go. See what happens here. With the 15-minute chart. And dude, what is going on? CNBC. Sounds like Mara. Mara's pulling back. Come on, come on, come on. Dude, Mara's just showing weakness, guys. That's just weakness. Alright, Shit. And again, I'm sorry, I cannot see. You know what? Let me try this. Let me try and click out of it. Okay, let's go to docs, chat. Yeah, okay, there we go. We got the chat back up. I don't know why I did do that. No. Google's moving too. Is Google moving to the upside or downside? Let me go to Mara. Yeah, it doesn't really have the volume though. It is moving. It just doesn't have any volume. It looks like Rivian doesn't either. I'm going to do Tesla there. Alright, look at AMD, you guys. Look at AMD. AMD is trying to reject. Oh, man. Let's see here. I want to look for AMD. I haven't even looked at NVIDIA. It's a nice triple top there. Let's see what it tries to do. I just think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to try to get short. And I think there's a long here. At least to Friday's close. Alright, I know it sounds weird. It's like, oh shit, you really? Like, after what happened? Again, you gotta, if you can't get up through 202, then obviously, okay, so that's going to be this is going to be the level for me. Right there, 200. See, really, it's like 195. But I can live with that. I can live with that level right there. Alright, let's see. I'm going to try and go after AMD. Here it goes. I knew it. Fucker. Let's see what happens here. See if it holds this level. And look at it rejecting really quickly off of that level. Bro. Dude, this wind is making me nervous, man. So we know where the targets are on AMD. AMD target, our main target would be down there at 195, like 196. All right, 196 would be a nice target to get down to. Then you have a gap there at 192. 192.50. Just watch the indexes. Watch the Qs. Watch NVIDIA. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Alright, so let's... where are we at here? I want to see... Why is the Delta... Bro, this thing is fucking killing me, bro. $8.13. Alright, so it looks like a lot of the put wall there at 1... I just want to see what's below us. I want to see what's below us. Let me do 32. Let me do 32. Who got snuffed right there at 200? Look at that quick rejection. Bang, made that rejection. Let's see. Alright, guys. I'm going to get short AMD. Let's see. So 8,000, 6, 8, 8, 13. Yeah, everybody's at 190 on those. I wouldn't mind looking for some time also for next week. Let's see here. Man, everybody's on the weeklies. Everybody's on the weeklies. So 190 puts. 190 puts. That sucks. That trade's gone. Alright, AMD put. There you go, guys. That's it. If you get another opportunity, another bounce. If you get another bounce, I'm not sure if it's going to give it to you. So be careful. Be careful. If you're late to this one, if you're late to the party, because those contracts have already ripped from 180. They were $1.80 there. They're already $2.50. So this is where the trend looks like it's going to start. Look, all right, there it is. Did anybody get it? Did anybody think about taking that setup? Dude, those contracts just went crazy, bro. Crazy. I might try for the 180s. That's so far away. Those 180s are so far away. I can't do that. Watch this options chain as it's going to start moving around. But the ideal part was 190, guys. 190. That was the contracts I was looking at. Was 190. And there you go. Did anybody take it? Did anybody get it? Probably not, because there's not a lot of people that are here. So, if only people were here and able to take, what we say. Can't force a good thing, You be that low right there, that pivot low should be an area where you take profit, manage risk. Especially if you got in where we wanted to, that at a $1.80. All right, at a $1.80, they were going for, and now they were 262, 265. Like, come on, That's a huge trade. right there. That's a huge trade. You barely even moved. You barely even moved. Those 190s just freaking just went crazy, bro. Crazy. Oh. Check out that double bottom. Check out that double bottom. All right, that's a nice little level there. Let it come up.
Coming up in about 3 minutes, the U.S. CPI Employment Trends Index for February. Expecting.
Bang, there's another entry, possibly. I just don't know, man. This was you got some buyers here. You got market, you know, people trying to. Now, what that could be also is an area where they're taking profit because, again, you just got paid on those contracts. Like, seriously, you just got paid. Like, paid. You know, $1.80 a contract to $2.60, but they were higher. I know it had to at least get close to $2.90, $2.85, if not $300. All right, that's just where I was calling it out at. Let's see here. I still think we have a lot of room. I'm going to keep it moving real quick. I'm going to keep it moving, guys. TSLA. Look at Tesla, bro. Look at Tesla. Look at Tesla, man, with the bounce back. I told you guys last night I was looking for a bounce back on Tesla. Fuck me, man. That's a nice bounce back. That's a really nice bounce back. I told you guys down there, that volume down there at the low 170s was getting pretty big. So this could be a nice resistance area. What really also led me to believe that this could happen was Friday's volume was really low. That was a really low pullback on Friday's volume. Like the buyers just stepped aside and said, "Okay, go ahead. If you want to run it down again, we're just going to pick it right back up there at the low 170s, 175." It's exactly what they did this morning. All right, now the question comes in: do they start stepping up? I don't really think that they do. All right, this is some nice volume. You could get shorts that are thinking, okay, if they're seeing if they're seeing what I'm seeing, they're going to get nervous a bit, and they're going to say, hey, I want to start taking some profit here on this short because we made an absolute killing. So this is the other side of the trade you got to think about. All right, because remember, they are short from 260. All right, that's a big trade. That's a big trade. I cannot fucking believe today. Let's see here. It's all good though. It's all good. Mondays and Fridays have been really good. So what I would look for, you got above this pivot area. You know, me personally, I just think that, let's see, that was our earnings. This was our earnings.
Employment Trends Index for February was 112.29.
I look for this area to possibly be a bit of resistance here. But you gotta watch, because you could just get stuck in a channel between 180 and 182 on Tesla. You could. I was looking for the bounce back to try and... Let's see here. Let me go to a daily chart. That's a sick reversal. That's a sign of a trend reversal, guys. So now we're starting to see it in the candle pattern. I don't really trade them too often, but
Marvell Technologies, ticker MRVL. Shares continuing lower here this morning, down 5.8%, nearing the $71 level.
I wonder if this is on the back of that. You know, I know they had earnings, but
Price target change to $84. Again, that's Mike Romeo Victor
downgrade.
MRVL.
Okay, Micron's pulling back also. Micron's pulling right back into that 9 EMA. Okay, so here we go. We were talking about this. 92. You might have some room here to $92, y'all. 93. Make it 93. I like this level. I would call it that level because to me that's where, you know, it's going down. It's going down in the DM. Alright, you can see it balance resistance, like goes back, like you can see
INS and META, Pinterest and Meta shares moving lower here.
I want to keep your rights. Ban TikTok. Gun control. Shit, man, this thing's already going. Fuck. Fuck me, bro. I swear. That's the AMD contracts, I think. So AMD is still... Dude, I gotta find something this morning. I gotta find something. Gotta find something here. I'm not fooling with AMD. There's no way I'm buying the contracts up here. Not when I just stared 180 in the face. I'm cool with a 180. I'm cool with a 180, but I'm not buying them down here. I don't care if it continues to go. It's just I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I deserve a reward for serving these boulders. Ain't no fugazi. Just look at that volume on Tesla, man. Wow. Alright, so what do we have going on right now? What do we have going on? So that AMD was a sick trade. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. Micron just falling out of bed looking for 93. 93 bucks. There's $1 or $2 left on that trade, but again, gotta try and get the bounce backs. Gotta help yourself make some money, okay? Semiconductors pulling back. If you need help, go to FinViz, pull up the heat map and see what names are moving around on you. Meta down 3.9%, TSM over 3%, Eli Lilly. All right, look for Snapchat and Meta. I said last night that I thought Meta was a piece of donkey. No, I'm just kidding. I like Meta, but I just thought that I just wasn't a fan of it. At the moment, I don't get me wrong. I love, this name has been one of the big winners here, but there was just something about Meta. It just didn't look right once it, up there at 506. So Meta pulling back. I don't know what's going on. I know that there was rumors with TikTok. Like, come on, man. CNBC, my internet's not. They still don't have it on yet, but whatever. That's a huge pullback. So everything last night that we talked about so far is playing out. Apple right back up to that level. Now it's holding, guys. Like, spot on. What did we say? We said let's see what happens if we can, if we bounce off of 170 or not. Then we're going to look for 171. And we held it. And we cleared 172. And it's going higher. You know, that's why it's important that you guys like the stream and things like that, because, you know, I've been doing this for a while and we could really, you know, start helping people make some money doing this. You know, Tesla, we said last night I was looking for, you know, a bounce back. Now, I'm not talking about being like hella bullish Tesla, but I was looking, you know, to just get a bounce back on it. Apple, looking for a bounce back. I have not looked at Microsoft yet today. You know, I thought you'd get a pullback on Microsoft, but it's consolidating. I did say that too, that, you know, I don't want to get stuck inside a consolidation. I also thought that it was, you know, there's just not much meat on the bones here. But this is a resistance level, right? Just like this is a support zone, we made it resistance. So what I want you guys to see here is this pattern that's going on Microsoft. It's consolidating, you know, which is a good sign. But do you guys see what's really going on here on Microsoft? Do you guys really see what's going on here? Look at this. Like, you could call it, you can count that pivot high if you want, but look. You pull back, you bounce, you're pulling it back, you bounce. What are you doing? You made that level support, you bounce, okay? You pull back. Oh shit, I should have went a little bit further. My fault. Right? Come on. I'm sorry, guys. So what this is, right? And then look, and then you bounce back, and then right here, do you bounce and then get that another rejection off of 406 to pull back. So what this is, right? You pull back, you bounce. Like, look at this as like a W, okay? You're pulling it back, you bounce, you pull it back to 406. So pretty much, like, to make this like easier without getting complicated, right? You would consider this one move, right? You're pulling it back. There's your W. Okay, but the thing is like, you do actually got to count this, because you're pulling it back, finding support at 403, bouncing to 410, and then you break 404, the 403 level, 404, 403, right? Pull back, resistance, pull back. You gapped above it, you pulled back into that area, you bounce, cracked it again. So, you know, now we're below this level. Like, I can see it. It's hard for me to explain it. You know, I can do it. I can. Come on, really? Like, it's pretty easy to see what's going on here. I think that this is starting to set up a bit bearish. I do. I gotta be honest. Unless, you know, like I say, like, you can see it. Unless it starts to hold this level there. See if it holds that level. But then even if it holds, what I'm looking for next is a bounce back to 408 and a rejection up at 408. So either way, I still feel like there's downside coming. Bang. Let's see. Let's see here. I don't know what that pattern would be called, because I don't really pay attention too much to those, but like, it's just in my humble opinion that that's kind of what we have going on here, right? You have that resistance come up, resistance, you bounce, try to hold it, it breaks, turns it back into resistance. All right, and I would look for this bounce here to take you back to like 406, 408, and then look for the pullback down into the 50-day. But we'll see. All right, there's a clear double bottom, like W pattern being put in here. All right, it's just pretty clear. You guys can see it here now a little bit better, right? Look, bang, support, resistance, pulls it back, it goes all the way back up, goes back to this level, right? Boom, right? And then now, let's see if I'm correct. See if it's going to break down, which it's trying to right now. But I would like to see it's already kind of done at pre-market. I would like to see it bounce back to 406. That's what I would like to see. It's going to break down. Let's see here. Alright, so that's Microsoft. I'm frustrated I missed AMD there. Alright, is this going to be another entry point for AMD? I'm just wondering. I don't want to go too far out the money on AMD, but it's not giving you the momentum. Like, it's got to start doing something right now. What time is it? And I don't want to get caught in it, because if I'm buying out of the money, fucking 228. That's ridiculous. $1.85. Look at the volume and stuff on that. That's where we want to be, guys, is 190. 190 puts is where you want to be. I still, like, part of me still thinks that this could be a little bit bullish. Like, just to shake people out and then sell off. But we'll see. We can give it a try here. Let's give it a try. What is that? 185 puts? Even though they're probably up a lot already. Look for that 15-minute trade line. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for that 15 trade line to try and man, we're oversold too, though. Like, everything about this sucks. Everything about this setup sucks, in my opinion. It blows. It just, like, feels like everything's already happened. So what'd you guys do this weekend? What was the exciting news over the weekend? Anybody have any exciting news? New job? Sell a house? Make some money? Did you just, you know, have a baby? Did you, you know, anything cool happen? Birthdays? No birthdays? Let's see. Ain't no fugazi. I have future in my head, so I apologize. So what is weak? Like, look at the S&Ps. This is like nobody's sitting here saying anything about the S&Ps pulling back like this. Where y'all at? I might go pour me another coffee, but all right, so 511, nice resistance area there. On the SPY, I just have some things that are moving really slow for me right now. Did anybody pick up that Barron's article from over the weekend? You know I did. I like to keep stuff like that. Don't ask me why. I guess AMD fell. Yep, she's bouncing in the VWAP. Low volume bounce in the VWAP. I still think AMD is headed for 204, guys. I really do. I still think 204 is in the works. I do. I think AMD's going to 204. I think we need to get that. Try to look for 204. I know. I gotta start being a lot quicker. And look, did SoFi pull back? SoFi was looking like she wanted to pull back. That's for sure. And look, she is. I knew it. I knew it. There was just a little bit of shadiness going on with SoFi there. You know what I mean? Learn this technical analysis. You guys can take this stuff with you for the rest of your life. Everything we called yesterday was pretty much correct. And it was just common sense. Hi, Boo Boo. You saying hi? Good morning. I don't think, obviously that trade's already gone. But SPY getting a bounce here. Sucking everybody short just to turn it up on them. Let's see. SPY. Fugazi. Alright, so like we said, down here at 508, you have a bit of support. You have a little bit of support there. Now, if we break 508, you start sensing some weakness coming into that level, just know that if it does break, and it can break, you have some room. We do have some room. Nice bounce. Nice bounce. Alright, what are we thinking, guys? We thinking about taking a pivot a little long here? Yo, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy. One day we're going to get there. One day we're going to get there. I might try for a Friday close. Long. I may try it. Let me see here. Give me a 5-minute chart. I don't want to get cute. I really don't. But we held. You saw what happened last time off of that level. You saw what happened last time. Maybe you at least can get another test of Friday's low. The volume's really low today, which is kind of to be expected. I just think that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm looking for. You still got some pretty serious sell side volume over here that came in at that level. Watch 509.50. 509.50 is the level you got to watch. 509.50. And it's pulling back sharp off of that level right now. It's pulling back sharp. Lots of reward. Serving these boulders. Okay. AMD. AMD. The higher she goes, the the better shot we get another test of 192. We might get that again. And what did we say? Do you guys remember what we said? Yeah, 204. I think 204 was the level we were looking for. I think. Yeah, 204. Yeah, 204, 205. Hi, Boo Boo. What you doing, Booby? What? Come here. Good morning. Good morning, baby. Did you sleep good? Did her get a lot of good sleep? Huh? Did you get some good sleep? No? Come here. You gotta turn around. You gotta turn around. You don't have to purr. You just woke up. You don't need to purr and go back to bed. Hi, baby. You say hi. Alright. So that is pulling back on the S&Ps. Come on now. Come on now. 32 might have been too much. 32 might have been way too much. I just kind of wanted to see if there was anybody that was trying, if there is some volume coming in low with people that have like low accounts, and seeing if, just to see what the volume and open interest was down at those really low prices on AMD. Alright, let's do this. So, what do we have here? Pivot low resistance. Maybe we try and take a shot here. Hold on. Let me... Are you okay? Oh my goodness. Alright, so AMD just hanging out, kind of trading sideways here. Let me go ahead and scan the markets for us real quick. Tesla again today had some really nice volume. Again, I'm sorry that the watch list was really late, but we had some issues.
Terminate at the market sales agreement dated as of August 23rd, 2023 between the company with Think Equity, Papa Echo Tango Victor, PTV.
This could be a really nice hold here. And I would look for Friday's low. Let's see what happens here on Tesla, on AMD. It's above VWAP on the 5-minute. I still think it's going to go to the downside, but I think it needs a bounce, and then I just think it needs a bounce. I think it needs to bounce to like Friday's low. If we can get that, that would be awesome. You know, really, I'd like to get 208, but thing is, you have this gap up here from. You have this huge gap, like you. Let's see, Friday. Yeah, I'm going with this pivot low from Friday, everybody. I'm going to try and... Look, it's not even going to give it to us. Is she gonna fail? Yeah, like 206, 205.75. Friday's low. Friday's low is where I want to look at a possible short. I'll start eyeing it up at 204. I'll start eyeing that up at 204. You okay, love bug? You okay? All right, and look what we have too, guys. We have the 9 EMA coming right in there, up at this level here. I'm kind of interested to see what happens here. That's a low volume bounce. Let's try it. Let's see if we can't try for the short on AMD. What do we have? 108, 185. I'm going to see. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try a 185. What's the SPY doing? I don't know because my cat's taking over. And I'm really curious. Are we going to start getting this break here? 108, 111. 15 minutes. So we still have a little ways, right? It's still up there. It's like I'm not going to be I'm not going to just force it. I'm not going to force it. $15-minute trade line is very low. 15-minute trade line, not trade line, but not the trade line. That's all I'm going to say. Not the trade line. So we did just tap the trade line on AMD on that 15-minute chart. I deserve a bullet. 70s boulders. Ain't no fugazi. Guys, I really want this level right here at 204. Like, that's the level I want. I do. I want 204. I think 204 is the spot. 204 is the spot in my opinion. Alright, so we got Tesla. Tesla broke back down up and underneath of that 180 level again, which is okay. It's to be expected, right? We said we were just looking for, you know, a relief bounce of the sorts, and it's made that area resistance. What was support needs to act as, once broken on an increase in volume, look for that to be resistance. So we could look for Tesla. See if we can't pull Tesla back down. Alright. That is a play we could start to look at now. Abby, are you okay, love bug? Huh? Are you gonna start getting your medicine again? Alright, Tesla, come on, let's do this. Let's do this. I'm looking at Tesla right now, guys. Off of this level here. What a huge rally, though. I honestly don't want to fight it. Because I want to get short up, up higher on this thing. And you have you're above all your major moving averages, like your 9 EMA. Like, we're above that on the 15-minute chart. So, You know, a slight pullback into 178, 179 wouldn't hurt. You've had two 15-minute candles here that have pulled back, but they got, like, that second candle was even lower. So this technically is a low volume pullback. I don't even know if Tesla had news or not either. There goes a SPY trying to bounce. I don't know what to do, guys. And look, the SPY trying to bounce, and then what did we say? Watch for Tesla to pull back. It's literally what we said and have been saying. Tesla's just doing the opposite of the market. Let's go, SPY. Let's go, SPY. Dude, just cranking out winners after winners after winners. Did anybody take that? Massive. Look at that. Comment down below, guys. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. What are you watching today? How's your morning going? Let us know in the chat down below. Right now, I'm kind of just scanning the markets and looking around, seeing what we have going on here. Bob, let's see. What did we write? Some of the stuff we wrote down yesterday. Coin. Abby, are you okay? No, you gotta stop. Alright, so Mara's right down into that level from Friday. Just weak. Mara's weak. Mara is weak. That's a fact.
BLNK Blink Charging establishes global corporate headquarters, announces expansion of manufacturing facility in Bowie, Maryland. Bravo Lima Nancy Kilo BLNK.
Alright, so again, what I'm doing is, let's see here. 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 Mara. Q, Q, Q. Q, Q, Q. Did AMD fall yet? No. Not saying that it's going to. It doesn't have to. Alright, so. Dude, that wind is serious right now. Watch out, guys. So there we go. There we go. Look at the Qs. Look how the Qs pulled right off of that on that 15-minute chart right there. Beautiful rejection. That's exactly what we were looking for. Volume, you're not really getting that much. Hey. Please. This is why you keep hiccuping. Oh, my God. So, who we got in the chat? Anybody here? Or are we just doing this by ourselves? Wasting valuable time. You got to put in that work, though. Got to put in that work. Qs have fallen out of that range, guys. That wedge that you have there, it's kind of fallen out of it. Let me go here. I don't want to waste more time with this. I really don't want to waste any more time with this. Yo, holy cow. That wind is ripping. Undeservable of serving these boulders. You guys can see here on the Qs, this level is massive. 435 on the Qs. 435 is a massive level of support. Just breaks out, pivot low, pivot high, gap up above it. You pull right into it, it holds. Put in a little double bottom there. 90 MA meets with it. Bang. That's a buy trigger, and look what happens. The 2-day upside pulls back to 435 again, and then now it looks like it's on its way right back down to 535. Yeah, the Qs or the SPY is taking back that channel there, or not channel, but that candle. Right there, look, it's taken back. It's a complete reversal there. And we called it. We're like, we noticed it, like. Let's see, you could consider this. You could consider this kind of a cup and handle, kinda. You know, I wouldn't consider it one because the price because of the candle size. The size of those candles, that's not really what you want to see, but dude, no. Trade, come on. IWM. So what do we have on watch? Alright, looks like... Wait a second. Dude, the wind is ripping. AMD. Tesla. Man, what a beautiful buying opportunity there for the SPY. What a beautiful buying opportunity there. You know, you got room to 512. I gotta be honest, you got room to 512 at least. Especially if you can break up through that level. Look for a buying opportunity here at 509.50. That's what I'd be doing. That's probably what I am gonna do. VWAP is acting as resistance. We know that. I'm just going to keep it like this. Just going to keep it like this. And there's a rule of 70s boulders.
That Emily donated $400 million, to help get President Biden elected, when it turns out that the donation was actually to two nonprofit organizations that were helping with elections. Conservatives think they helped with Biden. So there are a few threads out there, I feel like, that are important context for the Meta bashing. But interestingly, the stock went down on it, and you do wonder what a Trump presidency would mean for a company like that when he has beef with them.
I mean, it's not surprising to see Trump kind of going after those who he feels has wronged him or hasn't been loyal to him. That was certainly a trend that we saw with his presidency. But look, you're already seeing reporting that there are folks who are interested in buying TikTok. You really haven't seen Meta kind of enter that part of the discussion yet. Doesn't mean they won't, of course. But I think there is kind of a question that if ByteDance tries to divest TikTok, what is that going to mean for TikTok's future? Certainly a really profitable country. Lawmakers have suggested that maybe a media company could buy it. This has kind of been pitched as a news organization. And you've heard lawmakers, kind of say, we see China's ownership of ByteDance and of TikTok being similar to, say, if China came in and bought, NBC, CNBC, and those news media organizations.
Yeah, but it gets back to a very more difficult thing to ascertain, which is, do you get to keep the algorithm or not, which obviously is one of really the key asset in many ways. Otherwise, you're buying a user base. You got to recreate the algorithm. That's sort of the side that, I'm going to keep working on, Emily, as well. So trying to understand from ByteDance's perspective what it can do to try and retain value for obviously what is an incredibly profitable platform, largely in the U.S., therefore contributing to ByteDance's value, Sarah, that's some $220 billion, even with the discount perhaps being applied as a result of these fears about a ban here in the U.S.
Scale is enormous.
Yeah.
Thank you, Emily. President Biden set to unveil his budget proposal today. Megan Casella joins us now from the White House with more on the president's priorities. Megan, what do we expect?
Hey, Sarah. So ahead of the full report being released later today, the White House is giving us a few more details on its 2025 budget plan. The administration says its proposal will cut the deficit by roughly $3 trillion over the next decade. That's a figure that Biden hinted at last week in the State of the Union address. We'll see that today. On the spending side, he'll be calling for greater investment in manufacturing and clean energy. He wants to strengthen Medicare and Social Security and provide national paid leave. We're also expecting a focus on efforts to lower costs for families, in part through investments that would make childcare and college more affordable. And he will propose a $400 monthly tax credit for some first-time home buyers. On the revenue-raising side, to pay for all that spending, this is something we also heard pushed in the State of the Union, but Biden wants to put corporations on the hook here. He'll be raising the corporate minimum tax to 21%, crack down on corporate profit sharing, and imposing a 25% minimum tax on billionaires. And guys, in the next couple of hours, we'll get specific numbers on exactly how much Biden plans to spend and expects to raise through these plans. But for now, at least, we can see his policy priorities heading into the election. Guys?
Indeed. We'll be looking for the reaction on the Hill, as usual. Thank you so much, Megan Casella. As we take a break, check out some of the biggest gainers on the S&P this morning. Got some Moderna in there, media as well, between Charter and Warner Brothers. But the Dow is down 225. Stay with us.
At the age of 16, my career ambition, career goal was to be a commissioner of a professional sports league. So I feel really proud that I was able to achieve that. Our league is at this extremely pivotal and transformative moment where the world is recognizing the value of women, and I'm just really humbled and appreciative of the opportunity to be able to shine a light on our league and everything that we've achieved to date and what's to come.
All right, I'm back, guys. I'm here. I just went and got something to drink real quick. Again, AMD. I want to look for that 204 level. I'm gonna go over some of these levels real quick and see what we have going on for these semiconductors. INTC, Intel. That's what it was supposed to be, at least. If you guys could do us a solid, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Let us know what are some things you're watching today. This looks like an area there that could be a nice resistance level. Right there at this, I would look for this level to see if you get a rejection. Wouldn't that be nice? A 44.50 rejection on Intel. That could be something you could look for. Again, it's green while AMD is red, right? So you're seeing the clear weakness. You have the lockup stuff with ARM. See what happens with that. You have the semiconductors over in China that they were talking about banning. You have Meta. So there's a lot of stuff going on right now this morning that can help provide, you know, some opportunity. Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin. The SPY. Trying to, like, hold on here.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Pippa Stevens.
I'd like to see if we could get a bounce on the SPY.
Friday's decline with Nvidia moving between gains and losses following its near 6% drop
excuse
at
me.
the end of last
I'd like to try and get a
week.
bounce back up to like 511.
Raising its target from 900 to 1200 on the stock.
Yeah, like right here.
The software opportunity is only in
That's
the
what I'd
first
like to
inning.
see.
Morgan
Bounce
Stanley
back to like
also
511
reiterating its overweight on
the
Nvidia.
SPY.
Netflix in the green as Oppenheimer takes its target to
Let's see.
725.
511, baby. 511. Can we get it? Even though we're already almost there. Back towards the high of day.
Subscribers from paid sharing and advertising. That stock is hovering near its 52-week high from earlier this month, although still down from its 2021 all-time high of around $700 per share. Fellow big tech names Apple and Tesla bouncing back, although down in the last month as China demand concerns continue to weigh on Apple, while Tesla is under pressure as demand for EVs slows. That stock hovering around its lowest level in nearly a year. We're back in 2 minutes.
Well, okay then. So it's starting to be a boring day. All right, it's starting to be a boring day, but it's all good. You know, Tesla pulling back here. See if we can get a nice pullback on Tesla here. Just watch that 15-minute trade line. Oh yeah, watch that 15-minute trade line there. That's what I would be watching on Tesla. So last night on the watch list, I mentioned yesterday that I wanted to see if we could get like a bounce and put in a lower high there on Tesla. We could not hold. You wanted to see 180 hold, and you couldn't. You couldn't hold it for nothing. So what is that? 177, 178. See if you get a 178 test on Tesla. All right, here we go. Do you guys remember what number I was saying for AMD? Like 206, 208. I'm gonna let you guys know right now. I am cutting my my risk. Fuck. Damn it, you guys I might lose you guys. God damn it. I thought I was getting ready to lose you guys. Here we go, just like that, 511 in the SPY.
More about the Reddit IPO, the company revealing new details in a filing. Our Leslie Picker's been tracking the action and joins us with more this morning. Leslie, ahead of this anticipated IPO.
Hey, Sarah. Yeah, today's filing is updated with a price range, offering size, and selling shareholder details. The price range is 31 to 34, implying a fully diluted valuation of $6.4 billion at the high end post-IPO, and an offering size of about $748 million. So who's selling and who's buying? Well, on the sell side, lots of employees and executives, those in the C-suite plus directors, 12 individuals in all, are offering about $43 million worth of stock. CEO Stephen Huffman is among those executives selling stock in the offering. Employees are also selling another 5.5 million shares, notably absent, though, from the selling list. Venture capitalists, think entities associated with Sam Altman, Fidelity, and Tencent, to name a few. The company itself is offering $15.3 million, proceeds of which will be invested back in the company, and that amounts to about $500 million for Reddit. And now who's buying? Well, the company is setting aside about 8% of the deal, or say 60 million or so, for users and moderators, as well as certain directors and friends and family.
Users and moderators,
The rest
nice.
of the book will be determined in the forthcoming roadshow, which is expected to take place both virtually and in person over the next week and a half. Reddit did not include an anchor investor, which had become more commonplace in the U.S. last year in larger deals to help drum up support, broader support. The company is listing on the NYSE under the symbol RDDT, with a debut expected next Thursday, guys.
I think they
Leslie,
waited too
anything
long on
behind
that.
You know, Bob was talking about an interesting
I think
AI-related
Reddit's-
IPO because, of course, there has been a dearth of IPOs and what has been quite a strong overall stock market.
Yeah, I've been asking the question. You mean with regard to the anchor investors? I'm assuming why we're not seeing an anchor investor here?
More why we're just not seeing more IPOs in general, I guess.
Oh, more IPOs in general. Yeah, it's pretty remarkable given kind of the backdrop of the overall market. You've got low volatility, increasingly more bullish toward calmness in the market based on some interesting options plays, and yet we're not seeing much in the way of IPOs. I think a large part of this has to do with the fact that there was such a big gap between what companies were issuing their stock at last year and what the buy side was willing to pay. So there's some skittishness surrounding marketing a deal, not really getting a good sense of kind of how the buy side wants to value it. That does take time, but it'll be, you know, it's one of those things where I think a lot of bankers are waiting for that gap to converge so that there could be more deals. We'll see if Reddit does the trick.
All right, Leslie, thank you. With the NASDAQ actually back to almost even this morning after a fairly significant fall to begin the market day, we're going to keep an eye on all of them right after this.
If I had $1 for every time Joe said, my dad said it's about dignity. Motherfucker, no, it ain't. It's about whether or not you're going to make enough money to be able to pay your bills. Not no damn dignity. Oh, I have dignity because I have a job. Motherfucker, having a job and being broke and not being able to afford life doesn't do anyone any good. Even if they got to work 3, 4, 5 part-time jobs. I'm telling y'all, listen, go look at college tuition, at the rate of change, inflation on college tuition, look at the prices, and then look at wages. Wages have flatlined for the past 10, 15 years. Flatlined. While colleges and schools and tuition has only rised. This has to balance itself out. Here is the problem, and I don't think you mother truckers hear me out there. For anybody that is here right now, when you hear the government say that they want to get into healthcare, think about college. Think about tuition. Why? Why do I want you to think about that? Because here is the thing. If you're telling me the government is going to back me up on a debt from an individual that signs a debt with me, I provided a service, which is college, healthcare, whatever, and you're backing me up saying, okay, if they don't pay it, you know, we got you, send it to the collections, the government's got your back, and so on and so forth. Guess what happens? This is exactly what you get. You get a price increase year over year, and it just gets out of hand. And that's why the government needs to get back out of healthcare to create competition. There is no competition when there's a guaranteed payment there. And I'm telling you guys right now. Everybody thinks all this stuff is cool and all, but no, it's not. They're ruining it. Listen, Obama, Bush, nothing is if you guys go look at the amount of people that are succeeding in being able to have things like a home, just a single person, that's just, I mean, we see it, right? We see it on a daily basis that the data is showing you wages have flatlined for the past 10, 15 years. Colleges, healthcare has done nothing but go up, and the equivalents, or the one thing that they both have in common is that the government is behind it. As in, that debt will get paid with or without you. There's a guaranteed, just like Section 8 housing. The owner can, for the most part, charge a decent price because he knows, hey, the government's got my back here. And that's the route that I'm going to go. And what does that do? So, I don't think a lot of people think about that. I really don't. College tuition's way too much. Are you going to get out? Are you going to be able to take that piece of paper and assure yourself that you got something good on the other end? I hope so. I hope so.
Promoting clean energy, advanced manufacturing, and other industries, a future that's made in America. You know, there's a law that I didn't even realize, and most didn't realize, that back in the 30s, when they were talking about whether the unions could exist and so on and so forth, there was a lot of legislation in the Roosevelt administration. One law that got passed was any money sent to the president to spend on a federal project should be spent with American products and American workers. Well, here's what happened. A lot of folks, both parties, didn't pay much attention to that, but not anymore. We build American, we buy American, and we are American. Folks, thanks in part to the CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more money in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductor chips about the size of the tip of your little finger drove prices up for everything, from cell phones to automobiles. Well, instead of having to import semiconductors, which America invented, I might add,
which Biden chose to sign off on, I might add. He ain't going to tell you that. Yeah, I'm the reason why we shipped it off to China and Foxconn. I ain't going to tell you that. Go look at the pictures of me in the China
Many
Wall.
of them pay over $100,000 a year and do not require a college degree. Folks, in all, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investments from companies that are bringing jobs back to America.
All right, let's check out
back to
AMD,
communities
gang.
where they belong.
Check
For the
out
longest time,
AMD.
both parties sent jobs overseas because the labor was cheaper and imported the product. Now we're sending product overseas and we're bringing the jobs back here. Look, folks.
Long-term inflation expectations rise,
Thousands
spelling
of
possible
cities
trouble
and
for the
towns
Fed, survey
are seeing
shows.
great
I
comeback
disagree
story.
with that.
Nearly 15 million new jobs
I think you're going to
created so
have
far. That's
it
a record.
flatline a little bit,
Growth is
and I don't
strong,
think it's
wages
going
are
to go
rising,
higher.
inflation is down. Individuals
Inflation's
have filed-
down.
have filed to start an additional 16 million new businesses since I took office. Each application to do that is an act of hope. Along the way, we
man,
reduced
I
the
missed
federal
it.
deficit, I might
Fuck.
add. It hasn't gone up, it's gone down under us. We cut it by $1 trillion already, another
Look,
trillion
look,
over the
look,
next
look,
decade,
look,
and
guys.
that's my
Look at
goal
the
to cut
9
by
EMA.
$3 trillion by making the
Right?
wealthy,
Like
big
we said on the
corporations finally
15-minute
begin to pay
chart.
their fair
Watch that
share.
9 EMA. What was... I'm sorry for cursing, but...
Folks, look, I'm a capitalist.
you
If you
gotta
make
be-
$1 billion, wonderful. Just pay your fair share, man.
What is a
Not
fair share, man?
8.2%.
What is a fair share, man?
If you paid 25%, we'd have $500 billion more over the next 10 years. To cut the deficit, to provide child care.
You already
to do
said
all
you were
the
cutting
things
the
we need to
deficit.
do.
You already said you were
There's more
cutting
to
the
do.
deficit.
Look, for example,
Here's
I know
the
the
thing.
cost of housing is critical to families nationwide.
You got to understand
Inflation
that the
keeps coming
government
down,
already
mortgage
takes their
rates are
fair
gonna
share,
continue to come
guys.
down as well.
They do.
But I'm not waiting. For those seeking to buy their first home,
All
or
right,
trade
every
up
employee that
for a
they
little more space, I
impose,
propose a tax cut
those
will
checks,
provide
that payroll,
$400 a month for the
All
next
right.
2 years.
not every
Because
company
every
is even
family-
making money. There's
Every
already a
family
capital
deserves
gains tax
a
of
place to call home
20%
and a place
plus
to
the
have your
2%,
American
1.8%
dreams
that
come true.
Obama added on.
Look,
So he's
Millions
just
of renters are also
he's
out
he's
there
off
in
his
trouble.
rocker.
We're also cracking down on those landlords who break the antitrust laws by price fixing those rents.
Oh,
Landlords
now you
should
can't
be
charge what you
competing
want.
to give folks the best deal.
The
not
government decides
conspiring
what you're going to
charge
pay
them higher
for.
rent.
This is why Biden
We
needs
also
to
cut
go.
red tape. So
I wanna
more
give you
builders
back
can
your
get
rights,
federal
but here he
finance,
is
which
talking
already
about,
helping construct a
I'm gonna
record
tell you what to do, what you can and
1.7
can't do.
million new housing
Doesn't sound like
units
rights to me.
nationwide. Because of you. And the federal budget
How do you
that I'm
create
releasing
competition?
today has a plan for
That's
2
my
million
question.
more affordable homes,
You create
including
competition
housing,
by
the Housing Innovation
letting
Fund to
the
help
marketplace
communities like yours build
do
housing,
its
renovate
pricing
housing,
and letting the
convert
people
empty office
decide.
space and hotels into housing. Housing for
But it's
renters,
okay.
owners,
So
middle-class
renters
families,
can't charge more, but it's
folks-
okay for
folks struggling
for
just to get
colleges,
by.
for health care that they got their hands in. But that's
realize many of
okay.
you are dealing with homeless encampments in your cities and towns.
I can't stand
Well, we're
politics,
providing
guys. I
$8
can't.
billion
I really
to allow
can't.
you to provide
You got to get
alternatives,
this piece of shit
to
out of
move
there.
unhoused people
I'm not. This is
off the
not
street,
about Trump.
getting
Not
them into
about
homes.
Trump. Just get him out of
The
there.
bottom line is we
And
have
if
to
Trump does the
build,
same thing,
build,
get him
build.
out of there.
That's how
All
we
right?
bring housing costs down for good. Folks, at the same time, America deserves
Such a
the freedom to
fucking
be
idiot.
safe from
He
crime.
really is.
And America is safer today than when I took office. Starting with the
America is
American
safer
Rescue Plan, I
today
made the
than
biggest
I took
investment in
than when
public
I took
safety effort,
office.
and you used it
Chinese
well.
balloon. You have
all
two
of you,
wars
have
going
done a
on.
tremendous
What
job
about
in
the
your communities
world?
putting those resources to work.
Because you're not worried about
Using
America.
federal money to hire
You're worried
more
about
officers,
Ukraine
effective,
and
accountable community
and
policing,
Palestine
expanding
and,
violence
and the
intervention
Gaza
programs to help prevent
Strip.
crime.
Like, so don't
Folks,
talk about
we
how
don't
you're
always
trying to
hear
worry
about
about
it, but
America
today's
right
violent
now.
crime rates are down nationwide.
Let's talk
Nearly
about
every major
how
category.
you did not want to you cleaned up the city of San
One
Francisco
of the
for Xi
lowest levels in
Jinping.
over 50 years.
Let's talk
But
about
there's
how
more to
you won't
do.
do it for the public, though,
But we're making
and the
American
kids that have to
progress.
walk around in that
Serious
mess.
progress.
When
Look,
you have a duty
another piece of
to
unfinished business.
the service of the
Border.
citizens, not Xi
Southern
Jinping.
border we keep talking about. In November,
So,
my team began serious negotiations with the bipartisan
serious
group of senators led by
negotiations.
a very serious conservative Republican.
Go get your ass
senator.
in a room with
As
Putin and
well
Xi
as
and all them, and go with some serious
result
negotiations over the
was a
Ukraine war
compromise bill
instead
with
of
the toughest
shipping over
border
money.
security reforms this country's ever seen.
He's a
That
joke.
bipartisan
He's a
deal would
complete
hire
joke.
1,500 more border security
Contradicts
agents and
itself
officers.
every other sentence.
1,100 more immigration judges to help tackle backlog of 2 million cases that are just waiting to be heard. 4,300 more asylum officers and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years. 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase our ability to stop fentanyl from being smuggled in America. By the way, no one questions those numbers. This bill would save lives, bring order to the border. It has the funds that many of our cities badly need as well. It would also give me, as president, new emergency authority or any other.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna try and go after this AMD play real quick.
Border Patrol,
What time is it? It is 11:12.
The National Chamber of Commerce endorsed it, and I believe, given an opportunity, the House and Senate have.
All right, so you are getting a little bit of a bounce here on AMD at 200. I do want to see if we can break it. You're making
Well, up to now,
VWAP
politics has intervened.
resistance right now.
Folks,
It feels like
we have
it's
to end the
consolidating today.
We have to deal.
Feels like it's just
This deal
consolidating.
is about a win for America.
AMD.
Your cities and towns. You all face the issue every single day. So it matters to you, your community, to tell your members in Congress to show up, show a little spine, and pass the bipartisan border security bill.
The Border Security Act, 80% of that money goes to Ukraine. So call it the
Tell me I'm your
Ukraine
last
bill,
speaker.
not the
I've already
border.
kept you too long, but here's you go.
Not the border bill.
Let me close with this. Last week, I delivered my State of the Union address.
And if you were a president that is admirable, your ass would be on a plane with Xi Jinping and going over to Russia and providing somewhat of an agreement, at least making the attempt
That's what I see.
to get this war to slow, come to an agreement of peace by being a doer, not just talking a bunch of shit where you contradict yourself.
And then the laws we pass.
Talk about how you're for rights, and then you want to, in the same sentence, you talk about, I want to ban AI voice,
We got a long way to go.
gun control,
And by the way,
but I want to give you your rights back. What are you doing taking them in the first place?
Shovels in the ground, people going to
All right,
work,
guys. But
open
anyway,
fields.
sorry about that. I really can't stand these type of politics
Pride in your hometown.
because they don't believe
Pride
that
making a comeback.
people
Pride in America.
have the
Pride in
they
knowing we can
view
get big
the
things
people
done
as
when we work
as guilty
together.
before it, and you have to prove your innocence. You're guilty, not innocent.
Folks, as I said, I've been around a few days.
And all the
I've never been
regulation,
more
these companies
optimistic
try
about
to
the
do
future of the
buyouts. Go
U.S.
ask,
We just have to remember who in God's name we are.
go
We are
ask the one
United
company
States
Amazon
of
wanted
America,
to
for
buy
God's sake.
that vacuum.
There is
You guys know what I'm
nothing-
talking about, right?
Nothing beyond our capacity. I mean, nothing beyond our capacity when we
And they
work
stopped
together.
that. And guess what
like you
happened? They
all
ended
do.
up
So
laying
let's
off 30%
work
of the
together.
workforce.
God
But
bless
if
you all.
Amazon
May
would have
God
bought it
protect
out,
our troops.
they'd still have their
Thank you,
jobs.
Thank you, thank you.
There was no
Really,
reason. That
thank
company
you.
was not doing anything
great.
to start to take over. Just a campaign there, just talking a bunch of I don't even think he knew what he was talking about. He was talking about how United States is safer. Okay. So now you're worried about the United States? Fucking joke. Let's not forget, by the way, that they used 9/11 to, pretty much say that, they give authority to the FBI or whoever to listen to your phone calls, to get into your information. And a lot of that healthcare is a way to get people's information. So AMD here, let's see what happens here. I'm really wanting to know, are we going to hold VWAP here on AMD? I want to see what happens here. I may try and go for it. Where's the SPY? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry that I went off on that, but I really can't stand these motherfuckers. I really can't. It makes me sick that anybody would vote for these type of people. What do we have here? Let me see. Where's Safari at? Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. They're already up 20 cents. They're already up 20 cents. Shit. I'm just missing these trades, you guys. I'm just missing them. I'm just missing them. You gotta be kidding me. What are we down? 3% on a gap down. Oh, that's what I was going to do, was go check out the S&Ps. Look at Rivian, you guys. Look at Rivian. Monster. Look at Rivian. Look at that. Look at Rivian. She's going. She is going. I would watch, obviously, that 1340. You guys can see up there, it made it support and then fell back below it. Now is it making it resistance? I think so. But the volume is pretty heavy to the buy side. So SoFi, we said last night that it looked a little shady, and SoFi's proven that in fact was a little bit of a shady look. SoFi's pulling back, was at least. Let's see here. So tonight we have Oracle. If you guys didn't know, we have Oracle earnings tonight. I am interested to see what that all plays out. Come on. So we're watching Mara, Coinbase. Mara's just falling out of bed. I missed that one. I missed that. That was a nice double top up there that it put in. You guys can see it's pulling back. You know, kind of a boring day, believe it or not. Boring day here. I'm debating what it is that I'm going to do. If I'm just going to cut the stream. You know, if you guys could hit the like button. Let's see here. Let's go through and see what we have that's moving around. So Bitcoin's holding up. Let's go to the heat map.
SLRN at the intraday high
All right, so you have Intel just still holding on a little bit. On semiconductors up 2.5%. Look at Oracle. So I meant to say this last night on the watch list. Now, I had really, no power, but I wanted to tell you guys, I want to see how Oracle trades and this sector here with Microsoft. All right, Oracle is a big company. It's a pretty powerful company. Don't get it twisted. Microsoft, is a big company, but I want to see how Microsoft trades off of Oracle earnings and that sector, because I just want to see. All right, that's a big space there, the cloud service space, software infrastructure with pretty much cloud. See what happens there. Energy is flat. Banks are flat, a little red. MUFG. What's going on here with retail, with Mitsubishi? So you got a mixed picture here. Things that are just barely up, and some things that are down. It's really, there's no real, what I'm trying to say is there's no real sector that looks like it's standing out. Every sector for the most part looks like there's just green, red, and flat. So I think we need a little clarity. I mean, you do still have gold. Gold's probably the strongest sector right now. Newmont Gold, GFI, NEM, FNV, AEM. Okay, you could use GLD. So DRD, so there's plenty to choose from there. Nike's green. Let's look at MSOS. Let's look at MSOS also, because here's the thing: we're going to start getting a lot of talk with politicians about legalizing marijuana. Why hasn't he done that? That was a campaign that was a promise he made on the campaign trail. Still hasn't done it. I wonder why. It's a shame, because he talks about how keeping me, he hangs these things over people's heads. Keep me in office and we'll do this. If motherfucker, do it now. Do it now. Action speaks louder than words. So I just, listen, a lot of this stuff may sound good. I really do not like the type of people that stick their hands and nose into where it doesn't need to be. That's all. All right. It's not up to the government to decide if you can or cannot have an abortion, if you can or cannot, do certain things. Right. This is not you're guilty before you have to prove your innocence. I don't like it. I don't like it. There's a lot of false things that are said, especially in the whatchamacallit. But anyway, State of the Union. So MSOS is pulling back here to that 100-day moving average. I don't really see, other than Rivian, I just don't see too much that's sticking out that's screaming, trade me. All right. If you guys have any ideas, throw them in the chat. If you could, please do us a solid. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. Tesla had a really nice morning today. I said yesterday on the watch list that I wanted to see if we could get a bounce on Tesla. That played itself out. This sector pretty much as a whole as well is kind of playing out. I am thinking about a possible pullback off of this 30, it's 1340 level. I would watch that level right there. What's up, Bingo? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. On the trade now, so hopefully I'll be in the stream more. Oh, awesome, man. I was worried about you. There's a couple people that I haven't seen in a while, and I just hope that everybody's all right. So hopefully, today I'm going to, let's see what the markets do today. and I'm really going to get a watch list together. This morning I got a little messed up with, you know, where I'm at. It's really windy. Just really windy yesterday. That's why the watch list was on late. I didn't have any internet for a while. Really any power. So, like right now, the cable's like not working right now. It's just frozen. It's been frozen since 7:15. So, I'm not sure what's going on. Bloomberg. But it'll come back on eventually. We got the bounce back on Apple too. So look at Google. Google's going. What else do we have here to look at? I just want to come up with a solid idea before there's an arsonist on our campus and he lit a campus police car on fire last. Oh, Jesus Christ. So they used to, you know, I didn't go to school there, but in my cousin's college, they used to set the trash cans on fire. They used to have this big, just huge fire. That's crazy. It's a good time. I don't know, the amount of... I had a really good growing up experience. Every weekend we were on campus and just you know, I was going to school and stuff and just the group of people that I was with, and I don't know. It can get pretty wild, I guess you could say. But yeah, that's crazy. I wonder if was he just like, was it like parked? That's crazy though. Like willing to risk getting, becoming a felon, losing your right to vote, losing pretty much your rights because you set a police car on fire. It's a pretty big, hopefully, you better be damn sure that you're getting away with it. It's not something I would do, personally. Not something I would do, but, some people just, I don't know. Oh, Lordy. What a boring day. Let me go back to AMD. I feel like I do not want to miss AMD if it does start to pull itself back here. Rivian bounced off that 20-day moving average. 1350 is a bit of resistance. Let's see here. They're already up to $1.05, man. They're up 20% now. Shit. I was wondering what was going on there. I was wondering why those squares and stuff were looking like that. Alright, so it looks like you are getting ready to start getting a little bit of a pullback there on AMD. Oh, fuck. I was hoping to try and get that 204. I know I said 204, but I was hoping to try and get 205.80, 205 area, because if you guys noticed, the 15-minute trade line and stuff was still a little bit ways away, and it was kind of signaling that you had more of a bounce to go. So I'm not sure if there's going to be any setups here between the SPY and everything else. Like, maybe, but I wouldn't. I doubt it. I don't know what's left. Maybe until later in the day, but we haven't really moved either, which is a good thing. And this is what I wanted to see, is how we traded today, coming into CPI tomorrow. So we opened up around 510.50. Is that where we opened up at? Let's see. Yeah, 5:10:48. So it's double top. Yeah, it's good. Kind of a boring day, right? You're getting some data tomorrow. Obviously, CPI. Let's see what we have. And obviously PPI, initial jobless claims
BTI, British
on
American
Thursday.
Tobacco shares spiking here. Bravo Tango.
Retail sales also on Thursday, so looks like tomorrow and Thursday are going to be a big day. And I figured we had some Michigan consumer sentiment. Before I even looked, I'm like, we'll probably have Michigan numbers. So we do have those coming out. I know the times have changed, so I'm going to have to change my the time frame on my trading on my data chart. Let's see. $8:30. That's what time it comes out, right? 8:30. I'm pretty sure is 8:30 is when we usually get the data. I don't know why I'm trying to play tricks on myself right now. Yeah, 8:30 is usually when we get the data. All right, look at this belt on the SPY. See if it gives you see if it has any merit in the hold. See if it can hold and actually come in with a little bit of volume and kind of just grind higher on, even if the volume's a little low. That's what I want to see. It's a freaking boring day. I'm upset that I left some serious money on the table today with AMD. I left some serious money on the table. Let's see here. All right, so if we take a look at, let's go to the chart. I guess I'll put up a 5-minute chart. I feel like this is too big. That's what she said. SMCI is, let's see, down 5%. So that's a nice, so SMCI did retest Friday's low. All right. NVIDIA above Friday's low. So you're seeing divergence here. You guys see this? Let's look at Intel. Look, it's above Friday. Friday's low. Friday's low and Friday's close. It's above it. It's green. All right. What I'm getting at is AMD. It's way below Friday's close and Friday's low. Way below it. All right. Clear weakness there. TSM, same thing. Garbage. It's not garbage, but you guys know what I mean. So Adobe has earnings later in the week. Oracle has earnings tonight. Coinbase and Mara. Guys, I want you guys to know this. If I get another shot at buying AMD to the short side, I will be doing so. All right, I will be doing so. And I'll post it in chat. You guys can check the chat. Just ask me if I'm in it yet. Whatever. Again, for AMD. Oh shit, man! I didn't even bring up Apple or anything. So let's see here. So you're back, man. This thing's already a dot. So here's the problem here. This is a huge problem. The 185s are so expensive right now. Like, I need 80 cents, if not 70 cents. That's what I need to get in these things. To feel comfortable that, like, even if I'm wrong, like, I'm not going to be screwed. So, if I do take these, I can tell you right now. Let's see, what is that? That sucks. I don't really like that. That doesn't really pay. Let's see. Look at this 15-minute chart, right? And you're starting to see. Sorry, my mouse is garbage. Look at that. Look at that rejection of that area there. Let's see if we can reject VWAP here. See if we can reject VWAP and continue to bring this 9 EMA down. And of course, the wind is ripping. So just so you guys know, I will have my risk down. Okay, my risk will be brought down a bit, just in case something happens, and if I lose the internet because of the wind or I lose power, I don't want to be stuck in the trade. So I want to let you guys know my risk will be down. I'm not going to be buying as many contracts as I usually do. You know, and unless I have like some serious conviction, it's gonna be hard for me to enter a position at 11:38 in the afternoon. I'm gonna look through these scanners real quick. Let's see here. Let's go here. If you guys have any ideas or tickers or anything you guys would like to do, you guys just let me know. Let's listen to. Wait. Ended 1 hour ago. Okay, so why is it still telling me that? All right, listen to the crazies.
Offers a win-win solution.
Listen, they're not crazy.
All kind of investors, because you see,
just want you guys to know they do this for attention. They really they may think the market's going to pull back. All right, they may think the market's going to pull back, but don't believe them sinking their teeth in the fact that, like, oh my god, like, it's over, it's a wreck. So you're going to hear them talk about this stuff a lot. Don't fall for it. They do it to get attention. I'm getting something to drink real quick. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
It's possible to lose money in this part of the yield curve if the Federal Reserve hikes another 6 times, which right now doesn't look probable, especially with China being in deflation and probably Europe joining deflation in the second part of the year.
Okay, so that's a good direction to go. The deflationary effect of China, I'd say more than Europe, but we can debate that. Has it been surprising at all that China hasn't taken out like a bazooka to try to counter the deflationary forces? Or is there maybe a realization that they can't do much because of how much debt they have in general?
I think what's happening in China is that policymakers just don't want to end up like Japan, and that's why they're basically letting the real estate bubble to burst, and they are not actively helping the economy. The consequences it will have globally can be massive, and we will see one of the first consequences probably in Europe, where we see basically inflation to be fast returning to 2%, and people starting to talk about deflation in the second part of the year. Let's be clear that the ECB could have already cut rates, but it didn't. It didn't so because it's still concerned that in terms of euro currency, a devaluation of the currency will bring again a rebound of inflation because everything is quoted in US dollars. But I think that the direction is going to be that one going forward.
Yeah, and actually, I would I would think if somehow China decided to reverse their mindset on that and create a short-term inflationary boom, then commodities would run, and that then really would force the Fed's hand to resume the rate hike cycle just because of the cost push inflationary side of the equation.
Absolutely. But so far, like 2023 has been full of bets around China, and we didn't see any of those materializing. So it's a very much, it's a very kind of unsafe bet right now. I think that it's better to think as of to take out China
Look, guys.
in the equation and
Look,
basically
look.
focus on
Let's see if
domestic
you get a
kind
pop
of
here on
trends. And also,
MSOS.
Michael, if you think about the US election, that can be inflationary as well, right? Because both candidates are going to increase
It's not really
fiscal
moving right
spending.
now.
And in the case of Trump, we might get even a geopolitical a rise in tensions, and that's going to be bad, or well, it's going to basically increase
Is she out of her
prices
mind?
Of
She must
goods.
have forgotten.
So that can be like our deflationary risk looking ahead, the U.S. election rather than China basically rebounding, or the Bank of the
I
Bank of
think she
China
just threw in her
to help
personal
the
opinion
economy.
and mixed it up.
Yeah, I mentioned the Eurozone and
Baba XOM.
Germany
Yeah, I've been
in
watching
particular,
XOM and
going back to
Procter and Gamble
2011,
too. Procter and Gamble
Germany
has
was
a
the
really
poster
nice
child
setup on
for
it
arguing for austerity, right, rather than
on the
trying to
daily
save
chart.
the sovereign debt crisis back then. And now they, as I have seen,
Procter
they're
and
in a
Gamble.
recession, even though the markets have actually done pretty
Wait,
well.
what was the other one?
Any thoughts on opportunities when it comes to the Bund relative to
PFE.
Treasury? Is they too, from what I've
That's
seen,
what it
tend
was.
to
PFE.
act in a risk-off way when you have high volatility, meaning
PFE,
there's that
look at
flight to
this.
safety dynamic that you see in the U.S. You also
All
see
right,
it
I
in
owe
Germany.
this one to Brett Rosenthal.
I don't think it's a uniform response, but what are your thoughts on Germany?
You're coming up into the 50-day now.
Well,
If you could
Germany,
start to
the
break,
problem
you know,
with
you
bonds
could
in
you could
general
take profit
is
here.
that
It's
there
got a
is
nice
a
dividend,
massive
6% or so.
scarcity of
You're buying it
collateral
on the
in
lows.
Europe, and that's
It
why
could start to
normally
be
when
trying
we
to do
have
something here.
some dovish remarks, it can be even from the
Especially if
Federal
the markets
Reserve,
are going to pull
the bonds
back.
are going
These
to
fund
be more
managers are going to
sensitive
want to
to
put
such
money to work
remarks
somewhere.
than
This is a
other
good price. This
European
could be a good
sovereigns
price.
out there.
Right?
I think that honestly, we have seen the government, politicians in Germany arguing for more fiscal
I'm waiting.
spending,
We
but
got a
so
couple
far
minutes and I
it
can
has
turn
not
CNBC
been
back on,
that
guys.
great in
They'll
order
just
to
copyright
affect
me right
the
now.
availability of bonds in the market. So I honestly think that the bonds is going to be like a better safe haven, especially like when we look at where the European macroeconomic backdrop stands versus the US than US treasuries. But said that, Michael, everything is connected, and the correlation between US treasuries and bonds is positive. So it's going to be very unlikely if we see a rebound of the long part, let's say 10-year US treasury yields, that bond yields will not follow. But
give me a couple minutes
like
and I'll
in
be right
terms of
back, guys.
resilience and volatility, they are going to be definitely a better investment.
So on that point about the correlations positive, is there historical evidence that the correlation of credit spread movements in the Eurozone is there when it comes to U.S. Corporate credit? So as I understand it, the Eurozone credit spreads have been widening while ours in the U.S. have been, obviously tightening and at these kind of cycle lows when you look at junk. Is there a correlation there, and is there maybe even a lag? Because maybe the Eurozone, if that's the dynamic, is sort of a leading indicator of what comes next for corporate credit in the U.S.
Yeah, well, the thing is that in terms of European corporate bond spreads, they haven't really been widening. They have been stabilizing somewhat higher, while basically US corporate bond spreads continued to tighten. And the reason for that can be explained very much from the macroeconomic backdrop that we see in Europe. We are basically in a recession, and the economy is expected to improve, but at a much slower pace than what
Tesla
was
falling, guys.
forecasted
Damn it.
earlier. So we are going to be stuck in this kind of stagflation mode, which is negative for corporate bonds, and that's
I
why
guess it wasn't too late to
investors
take
are
it.
demanding a higher spread than the US. But you are completely right. When there is a correlation between corporate bond markets in the US and in Europe, and when we have some problems in the US, that is going to spread very fast, even in Europe. And we had that kind of confirmation during the SVB crisis, where the kind of concerns were surrounding only U.S. U.S. Banks, and that spread anyway to the European space.
I'll tell you, for those who want to track more your thoughts, more your work, I understand with Saxo Bank, you're putting out a lot of content out probably for institutional clients of yours, but where can people track some of your thoughts?
I'm posting a lot on Twitter. A lot of time I also post article. The majority of my analyses are available on the Saxo website. So definitely you can follow me and you can look at the publication there. I normally talk about European rates, US Treasury rates, and also UK rates. So if any interest, you can definitely look me up.
Everybody, please make sure you give Althea here a follow. I have another space coming up in about 10, 12 minutes, so stay tuned for that. And for those that are not going to join the next one, I feel sorry for you. So anyway, thank you, Althea. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael, for inviting me, and good luck for the next speaker.
Cheers, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Give me just a couple seconds, guys. I'm gonna go feed my cat, grab something to drink. Yeah.
So there's nothing to stop it in the
So we
near
got the
term,
bounce to
but,
511.
From a long-term perspective,
Bounce to
I think it's prudent
511.
take profits.
Jimmy, bulls are still out though. Cantor today.
I
price target
do.
at 1200
Part of me wants to like
from
clean up my
900.
charts
So,
right
as the
now
stock
while I
has
have the
elevated,
chance.
the chase has
Throw some
continued
laundry
on
in
Wall Street, and you keep
and
getting
clean up
price
my
targets
charts.
Go up and away. I'm wondering how you view the stock, whether you think that was a moment when it was $100 higher on Friday and then it had that big reversal.
I mean, the
Whether
SPY
more
I've already
unwind is
cleaned
coming,
up.
and we need to pay attention to this stock perhaps more than any other in the market.
Well, unfortunately, I do think we need to
You
pay
know, like I
attention to
said,
this
look,
stock
every
more than
time
any
we've
other
been
in the
here,
market,
what
but
have
I
we
think there
done?
are other stocks to pay
Right?
attention to. Now, having answered
508
your
rally.
question, I will say
You
that at
broke
some
it,
point,
made it
Nvidia is gonna
resistance.
roll over and
Clearly,
correct, but not something
you know,
worse
turn
than
yourself
that.
right back
You know,
around.
bears are gonna point out the
Made it
multiple. I
support,
think it's around
rallied.
35 times forward earnings. You're gonna say, wow, that's
516.
really expensive for a chip stock.
So,
this is a chip stock that's growing
you
its
have a
earnings
mild
something like
level right
50%
here. You could
year-over-year.
probably look to
Folks, at
catch a
some point, that'll come to
pullback.
a stop. It's just
I
not
would
gonna
look for a
stop anytime
pullback
soon.
right
At some
here at
point, you
like
get the double and triple ordering.
511, back down to like the 90 MA, 510. So that'd be like a little, like a dollar move there.
You know, having said that, if you've owned Nvidia, and Amy just talked about,
Flat top
trimming it because
resistance.
you've owned it for a while. I mean, I've owned it for 8 months. It's up 100% in that 8 months. It's incredible. At some point, you do have to trim these. I've got other stocks in the space. Look, I'm at 14% in the chip space, not because I'm some hero, but because the chip space overall has just rocketed. At some point, you have to think about taking money off the table. For me, frankly, the trigger is going to probably be CPI tomorrow.
Where
We think
am
it's
I
coming in
here?
a little hot, but as long as it's in line with expectations, this trade continues. If it's too hot, then maybe that's the time to take off some money from this chip trade.
Weiss, I'm wondering who else is in danger of any kind of rollover from the chip trade that's been just absolutely on fire.
I've been thinking about setting up
itself, but since November 1st,
a
Supermicro's
Twitch
up 350%. 350%.
and some
You got
other
ARM and
accounts.
AMD
I actually
are
got a
up more
call
than
Meta
100%,
today. I
respectively.
do have a
Taiwan
few things
Semi's
I
up
got to do, and I'm
63%,
actually going to
gets
get
another
started
positive
on that
call
right
today.
now.
Qualcomm's up 56%. Broadcom's
You're getting a
up
nice
53%.
pullback here to
They're always on my
510.
list.
You're already
You
at
need to look
510
down
on
that
the
list and
SPY,
say,
so
okay,
that would have been a
that
nice
one could
scalp,
be in
guys.
trouble, that one
Really
looks like
nice
it's
scalp.
susceptible, maybe the AI
Really nice
halo
scalp.
got
That would have been
little
a
bit
sick
above
scalp there.
or ahead of the fundamentals. How do you look at this? But you
I
own Taiwan
mean,
Semi,
I don't
right?
know what it would have paid out, what the deltas were on those, but
that stock, I bought it fourth quarter last year. It's up 50%. I mean, that's just unusual. And I had trimmed Taiwan Semi, took a little off. That's just prudent because it just got to be too big a position. But it's a very easy answer to your question, actually. Just go and look at NVIDIA reported after the close. Just go and look at what the top performers, what the stocks that did the most on the day after.
yeah, let me go get something to drink. Let me throw some of my towels in the dryer. Give me like 5 minutes and I'll be right back. It shouldn't be any longer than 5 minutes. If you're new here, welcome. Please hit that like button. Like this stream. Share the stream. Invite a friend. Ask some questions. Throw some tickers in the chat that we can cover. What are your thoughts on this week? How do you think this market does this week? Do we close green on the week? Can we get a bounce here on the weekly candle? Are we going to get a 2-day? Are we going to close red on the weekly candle for the second week in a row? What do you guys think? I want to hear from you. We're on the bottom end of the range here on the SPY. So, what do you guys think? Share your thoughts. Tell me I suck. I don't care. Something.
If you own NVIDIA, you just got to look at Taiwan Semi.
I'm just kidding. But we appreciate you guys. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes. Thank you.
So they're basically the supplier in an arms race. They're supplied to all of them. They're sort of company agnostic. You've got to get a major part of their production, but also, ASML. When do we were just talking about it right before this, and they've just got new products coming out. They will be arming Meta and Microsoft and Intel, as I mentioned last week. So Amy's owned it for a while, I assume. I own it. I think the future's extremely bright there, but it's not cheap. If you go out a year and a half, it's 25 times, right? But right now, it's not cheap.
This is a question really about momentum, which is why I saved Joe for last. Your whole investing strategy professionally is around momentum, obviously. So if you look at, whether we're in the early stages, early innings, if you will, of a momentum rollover, where you're going to have money going into the laggards. I mean, Meta, Amazon, Salesforce, Broadcom, Uber, Microsoft, they're all lower. Apple, Tesla, Alphabet are all higher. That's telltale sign of a rotation from momentum into laggards. You're all over the list of the biggest winners since November 1st, whether it's your AMD or your CrowdStrike or your Palantir, your Broadcom, your Salesforce, your Arista, your ServiceNow. And that's just
We
for
called that
starters. You
out,
have all
that
of these
rotation
holdings
out
within the
yesterday.
GOT, and all of them are up unbelievably
Sorry, hold on.
from the most recent bottom.
Yes, and that is why I have the overlay of quality on top of momentum. Exactly for the environment that you're in now, when momentum begins to roll over, you don't have the exposure to the single factor. But let me speak exactly towards what's going on right now within the market. The concern that I have is this is going to be the next several weeks going into the Federal Reserve meeting, one of the more dangerous periods of 2024 for investors, because they're going to be attempting to make decisions based on the price performance of the past, really no new fundamental information. We're past the earnings season. And right now, the technicals are in control of the market. It's obvious that momentum has broken. Now technical factors are taking place. You look at NVIDIA, okay? You have to know your technicals in NVIDIA. NVIDIA, the low last week was 834. The low this morning is 841. So that's a support area. But the technicals are going to be in control for the next several weeks. And the technicals don't set up well. And no, I don't think this is over where we see a momentum correction, because what you're also witnessing is you really don't see a significant broadening out with a lot of momentum. Now, overnight, Japan broke down. Have we seen crypto break down? That's arguably the hottest area of momentum in the market right now. So I think there's more to go in cooling off this white hot momentum that we've had so far year to date. And I just urge the viewers to understand that the process of correcting momentum is technically oriented. That's a dangerous place to be when you don't have fundamentals.
This market, for all of the momentum slash froth slash exuberance slash euphoria, has had this incredible ability over the last couple of years, if not longer, to self-correct without falling apart. You could go, SPACs corrected, NFTs corrected, all this other nonsense self-corrected. So maybe you got these momentum names ahead of themselves. They're correct, but you have the rotation. So if money's coming out of NVIDIA, maybe it's finding a home in Apple, or maybe it's coming back into Tesla, or maybe it's going into Alphabet.
Well, let's also not lose sight of the fact that for the last 2 weeks, the equal weight S&P 500 and small caps have both outperformed the S&P 500. Now, it's only 2 weeks, but that's factual.
Okay, there's a new high last week for the equal weight S&P 500. Did you realize that almost 1/5 of that index hit a new 52-week high recently?
Right,
That's according to Bespoke. So it's not like you've had a vacuum. You've had these stocks at the top go down, and nothing else is shoring.
Guys, I want to see if we get another test back up here at 180 on Tesla.
I mean, it's possible.
I would like to try and get another test of 180.
Where the Magnificent Seven or Fabulous Five, whatever they are, it's possible for them to come up and meet that performance, and I think it's happening. Joe, I do see the broadening. I just mentioned it in equal weight and in small caps, but I don't see quite the breakdown that we're talking about here in terms of momentum. I see, NVIDIA is up 2.5% over the last week. That's pretty strong momentum. I mean, if we look at Friday, sure, it was down, but I mean, that's just one day.
Well, we're talking about the reversal from Friday, which was incredibly powerful and has had follow-through.
All I'm saying is it's just one day. It's just one day.
No, but I'm not disagreeing with that.
It is just one day, and one day doesn't a trend make. But when a stock like NVIDIA rolls $100 in a day, that's something that gets your eyes wide open. Okay,
that's a good point. But let me just say this really quickly. Yes, 100 points in one day, I got you. But also equally sort of strange is that it was going up 2% every day for like 2 weeks. I mean, that was strange. That was odd. That needed to be corrected.
I think what we focus too much on these big stocks is the dollar price movement rather than the percentage movement. And away from NVIDIA on Friday, and away from perhaps, even Meta. And Meta is down $20 today. I happen to bought more on the flush, but it's only down 4%. And from the highs, it's nothing relative to where it's come from. So I think that the momentum will be dictated by CPI and then PPI on Thursday. And then maybe we go into, right now, Powell set the stage for being more dovish, so that could be another trigger. It's only natural, as I said a week ago and a week before that, and Joe has looked at February for the correction, the market has to consolidate at some point. No matter what the tailwinds are, it's got to take a breather. So I really think that's all we're seeing. Sure, valuations are extended, but I think for good reason, some of these stocks, whereas for others, they're not extended.
Well, a breather, Amy, is a lot different than a slumber. A breather means you take a rest and you don't go into a full long-term slumber in these names. And you've got things like Alphabet and Apple. And, you know, look, Tesla has its own sort of issues too. But Alphabet, for example, Moffett-Nathanson today, are things really that bad, right? The narrative in the news has been so negative, seemingly every week on this. They say, although sentiment is not as dire as the market's mood around Meta in October of 22, we once again hear ourselves urging investors to stay the course and have trust that leadership will innovate through this challenge. It's been really easy to get really negative on names like Apple and names like Alphabet. We've almost only heard negative sentiment around both of those names. Now they're working a little bit. If they continue to work, then you're not thinking about NVIDIA so much every single day.
I mean, honestly, I think there's so much noise around all of these stocks right now and so much attention. I mean, look at the biotech index over the past couple of weeks. It's done phenomenally well. I think there are other areas of the market to focus on. I do think if Apple continues to correct, it maybe becomes more interesting, but it's still trading at a 25 times multiple for a stock with almost no growth and you know, a very high market capitalization. They do have the buyback to support them, so it puts it in a little bit of a different category. But I would look for this to broaden out, the market to broaden out. I do think if CPI continues to come in as I expect and inflation continues to wane, that will support the market. But I do encourage people to look beyond the Magnificent Seven at this point.
Wolf goes to 5,300 today. Right, again, they were more negative than most for a long period of time. Now, not so much. 5,300, quote, shifting to the no landing scenario. Okay, Barron's, Bull still has plenty of fight. UBS, it appears the three pillars that have supported U.S. equities remain in place. So nobody's, you know, ready to give up the ship just because you could have a little bit of a momentum reversal for a little while.
Without question, I think we're all saying the same thing. I think what we're doing is we're trying to guide the viewers towards what's going on right now in this environment. I think it's clear, and I don't think anyone has changed their overall bias towards 2024 being a positive year for risk assets. You have all the conditions. The fundamental conditions was set in place at the end of 2023, from the Federal Reserve to coming out of the earnings recession to the innovation which was reflected in the earnings being witnessed from artificial intelligence. That was the fundamental foundation. No one's saying that. I just think what we're acknowledging is the price action on Friday in NVIDIA, the price action in other stocks which have appreciated the same extent. Intuitive Surgicals, you could make the same argument. Eli Lilly, AMD, these are all stocks that were up significantly year to date that are finally experiencing a much needed and healthy correction. And I think that's full stop. That's what we're right now. That's what this is about. It doesn't mean it's an inflection point, but it also doesn't mean it ends in 24 hours.
You know, to your point, Intuitive Surgical, and Amy will back me up, back when we worked together over 20 years ago, I don't think a year ever went by where people said, wow, Intuitive Surgical, look at how overvalued that stock is, you know, and here we are. So that's what they're saying now. In a year or 2 years, you're going to say, wow, I should have bought Intuitive Surgical back then. Look, Google, I agree with you, what Moffett-Nathanson said. That's why I texted you last week, and Kevin and I bought more. Because it was maximum negativity. We're talking about Google. We're talking about presidential election where advertising revenue is going to pick up. And by the way, they're still, until further notice, one of the two winners in AI right now, the other being Microsoft. So you got to buy, and selling at a discount to the market as well when I added to it. So those are when you got to take the opportunities.
Do we think Apple's found some footing here?
Yes.
After dropping below 170, it got back above. Now it's, you know, it's almost 173. You've had, you know, finally some buying in that name.
You've had some buying because
let's see if AMD starts to pull back here a little bit.
The hot momentum.
All right, I'm going to go feed her. I was getting that set up.
And it's moving
I'll be right back.
Apple, and it's looking at Apple, and it's utilizing Apple as a port, so to speak, a source of where almost a defensive element and the element of, listen, we know this company buys back a significant amount of their shares. They raise a tremendous amount of cash flow. So it's nothing more than a rotation.
But
You know,
I want
you to be right, Joe. I want you to be right. Obviously, I have a position. Look, if it goes down to 160, I'd buy more. But the technicals, I know this is your domain, look a little ugly. Just
They look lousy.
Just to the simple technician that I am. I look at the 200-day about to roll over. The idea that the trend on the 200-day would go negative in a rising market is ugly. The 50-day is. The 50-day just wants to cross the 200-day, and you don't want that. So let's just hope you're right. I want you to be right.
You guys look at this. You look at these names, the ones that I mentioned to you, and say, "Well, I'm most worried about X stock that
Tesla."
Yeah, I know, but that's one that has had no momentum. I'm talking about ones that have had a lot, which have gone up a lot, and you're all over these trades. You're looking down this list and saying, well, Palantir's up 76%. I'm not saying anything about Palantir. I'm just using that as an example. It's up 76%. They're deemed to be one of the key AI players and winners.
So if I'm going to worry,
CrowdStrike's up 80%.
If I'm going to worry about the momentum trade, I'm going to worry about the strongest pillar of strength, and that's NVIDIA. To me, NVIDIA tells you everything about the momentum trade itself.
Okay, well then you just answered the question. Then if NVIDIA has lost its momentum in the near term, then what you're telling me is that ARM is going to and that AMD is going to,
Correct.
And some of these other names are too.
Correct, because it's all part of a universal momentum factor. And in 2024, the momentum factor was up nearly 20% year to date. You had strategies that were allocating towards the momentum factor and saying, okay, in the universe of momentum, which are the stocks that qualify as strong candidates in momentum in 2024? We're going to buy those stocks. It's factor investing at its best.
Now, NVIDIA then is the litmus test now in this market on the momentum factor. That's what we're saying.
Without question.
So then all these other names.
Well, you asked this before. I want to ask this. I want to state this more dramatically.
Aren't you in Qualcomm?
Yeah, I am in Qualcomm. But look, I need to sell chips. I know I need to sell chips. I'm overweight. I'm enjoying the ride right now. I think the bigger point I would want to make, and Scott, you were making this before, is outside of tech, outside of chips, things are starting to work again. Things that I've been known and kind of ridiculed on the show a little bit for, and I get it, all right? But things like GM is working. Things like Qualcomm, by the way, that's a pretty cyclical name. Things like Citigroup, things like the airlines, things like Cleveland Cliffs. There's a lot of stuff.
I knew you were going to mention
Cleveland.
I knew you couldn't get through anything without mentioning Cleveland Cliffs.
Couldn't get through the first block without him mentioning Cleveland Cliffs.
Doing great. It's doing great. But here's the overall point. If we're going to worry about NVIDIA, and I'm with you on that, Joe, I think we can take a heck of a lot of comfort that the rest of the market is doing well. The rest of the market's doing well.
Listen, I think you're misunderstanding.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, I know. What I'm trying to communicate is I'm just trying to define the environment, okay? You're making a fundamental argument.
Yes.
And I see everything that you see in the fundamentals. But what I am telling you is that if NVIDIA is going to continue to have negative momentum, then everything associated with momentum is going to correlate with that and move in the same direction as NVIDIA.
Irrespective of their fundamentals.
But you know what I see?
That's
just to be clear, I'm not disagreeing. I'm adding to what you're saying.
But let me tell you how I look at that. I look at that as opportunity. Because I'm not buying things because they have momentum. As a matter of fact, I'd rather
yes, you are. You're in Bitcoin.
That's the one thing, but that's yes, without a doubt.
That's the one thing.
That's my investment case. That's the fundamental.
Doctor, I've cut back on everything to really get my health in order. I'm only having 3 drinks a night.
But by the way,
otherwise I'm good.
Great trade.
No, actually, it's not momentum. It's not momentum. Momentum's there. What I'm buying is the marketing prowess of Fidelity and BlackRock.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm buying.
But come on.
You're missing momentum.
Come on. No, come on. I mean, let's be clear. That's the epitome of the momentum trade is Bitcoin.
Without a doubt, but I'm not buying the momentum. I'm telling you what I'm buying.
Yeah, but you've added to it as it's continued to go up.
Yeah, you know why I added to it today?
Playing the momentum.
Take a guess why I added to it today. Okay?
Because it continues to go up?
No, because UK approved it for funds. That's why I added to it today. And because you had some moron on Squawk Box talking about how you can use it to buy gold sneakers.
The question is, you wouldn't be doing it if it didn't have this renewed momentum behind it. For whatever reason.
I'm glad you can read my mind, but you're not doing a great job.
If it goes down 10%, what do you do?
I don't understand why you're so defensive. It's kind of
I'm not
obvious.
defensive. I'm trying to straighten you out,
Kind of
Scott.
obvious.
I'm trying to straighten you out. We don't have enough time left in the block for me to do the
Please,
job.
continue.
But when Bitcoin reached 60,000,
All right.
I didn't own
We
any
back.
of it. Okay.
Let's see
This
here.
is the time I own it again because you've got
Again, guys, I'm going to go over some charts and kind of like go back over my whole
that's as fundamental to me.
What do you mean?
my whole
What do
list.
you mean you didn't own any of it until it hits before 60,000? You've been in and out of it here and there.
I'm saying 60,000 when it hit it years ago.
Oh, I thought you were talking about it. I thought you were talking about when it
I
got
never
back
played
to 60
momentum.
now.
I'm playing again.
Got me some
Every
water.
company in the world is rushing to market.
All right, let me use the restroom, and we'll get right into the goodness of what it is we want to check out.
If it had momentum, just momentum, I wouldn't own it. Okay, so that's why I own it.
If it goes down 15%, would you sell it?
I really want to get some time,
No, because I'll tell you why.
and try to get
Because you're still
short
going to have the marketing of it, and if it goes down
AMD.
15%, I may not buy more. I've
I
got
mean,
enough
I
to
don't
spend in
know.
the position, which I keep rather tight. But
let's
no,
see.
as long as that keeps happening. You've got
Let
wealth
me just
managers
that.
that are saying, okay, because this
Yeah,
approved it,
I
can
do.
put
I
it
do.
in
I
these,
wouldn't mind
in
getting.
my client's portfolios.
If we can get another bounce back, let's see. We bounce back. We're kind of holding.
I'm going to get to Washington. We have
Just
to
a
make
mild
this-
day
I'm gonna get
today.
to Megan Casella.
Don't get yourself chopped up. Don't think that you got to trade. Got CPI tomorrow.
Hey, Scott,
I mean,
that's right. So the Biden administration is proposing a 2025 budget today that would spend about $7.3 trillion. That's a 5.5%
What?
increase from last year's proposed spending levels in order to have more money to devote to Social Security, to reduce the
Wait,
cost of childcare,
what?
and offer more loans to
total
small businesses.
deficit?
On the
Wha-
revenue side, the White House expects to raise roughly $5.5 trillion. That'd be a 9% increase from last year's forecast, due in part to proposals that would hike taxes on corporations and the
Do I
wealthy.
have to say any more,
Despite that
guys?
rise in spending, the
Do you
White
guys
House
see
sees
what
the
I'm
deficit
getting at?
falling to about
We
$1.8
decreased the
trillion
deficit.
next year.
Deficit
But as the
$1.78
deficit
trillion.
falls, the cost to
What?
service the debt is on the rise. That reflects in part an expectation by the White House that the long-term neutral rate has likely risen. The White House says interest costs will hit $965 billion in 2025, a 21% jump from last year.
I mean-
Those costs will rise from there throughout the decade. Overall, Biden is proposing $1 trillion for discretionary non-defense spending and a stepped-up $900 billion in defense spending. Scott?
Megan, thank you. Megan Casella at the White House there, as you see, with the details on the president's proposed budget. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, so Amy's made a lot of moves since we last saw her at the end of February. We're going to document those.
Oh
Weiss
my
has some more
gosh.
new ones, too. We're going to do those along with our calls.
You
of the day.
gotta
We'll do
be
it next.
kidding me.
Are you following the halftime
Like
report
we just
podcast?
like went to the billions and then kind of just like left it. You stayed there for like just 2008. You got out of it. Now we're like 7 trillion. We're gonna be at 100 trillion in 10, 15 years. Watch. From 2008 until now, if we continue on the rate of change, we're going to be talking about 130, or we're going to start talking 30, 40 trillion dollars. Then it's going to be 100 trillion dollars. So there's no scarcity of money, folks. That's proof. That is proof right there. There's no scarcity in money. All right. 20 trillion of that's in the financial markets. Come get you some. Come get you some education. If you want to learn how to do it, get a hold of me. Link is in the description. If you want to help the stream out, whatever, we can work one-on-one, all that fun stuff, hit me up in the description. All right, so, well, right now, though, we're going to go over some charts. So, if you guys could do me a favor, throw charts in the, not charts. If you can throw images of charts, that's cool, too. Throw some tickers in the chat. If you could, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Take a whiz and take a Wiz Khalifa. And I am going to see. Let's see if Palantir wants to bounce here. I want to hurry up and. Let's see. So we did turn that into resistance. And then on a low volume pullback, I want to look at that increase in volume there. Bang. Made it. We held it. Fuck. Dude, the silence is killing me. It's seriously insane. It's seriously crazy. And last night, the wind had me freaked out, man. I'm like, shit, where's the Glock? Let me get my Glock real quick. It was a mess. Just because it was just the sounds, and the wind was ripping, and you're hearing like all these crazy noises, and you know. Anyway, Palantir, look, watch for 2575. 2575 level here. If we can pull back into those highs. We're going to go over charts. Let me use the restroom real quick, and we will get this show on the road. See if we can't come up with something for tomorrow.
Exposure, we're very underweight the consumer, and we were looking at a lot of different categories, and all of the categories sort of led us to American Express, which is a financial, but we liked the leisure, the travel, the post-pandemic consumer behavior sort of really skews to American Express's sweet spot. It's trading at a below-market multiple. It's not well loved, so that's where we went.
Okay, Natera. You also bought, that's a new position as well?
It is a new position.
NTRA.
NTRA, it's an $11 billion diagnostic biotech company. We think this is a really exciting company. What it does is it tests, if you have cancer, it will take a sequence of your cancer and then take multiple blood tests to see if your cancer is coming back. It just had a clinical readout on ovarian cancer. It was able to diagnose a cancer recurrence 10 months earlier with 100% accuracy.
Wow.
40% of oncologists ordered a Natera test last quarter. This company is growing fast, and it will be cash flow positive this year.
Okay, we're watching that stock get a little bit of a move. You bought more Accenture, ACN, tell me.
We bought Accenture. Again, this is, the expectations for Accenture are relatively low. It's not a cheap stock. We put our Splunk proceeds. We had owned Splunk, which was bought by Cisco.
I'm not sure if you guys heard anything I said. I'm not sure if the mic was on or not, so I
We are a
apologize.
little bit underweight tech to just keep our tech weighting there.
Some big winners that you've trimmed. Berkshire.
We trimmed Berkshire. I mean, it's been straight up over the last couple of months. Big winner for us. We like the company, just trimming to make room for other things.
Joe laughs because he took it out of his Joe T ETF. I saw that out of the corner of my eye, right, Joe?
It's not quality.
Yeah, it's not quality, right?
Yeah, right.
It's the definition of quality.
Costco.
Yes.
You trimmed that, Joe. I mean, that's another one of these stocks that's been at around a new high.
It's been around a high. It had a tough earnings last week, but we trimmed it at lower levels than even after the decline from earnings. Again, just straight up for the last couple of months. We really like the company, but very expensive at this point.
What about Vertex and Regeneron, which you've both trimmed?
So we like both of those names longer term. Regeneron's one of our biggest positions. We were making room for Natera, so we think that has more upside going forward. We still really like Regeneron. Vertex we like as well, but a lot of the good news from their pain medicine is now in the stock.
Okay, Steve Weiss. So a couple of moves here. You sold Freeport, FCX. Why'd you do that?
You know, I just didn't want the commodity exposure. I'm still uncertain about the economy, candidly. Still uncertain about China. And so when it bounced, it got down to like 35, 36. And I bought a little more, but I just wanted to get out of it. It wasn't a big enough position matter and turned out to be a nuisance. And I probably also owned it through the Joe T, as along with the other 125 stocks.
I saw you laughing at that too out of the corner of my eye.
I mean, if you want me to fire him up, I could just paraphrase. He sold it because it's not going up anymore.
Momentum.
No, I sold it because it's too small. I sold it because I don't think fundamentally the economics can drive it higher.
You bought more ADM. Archer, Daniels, Midland.
Pure momentum play. No. It's,
Finally, the truth comes out.
No, I think they're getting close to resolution.
30 minutes and 3 seconds.
And the company's come out and they've reiterated that any changes resulting from the investigation aren't going to change the earnings guidance for this year, and it's a very small problem. So that's why I bought it. When that comes out, the stock should go right back to the 80s.
Okay, so let's do a few calls in the time that we have before we need to take a break. Let's do Lilly, Joe. Since we've been talking a lot about momentum, 2 calls today. Reiterated overweight at Morgan Stanley, reiterated outperform at BMO. So Morgan Stanley says price target's going to be $950. They maintain that. BMO maintains the price target at $865.
Okay.
You own it in the T.
Agree with both.
fundamentally, the story
productive
is
for me
as compelling
to speak
as
about
any
private
story that you
conversations
could
in any more
find
detail than
in the healthcare sector.
He talked
The stock
about over the
has
weekend.
benefited
But certainly
from
you've seen the actions
momentum.
that we've taken
It has benefited from a
in recent weeks with
technical
the expansion
breakout,
of humanitarian
but
aid
potentially
deliveries
the
to
journey that it
Gaza through land, water, air corridors. You've seen the president be very vocal and forthright about what we think about the situation on the ground and what needs to happen from here. But beyond that, beyond what the president said this weekend, I'm just not going to
follow up on that.
All right, I'm going to go right into charts, guys. Just see what's going on here. Hold on.
Advocacy for tying U.S. aid to Israel to their response to this.
I don't think it's going to be market moving, so.
To what President Biden is asking.
You know, the president has addressed this himself before, and I think you've heard him say, and I'll reiterate here, that he thinks that there are other approaches which we have taken and are taking that are more
I think, you know, I can go back to CNBC because I don't think there's going to be anything market moving here being said.
We're going to build this port in Gaza to bring in aid. President Biden said on Friday that the Israelis would be in charge of protecting that port. How can we guarantee that that's not just going to become another front for fighting instead of a place to get that aid into Gaza?
Look, I think I would refer you to the DOD onto any of these sort of operational questions around the establishment of this pier. It's a process that's going to take several weeks. It will be complicated, but I think it's best left to DOD to discuss the manner in which they'll construct that and provide for safe shipments of humanitarian.
Yeah, so AMD, I am going to look for 205 entry. I am looking for a 205 entry. Short.
Does he feel like he needs to apologize to illegal immigrants for calling them what they are, or using the term illegal?
Well, first of all, I want to be really clear about something. The president absolutely did not apologize. There was no apology anywhere in that conversation.
Oh my God.
He did not apologize. He used a different word. I think what we should be really clear about is the facts. So, in addition to the fact that the president
they
did
want
not
to be
apologize,
clear on the facts.
I want to make another thing clear. The
When it
president
fits the
spoke
script.
directly to this in the State of the Union address, not 4 nights ago, when he spoke
Lied
passionately
about the deficit.
knowing what it means to lose a child, and extended his deep grief and condolences to Lake and Riley's family in front of the entire country in the House chamber. And beyond that, I think it's unconscionable that there are some people who are playing politics with this young woman's tragic murder, and particularly at a time when, let's not forget, House Republicans are standing in the way of a bipartisan border security agreement that is the toughest bill we have ever seen in
That
history.
doesn't mean that it's
and they're
okay.
doing so because Donald
Doesn't
Trump
mean it should be
feels
signed.
that the American people's safety is less important than his personal politics. That's the fact.
Wait, what?
Can I pivot to the budget real quick? I know that budgets are a statement of value and all of that stuff, but is there a sense of what, if anything, in this budget is politically achievable in an election year in which, even as you pointed out, Biden is trying to draw contrasts between what he wants and what Republicans want? Is there anything he can tell the American people about what the priorities are, or if
keep
anything
spending
actually
more,
will come
more
of
and
it?
more money, and that's okay.
Well, I
That's
think
what they
the
all do.
president
Just
believes
don't
there's
say
no
it's
reason.
when the next guy does it.
There's
Don't
no
try to use
reason
that
to
as
assume
ammo.
we can't get this done.
Because
This
we
is
got
a
the ammo
statement
back
of his
on
values, a statement of his priorities, and
Get the
and
latest
a doubling
information
down
from
on
the
an incredibly
CDC on COVID-19.
expansive set of popular proposals that he has pursued to
Has
date.
anybody gotten sick lately?
Lowering healthcare costs. We continue to hear from Americans.
Does anybody
all
know
across the
anyone
country
that's actually
about
gotten
how
COVID
important
lately?
it
I'm
is
kind
they
of
have
just
a little
curious.
Bit more breathing room on their healthcare
Is that
premium.
still a thing?
How transformational
Is it still going
it is
around?
to have insulin capped at $35 a month, to have seniors be able to have their insulin or their prescription drugs capped at $2,000 a year. Today we're in New Hampshire talking about an expansion of what has been already a historically popular set of proposals from this president. So, look, we're going to work across the aisle in good faith
Just
to try and
wondering,
get these
anybody
things done
in the
for
chat,
the American people.
has
We think
anybody,
that,
like,
the president's agenda is incredibly
You
popular,
know,
and
in
we
the
encourage
past like
Republicans to
6
join us.
months, known anyone?
Of
Or
the speech today, and most of his speeches have been about drug costs, the economy, inflation, things like that. But on the other hand, he talks about this election being about the last guy tried to basically end democracy, wanted to stay in power despite losing. Is there kind of a disconnect between such a big issue like that and drug costs and gas prices, things like that?
This is a both and. You know, the president, he took.
I would refer you.
In his State of the Union speech, he focused on
I
three
would
things.
I
right?
would
He
refer
talked
that
about
question
defending
back
democracy here and
to
around the world. He talked
the
about
old.
defending freedom.
Wait.
Here in the
I
United
must not
States,
have it
from
here.
reproductive health care to making sure that politicians aren't choosing what books our kids can read. And then he talked really about an expansion of his economic agenda. Rebuilding the economy from the bottom up and the middle out is how we have achieved 15 million new jobs in the first 3 years of this administration, not to mention the strongest post-pandemic recovery of any major economy in the world. And he talked about a series of new proposals, like the one we're going to talk about in New Hampshire today, to double down on that. And
Did we forget about this?
But, you know, the president, as you may
And
know,
why you think
has also
people
given
were
a series
upset?
of speeches on the threats we face to our democracy.
Even just the
He's
time
talked
frame.
about
Oh,
this not
bang.
being unique to the
Oh,
United
okay. So
States.
you counted
Certainly
all
the
of those
threats
in
to
just a fraction of.
democracy in Ukraine and Israel and other places in the
second.
world, front and center. And you'll continue to hear from him on both the need that we have to continue
This
making
is why
economic progress on behalf of the American people.
People do not believe and or
Biden
trust.
Didn't he didn't go. He didn't.
So I would
primary
put
in
you
New
back
Hampshire.
to that.
But he still did very well there.
Right?
Why is it so important for him to go back?
When
and
things like
campaign
this
now?
happen, people are going to
This
get
isn't
upset. Not me.
An official
I mean,
speech.
I
It
care,
wasn't in
but
his
I don't
official
care.
capacity. The president
I'm not going to go to
frequently travels all across the
D.C.
country
do this, that,
talking
the third.
coast to coast,
Right,
red and blue
like-
states and purple states, about his agenda and how he's delivering to the American
So-
people. I think you've heard me say before, he thinks communicating with people out in their communities is one of the most important things that he does as commander-in-chief. And I would add at this moment that we are incredibly proud to have a New Hampshire delegation that has been at the forefront, really leading the charge on some of these
Well,
healthcare
let's go.
proposals that have
Let
saved
me not.
Americans
Let me
money
not.
and made their prescription drug costs and
All
healthcare
right,
more
so we
affordable.
have AMD
Give
here.
us a sense of what
And the
the
Q's.
president
Let's
wants
go to
to
the
do in his meeting
Q's.
tomorrow with the Polish leader.
I don't have any preview to share with you on that today, but I'm sure that my NSC colleagues will be doing some of that a little bit later this afternoon.
And one other reaction question. Former President Trump over the weekend talked about a 10% tariff and wanting to have his tax cuts extended. Does the president have a reaction to those policy pronouncements?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with those particular comments, and given that
of course you're not.
speaking to the 2024 candidate, I probably
All right,
should
so the
punt to
Q's looks like
campaign on
a
that.
nice rejection here on the Q's, everyone.
This is your last gaggle today.
Up
Can you say
there.
what your last day is at the White House?
Wednesday is my last day, and it has been a
4:38.
huge honor to work with all of you. You know, I've been in this town a long time, 20 years, and it has not jaded me a bit. I'm very proud of that. And I think, you know, for me, trying not to get emotional.
What does she
but,
look like?
Participating in this tradition of the White House press briefing, the White House gaggles, I still believe this is one of the most powerful expressions of how the world's greatest democracy views its commitment to the American people and to a free press. And it's been an enormous honor to be part of that, a bit part of that, for this administration and this president. And maybe that's a great place to leave it.
Can you share anything on where you'll go next?
I don't have anything to share with you now, but I'll keep you posted. Thanks,
Congratulations.
Who is it? Who is? Why are you leaving? Current is serving under Secretary of State. Wait. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Olivia Dalton Gaggle. Olivia Dalton Gaggle. Olivia Dalton. Olivia Dalton. Deputy Press Secretary. Okay. Yes, you in the back.
All right, hey you guys. How's everybody doing? Now it's time to settle down. It's it's great to see all of you. Welcome to the White House. Many of you have been here before, and of course, we wouldn't be here today without the incredible work that all of you have done. And I'm thrilled to help start off this incredible event.
All right, let's see what we got going on here, gang. We will. So this is Olivia. Olivia is leaving. Okay. She is leaving. Press secretary. That's his girls. They looking like they just ready to smack the shit out of somebody, don't they? They're like, you son of a bitch, I'll come over there right now and smack the fucking out of you. Mean mugging, boy, let me tell you. Okay, yeah, I don't need that. I don't need Fox. But anyway, that was Olivia. She's leaving. Oracle earnings tonight. Let's see what Oracle is expecting. Let's go to Google or somewhere. You know what? Let's see. Oh no. Oh, I was gonna say. Oracle earnings. Oracle earnings. Let's see what their expectations are. What they are expecting to bring in. Oracle earnings expectations. Oracle earnings expectations. I only needed to use one. So, analysts project Oracle's revenue to come in at $13.28 billion for third quarter fiscal 2024, which is an increase from the previous quarter and from a year ago. Let's make sure. Okay, good. I want to make sure that this is all up to date. All right, net income is expected to be $2.74 billion. That's up $1.9 billion, just under $2 billion in the fiscal third quarter of 2023. I wonder with TikTok and a few other things if they can raise guidance. I wonder if we could get a good earnings out of them. What is the market expecting? Let's go see that. I'm going to finish reading this. So, cloud growth. Oracle's cloud revenue will be closely watched. In the previous quarter, cloud revenue was $4.8 billion for Q2 fiscal 2024, representing 25% increase from the same period a year earlier. However, this growth rate slowed down from 30% year-over-year growth in fiscal first quarter. Analysts project revenue for Oracle's cloud segment at $5.06 billion, which would be a 23% jump from this time last year. Data center expansion and AI demand. Oracle has been expanding its cloud data centers. The company is adding 66 new centers to its existing ones and building 100 more. The expansion has drawn attention to operating margins due to increased capital expenditures, CapEx. CEO Safra Catz highlighted the increased demand for Oracle's cloud infrastructure and generative AI services, stated that business is good and getting better. Oracle's ability to build new data centers rapidly and operate them inexpensively compared to competitor is a key factor. Investors will be keenly observing these metrics to gauge Oracle's performance in a dynamic landscape of cloud computing and artificial intelligence. Let's see here. Let's see what we have here. March 11th, 2024. So Oracle is poised to unveil its... Jesus fucking Christ. Whatever. Don't worry. Guess what? That's on you. All right? Tokenist. All right? You're done. That's it. I'll never visit your site again with that. So you think it's cool to have all these pop-ups and stuff? Well, you're not going to see me again, I promise. All right, so that's pretty much that for Oracle. All right. So let's read into this a little bit. Analysts project Oracle's revenue to come in at $13.28 billion for the third quarter, which is an increase from previous quarter and a year ago. How much of a let me see if I can get like let's see if I can get some of this news here. Diluted earnings per share are projected at $1.37 compared to $1.22 in the same period a year earlier. Net income is expected to be $2.7 billion, but revenue 13.2. Net income is expected to be 2.74, up from 1.9. Well, I'd hope so, because that's an awful your total revenue. Third quarter, which is an increase. Net income is expected. Diluted EPS is expected to be $1.37 compared to $1.22. Let's see here. Reached 900 million on I. Procter & Gamble nearing an inflection point on volume growth. Disney to benefit from cost-cutting streaming tailwinds. While these analysts say narrative around Rivian has changed, I disagree with that. I don't think it has changed. It's called SMCI Poster Child, Midday Movers. Okay, so here we go. All right, we have some midday movers here. NVIDIA rose 1.3%. If this is what we got, then 1.3% from NVIDIA, then you know the markets are kind of... Yeah, guys, look at this, all right? We opened up today on the Qs in particular, we opened up around 437.50, 52, 437.50. I don't know why I am not able to pull this up here. Sorry. This is crazy that this stuff is still out. So 437.51, and we're at 437.56. The market hasn't moved. The market has not moved at all. Market has not moved. I personally want to see, which I'm going to go back to the midday movers so we can kind of, get a game plan here. I think the Dow has some room to go higher. I got to be honest. I think you could see the Dow back up towards that 389 level. I do. I think you could see it back up to 389. So, yeah. Let's go to the SPY real quick. Flat top resistance starting to show up there. Look at that pattern. You could see it just trending like look at that wedge. Look at that wedge right there. Right? With the flat top resistance. Are you getting ready to break out? So it looks like something's getting ready to happen here on the SPY. Okay? In my opinion, it feels like something's about to give way here on the S&Ps. And that level, though, if we do, it takes you right to 512. So it's not like you have, like, this crazy move. All right? So I feel like we're just going to be stuck in a range for a little bit. But that doesn't mean we can't get prepared. All right. So I'm going to watch this level on the SPY at 511. It's like 511. This looks like it broke out, right? It looks like it broke out of this level, but then got right back into it. So, man, I want to see if we can get a pullback. I do. I want to see if we can pull this thing back. I want to see a pullback on the SPY. I was really hoping that we could have held 512 Friday, but something told me we weren't going to. You'll probably hear my cat. She's watching the birds and squirrels and stuff. All right. So let's go over Oracle really quickly. I didn't do it last night because I said I'd do it today. So let's go over the chart. Let's go over the chart. Neutral raises price target to 120. Okay. So Oracle's an awesome long-term name that you can't go wrong with owning. I wouldn't buy it in front of earnings. I would wait and kind of see what happens with it. But dude, look at the rally today. So right now the market is pricing in a 9-point move, a $9 move right now. 9.6, so a $9.50 move. All right, it's pricing in a $9.50 move.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
$9 move. So that would be 120. We'll say 120 to 100. All right. So give or take both ways, the market is saying 10 points above or below. 10 points above or below. All right. Let's go look at Boeing. So Oracle, it's expected, we're either going to be up here around 120 or we're going to be down around like 100. Because if we're at 113 right now, or even where we opened up at 111, 111.50 area. We'll call it 112. Yeah, 111.50. Yeah, 111.50. So we'll say, pretty much this $100 level is what, to the downside and to the upside, 120. Now we need a massive beat or like some type of change. The thing is you don't know when this stuff happens. What was it? CRM, I think. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? I think CRM had... No, maybe it wasn't CRM. Okay, Snowflake. Snowflake CEO stepped down. I don't see that happening with Oracle just yet. So, do we think Oracle can make a move? We didn't expect that from Snowflake either, though. So, I just think that Snowflake just recently IPO'd like not too long ago. I remember when she IPO'd. It's not like, I just don't think the CEO is going to step down on Oracle. I think Oracle will move and it'll probably be priced in. I don't know though. I don't know. Unless we can go to last earnings. I'd have to see where I can get the information from for last earnings. And to see, like, you know, what, you know, if we could go through the news and see if, you know, they they've picked up TikTok. I'm pretty sure. Right? So picking up TikTok would give you more cloud business. You know, so, you know, I don't know. So, all right, I'm just going to go into some of the moves. So I'm getting tongue-tied, but the point is it's pricing in roughly about a $10 move, okay, to the up or downside. So unless you think that, you know, there's more than 10 points to go, you know, I'd stay away from it. Newmont, another nice day. Oh no. Oh no, Exxon. We were going to be long Exxon. There's a fire at the Exxon plant. Oh shit. I wonder if it's going to start to sell off here, guys. I'm really curious. News just came out that there was a fire at the Exxon, unless this is old news and I'm just getting it late. Let's see. Exxon. Fire, Exxon Baytown plant, December. It's not even out yet. The news isn't even out, really. 1 week ago, Beats injury claims takes place. You know what? No. Go back. How about this? How about that? Look, we're going to do this. Twitter's probably the best place to go. Exxon Mobil. Let's see here. Did they report it yet? November 15th? Nope. Exxon confirms fire underway at Point Jerome Refinery. Union source at ExxonMobil says major fire underway at Port Jerome Refinery.
I will see you on Closing Bell, 3 o'clock Eastern. I hope you'll join me. Liz Young will be there along with Emily Rowland, Lo Tony, and Chris Ferrone. We're going to see what's going on with this market over that final stretch. I can't wait to take you through that. Let's do some final trades. Amy Raskin, you're first.
I'm going to go with Natera.
All right, so for anyone who hasn't seen that, I don't know how the market's going to perceive this. I don't know how they're going to take this.
You know, quietly the streamers are showing some life here, and the safest way to play that is Disney, which is projected to have profitability in Disney Plus by the end of September.
You're in that too, right?
I am, yes.
Okay. Mr. Weiss.
ASML.
Momo.
It's
Momo.
not a momentum trade. As a matter of fact, it's anything but they're sold out new product in 24 and probably 25 too. This one is just a great story.
Okay.
I'm in that too.
Please,
all right. The Joe T.
Chart looks kind of okay on that one. Chubb, benefiting from strong fundamentals, insurance premiums move higher and higher, and very strong momentum.
Okay.
Of course.
Keep your eye on yields,
Better look
too.
at it.
We do have a bond auction at the top of the hour, and yields have obviously been falling. 10 years around 410. I will see you on Closing Bell. The exchange begins now.
And welcome to the exchange, everybody. I am Brian Sullivan. Here's what's ahead. Stocks lower, though the Dow just briefly went positive. Yields higher, and Bitcoin cracking 72K for the first time ever, all while volatility ticks up. With earnings now mostly in the rearview mirror, what is the next catalyst for the markets and your money? And what should you do now? Your market strategist brings some buys. $8. That is the new cap for credit card late fees thanks to a new rule for the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, but the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Bankers Association, and some other groups have already filed suit against it. Well, Speaker Rohit Chopra, he's the director of the CFPB, about what is next. Plus, Congress expected to vote on TikTok's
Looks like market
fate
does
here in
not
America.
care
Streamers
about
nearly
that
shutting out of
news.
last night's Oscars and a new partnership. We'll speak with former TikTok CEO Kevin
All right,
Mayer
so
and
what's moving?
entrepreneur Gary Vaynerchuk. All that's ahead. When we
Midday
begin,
movers right
today's
here.
market
NVIDIA.
action. Let's get out of Bob Pisani on the floor.
Boeing.
As always, on the NYSE.
Brian, good to see you, old buddy. The major indexes, let's take a look at the mixed. We had a choppy day for the S&P 500, but it's been led by consumer staple stocks. That's nice to see. Materials have been strong. Energy's been strong recently, and banks. Now, tech's lagging. The NASDAQ is struggling to get positive, but it can't quite make it. And the Dow is trying to rally in the middle of the day, but it's been weighed down by a couple of names. Boeing's down about $7. Caterpillar's down about $5 today. So we've had a mixed day in technology. Big cap tech, as you see here, mixed. Apple's up for most of the day. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta to the downside. Other big names with big momentum also slowing down a bit. I've been noting industrials have had a great run, certain ones. GE, Eaton,
I love how
Textron,
Boeing
Dover,
just
great
decided to
momentum all
go
this year.
today.
All of them are up double digits, but they're showing some signs of running out of steam. So maybe this momentum game is slowing a little bit, even outside of tech. Instead, the laggards for the year have been doing a little bit better in the last few days, including Paramount Global. Remember that one? That hit multi-year lows last week. It's now up 4 days in a row. Humana hit 4-year lows last week. It's up 2% today. And some of the consumer staple names are doing a little bit better. JM Smucker's up about 5% in the last few days. Starbucks near a multi-year low last week. It's up a little bit today. Elsewhere, Bitcoin, another new high, over 72,000. The spot Bitcoin ETFs started trading in mid-January at roughly 43,000. Boy, what a run that's been. Spot Bitcoin ETF flows have been strong since they started trading in mid-February, mid-January, excuse me. BlackRock's iShares, Fidelity, ARK, Bitwise getting the bulk of those inflows right now. Grayscale started with $27 billion in its Grayscale Trust and converted to an ETF. That's seen nearly $10 billion in outflows. Quite a run there, Brian.
Well, we got the Reddit IPO roadshow. I'm sure in your private time on a Friday night, you're just all over the Reddit boards, Bob. I know you secretly. On the Grateful Dead Reddit channel. What do you make? What's the commentary like about Reddit's IPO?
Look, I hope Reddit does well because people will interpret it as a sign the IPO market is opening or not opening. Here's the problem. The company is very middle-aged. It started in 2005.
That was my point too. Like they should have done this a long time ago.
2021. I wish they would have gone public a few years ago.
Right. That's exactly what I said.
About another.
Why do it now?
That's going public next week.
What are you
Astro
trying
Labs
like?
On Nasdaq, probably next.
Doesn't make
Wednesday.
any sense.
So this company is the whole AI story.
Does not
They
make
what's
any
called
sense.
Advanced connectivity semiconductors for data centers. What is that? They help the data centers, the semiconductors they make, help the data centers move data around quicker and more efficiently. My heaven, is that a great story? You got AI in there, and you've got a semiconductor story all at the same time. This is the first big AI-related IPO of the year. In my opinion, Brian, that's the one to watch right now.
That is the one to watch. If you say it, we buy it. Bob Pisani, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. The Magnificent Seven continues to be magnificent, mostly. As a group, they're up another 14% this year. But even with that, JP Morgan analysts saying the Mag 7 stocks are not any more expensive than the rest of the market. But your next guest says there are some red flags beginning to pop up. Let's talk about that and more. Joining us now to kick it off is Julie Beal, Chief Market Strategist and Fund Manager at Kane Anderson Rudnick and a CNBC contributor. Julie, good to see you. What are some of these red flags?
I think some of the concerns that I have are in terms of the valuation. You know, I recognize that these industries are generating real earnings today from AI. NVIDIA is generating very, very powerful earnings. And so if we look at that multiple on an earnings basis, it doesn't look wacky or crazy. But the expectations around that multiple are very high, both in terms of the revenue growth and the margin expansion. And I think if you get a whiff of any softness in that momentum, that valuation suddenly looks very expensive. It happens kind of very quickly. So, my concern is think of valuations in terms of expectations. If there's anything my parents learned, it's that having high expectations can really set you up for disappointment in the long term. You got to be careful in managing those. And that's a little bit my concern here is, we just expect AI to be on this kind of straight line path of growth, but we don't have a ton of business use cases for it just yet. We don't really know how it's going to filter through the system. This is not dissimilar from when the internet first came out, right? We didn't know if the best use case was going to be for cat memes or transportation logistics networks, right? It wasn't clear. And I think we're still at that point here with AI where we're not sure exactly what the use cases are going to be.
Yeah, no, that's certainly a great point. You're not telling people to avoid all the megs, or should we? I guess we take Tesla out? Is it the Super 6 or
watch
Fab
AMD
5 or the Fantastic 4 or the Terrific 3? Or I mean, how low do we go here, Julie?
I think it's more a function of looking at all of these businesses and not being exceptionally overweight, right? I think this is kind of the challenge of owning the indexes right now is how overweight and how exposed you are to these businesses and the hopes and expectations around them, right? I would argue that Tesla is not really an AI play. It's still a car manufacturer with much more increasing competition in its space, and it still has to just bend the metal. It's just not a profitable business in the same way that a software business is. So I would take that out. But I think writ large, you have a lot of exposure when you own these passive indexes. And so you just want to balance that and make sure that you own other businesses that are not as expensive and don't have as high of hopes around them.
A&D opened up at 201.86, and if you got short and never sold, she's still just sitting there, right at the same level.
I guess if you're not a home builder, you probably don't know who they are.
So don't
They're
get ate
basically
up
building
with the
materials.
stocks trading
SSD is the
sideways
ticker.
or be a
They
seller.
doubled in a year. A boring old industrial.
You
and
can't
it's
really
not
predict
scaring
the
you off.
future. You can use the
No, because I
indicators to
think
kind
that
of
the
help you,
long-term fundamentals around home building
you know,
are
make a
still very
determination in the
positive. We're still
direction and the
very much
setup.
underhoused, and that's something that
But
has been
you know,
structurally
if it
in
doesn't
play
really have the
since
volume
global
to back
financial
up,
crisis.
you
We just
know,
do
or
not have
even
enough houses for the amount of population
yeah,
growth
it's
that we
there's
have,
got to be
and
some type of
supply
volume
has
there
been
that you
really
want to see
constrained
to be
because
able
of
to
high
say,
rates.
hey,
People are just
I want
stuck
to
in their
take this
houses with
short,
their
or I
low
want to take
mortgages.
this
No
long
movement.
here.
So you've seen fundamentals
So let's see
for
here.
both
Look
the home builders
like
and
this right
the
now. Like
building
look at this
services
setup on a
providers
15-minute
that,
chart
support that
on the
doing
AMD.
really, really well. I think that
Look
can
at this.
continue because
This
I
is
still think
nice.
that the long-term outlook for those businesses is very solid. And
On the
Simpson
longer-term
is a great
trend.
case of that where they have 70%
This is
market
how we do
share
it.
with their
Stuff like
products,
this.
and they have been pricing before inflation
Look
was
at
really
this.
a thing. They
Prior
really have a lot of pricing power
support
in that business.
resistance,
Yeah,
right?
I guess they probably supply
What do
to
you have right there at
Dreamfinders
that area?
Homes,
Look at
which
the
is
9
another
EMA
name you
and
brought for us
VWAP coming
today.
in right there.
They call themselves America's
Boom,
premier home
resistance,
builder. I'm sure
resistance.
every home
Is this
builder
going to
says
act
they're
as
the premier home builder.
resistance again?
That stock's up 209%.
Chances are it probably will. So
Yeah, right,
let's
but
see
I
if we can
think,
get a
again,
nice
like, it's in the
increase in
exposure-
volume
it has the
here
right exposure
and
in
see if we
terms of where
can't
its
take
markets are
AMD a little
south,
bit lower.
and it's at the right
Let's see
price
if we
point,
can
right?
get it.
We know that millennials have not been able to access housing, and housing is such a central tenet of wealth creation in the U.S.
I just
So
want
there
to see.
is so much pent-up demand. So I think they're in the right place. I think they have the right type of product. And what's great about this business is they don't land bank. So the risk that if we do have a sudden correction in the housing market is much lower for this business because they don't have a lot of structural costs and they don't have the balance sheet risk.
Julie, really appreciate you coming on, kicking off our coverage on the show and the week. Julie Beal, Kane Anderson Rudnick. Have a great week. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Meantime, the Department of
Look,
Justice
look,
opening a
look, there she
criminal
goes. Come on, man. I want
investigation
follow
into the
through, though.
January incident when a door plug
Volume's
blew off that
falling
Boeing
apart.
737 MAX 9 during the Alaska Airlines
Volume's
flight.
falling
Phil
apart
LeBeau
on
joining
her.
us now with more. Phil.
And Brian, this is an investigation about the Alaska Airlines door plug blowout, but it's also a broader review of Boeing.
All right,
So
I
let
got to
me
use the
take you through
restroom,
exactly
gang.
what's
I'll be right
happening
back.
here. First of all, as I mentioned, they are looking into the January 5th event. I say they, the Department of Justice. Part of that review of the Alaska Airlines door plug incident is interviewing Alaska Airlines crew members as well as passengers on that flight. And there's a broader Boeing review. So let's talk first about the Alaska Airlines incident. You might be saying to yourself, wait a second, didn't the NTSB already determined that there were no bolts in the door plug. That was a preliminary conclusion from the NTSB. The full final investigation from the NTSB, that's going to be coming at some point in the future. They have not concluded their investigation. Meanwhile, for Boeing and for the DOJ, part of the focus here is the agreement that Boeing made with the Department of Justice back in 2021, a settlement into what happened that caused the two MAX crashes in 2018 and 2019. And as part of that settlement, Boeing agreed to pay $2.5 billion and agree to certain stipulations. As you take a look at shares of Boeing, we should point out that neither Boeing nor the Department of Justice are commenting about the current investigation. But Brian, part of that agreement, that deferred prosecution agreement, was that Boeing would not be charged with conspiracy to commit fraud against the FAA for 3 years if it kept its nose clean. Essentially was following the rules of the laws, working with regulators, etc. So what the DOJ is likely looking into, we don't know for sure because the DOJ is not commenting on this investigation. What they're likely looking into is, are you really following all the laws that were there, the regulators, working with the FAA inspectors as you should be? Or were you in violation of that agreement in 2021, which again was for 3 years? And so it's not expired, which is why the DOJ can still come back to him and say, look, we think you're in violation of the deferred prosecution agreement from 2021. That's a possibility. Not saying it's going to happen, but it's a possibility.
I'm trying to think, and this is your world, so you would know, Phil, when there's been a criminal investigation into any kind of an airline. I remember some, I think, with car companies.
Well, there was one, Brian, that's what the 2018, 2019 MAX investigations were. That was a criminal investigation by the DOJ.
By our DOJ, even though the accidents both occurred on other nations' airlines in other nations.
And it had to do with the development of the 737 MAX, whether or not Boeing withheld information that it should have revealed to airlines, to customers, et cetera. And then ultimately, this settlement was reached in 2021, again, for $2.5 billion, as well as certain stipulations in terms of how Boeing would conduct itself over the next 3 years.
Wow. So really the second criminal investigation into Boeing in about 5 or 6 years. Remarkable. Phil LeBeau, thank you. All right, we got a lot more to do. And on deck, the government going after sky-high credit card fees, and now they're setting their sights on closing costs for mortgages. Plus, we're going to ask CSPB Director Rohit Chopra what this will all look like, whether or not it's going to happen, and what it means when you buy your home. Plus, the company behind Coco Melon is out with a new generation of children's entertainment. We're going to talk about that, maybe a little bit about Disney and TikTok with Gary Vaynerchuk and former TikTok CEO Kevin Mayer later on in the show. We are back right after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
This was already out. They're just saying it now on the thing, but this already came out a few minutes ago.
All
Boeing.
right, the average FICO credit score dropped for the first time in a decade last week. Now, don't make too much of it. It was only 1 point, from 718 to 717. But it comes as credit card debt now tops $1 trillion. And if you pay late, you know you get whacked with some big fees, but likely not anymore. The CFPB is cracking down on late fees to a maximum of $8 from an average of $32 right now. Joining us now is the director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Rohit Chopra. Commissioner, thanks for joining us. There's some lawsuits against it, Chamber of Commerce, I think, Bankers Association. I can understand the latter, maybe not as much the former. Is this the law now? Is this happening? Will it happen?
Well, what we found was that big credit card issuers were exploiting a loophole for years and years, and it allowed them to haul in $14 billion in late fees on top of the extra interest they charge on late payments, and in addition to slamming people's credit reports and imposing other consequences. So what we've done is we have narrowed that exemption to make it a little bit more fair for consumers and the entire market. Look, you're right. People owe about $1 trillion. They know they got to pay that, and they got to pay it with interest. What we don't want is credit card companies creating a business model where they're cheering when their consumers are paying late.
So is this enacted now, or is it still something that's being proposed and may not occur, or is this now how it's going to be?
So we've finalized the rule. It will take effect in a few months. But as you mentioned, lobbyists are suing to stop it. And look, that's no surprise. We have seen how companies that rely on junk fees are pushing back hard. But we've got to do our job to make sure that consumers are fairly treated.
And then we had hinted about closing costs on homes. If you could write it up, if you could, and you can. I mean, you are the commissioner. You got a team behind you, and you got to get it approved. What do you want to do around home closing costs?
Well, here's what we're finding across the country is that people are needing to come up with big down payments, but we've noticed in our analysis quite a jump in closing costs. So we're taking a close look about all the money you pony up, those thousands of dollars at closing. And here's my concern, Brian. If you have to put thousands of dollars at closing, that's going to make your monthly mortgage payment bigger because it essentially shrinks your down payment. We also see homeowners at closing asking, what the heck is this fee that I am paying? So we're looking at these credit report fees. We're looking at other costs, and also want to make sure that consumers have ways to reduce them so that they can afford that monthly mortgage payment. Across the country, you see homes are expensive, and a lot of first-time home buyers are wondering, with these interest rates, what are they going to do? We started to see mortgage rates go down, but I don't want to see down payments being siphoned away in closing costs that don't make sense.
And what's the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's beef with this credit card plan?
Well, you'd have to ask them, but here's what we're seeing. A lot of challenges to rules across the board that protect consumers. And it's a classic story where those companies who have built a business model on these fees, they are ready to push back hard so that they can hold on to those billions. At the end of the day, I think regulators, policymakers just want a competitive market where people know the price up front and that everyone is following the law. So, Brian, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing on bank accounts, credit cards, mortgages, and all the other products that we have to serve as the watchdog for.
Well, listen, 32 to 8 sounds pretty good to a lot of people, especially that get whacked with those. Rohit Chopra, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau Director, really appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Brian.
All right, be well. All right, in the meantime, bank stocks under a little pressure today, along with most of the rest of the market. Following a very volatile week, shares of New York Community Bank, well, they are down again, all as we hit the one-year anniversary of the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. But your next guest sees some optimism for mid-cap banks with potential rate cuts expected later on this year. Jared Shaw is a mid-cap bank analyst at Barclays. He just initiated On the Group with a positive view, and welcome him on, Jared. It's a bigger story than just the stocks that you cover. I think New York Community Bank really shook a lot of people up. We thought the worst was behind us a year ago. Now we have this again. But is NYCB an NYCB-specific issue?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Brian. Good afternoon. I do think it is. I think there's some very unique aspects to the NYCB story. The first is they have grown over the $100 billion threshold very rapidly over the last year and a half, partly from 2 acquisitions. So as they've grown into this bigger size, they also changed their regulator to the OCC. And with that comes different requirements and maybe a different way of looking at things. So I think part of what you've seen with NYCB is growing pains as they've grown into this bigger size. But it's really not reflective of the broader market. You brought up the 1-year anniversary, and you saw the strain that a liquidity crisis put on a handful of banks last year. And when you look at the group overall, the banks have been very resilient over the last year. They've continued to grow capital. They've
pretty easy when the Fed's got your back.
Robust liquidity plan. So I think when you look at the mid-cap banks overall, they are in a very strong position to be able to go forward. And I think NYCB is dealing with some idiosyncratic issues that are unique to them.
Yeah, and one of your key overweights is a bank that really got kind of caught up when the tide went out last year, and that is Western Alliance Bank. Did they fix something, or were they just misunderstood by much of the market last year, Jared?
Yeah, I think, when you look at what happened last year, it was really the banks that had disproportionate business tied with the innovation economy. So with the startup tech companies and with the private equity and venture capital funds that funded those companies. So that's where you saw a lot of concentration in deposits. Western Alliance did have some pressure there. You saw deposit outflows in March, but what they did really well was having a diversified deposit base. They also communicated really well with the street. They gave us updates on deposits. They gave us updates on liquidity and contingent liquidity. So they, I think, really did a great job of building their credibility and separating themselves from the banks that had very high concentration to those businesses. As we've come forward through the year, they still have exposure to the innovation economy, but they've actually been able to recoup some of those deposits. So, they're back in that game. But again, it's just not enough that it determines the whole course of their focus.
I know most of the names on your list, but honestly, I'm not going to lie, never heard of Webster Financial, WBS. Jared, usually don't like to admit that I don't know something, but literally never heard of them, know nothing about them, but you like them.
I do, yeah. So Webster is a Connecticut headquartered bank. Over the years, they've done deals expanding into Massachusetts, and then a year and a half ago, they acquired the former Sterling Financial in the Metro New York area. So Webster is a bank that has a good geographic focus in the Northeast. They also have some unique national business lines, especially on the funding side. So, one of the big themes that we've been looking at over the last few years is the strength of funding, the deposit base. Webster is a leader in the health savings account business. So those are the long duration, low cost deposit bases tied to high deductible healthcare plans. So they're a leader there. That's really a differentiator for them on the funding side. They've also done some recent acquisitions on funding that have developed more of a niche, low cost funding base for them. So, as we look at how the banks have been able to manage through this higher rate environment, the ones that have the lowest cost funding, most stable funding are the ones that are outperforming, and we think Webster will continue to be able to do that.
There you go. Jared Shaw, Barclays. Appreciate your views. Thank you very much, Jared, for coming on.
Great. Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, speaking of banks, some of them are teaming up with clean energy companies to try to fight the proposed bank capital rules. DC correspondent Emily Wilkins is actually in studio here. Good to see you, Emily. odd bedfellows, I think, clean energy and banks.
It truly is, Brian. I mean, banks and renewable energy companies, they're sounding this alarm that a proposed framework for increasing bank capital requirements is going to wind up pumping the brakes on green energy projects. So the majority renewable energy systems, like this one we're seeing here at Gallaudet University in D.C., they rely on banks to help with funding, and they do so through tax equity investments, a $20 billion market that actually could double in coming years, according to the American Council on Renewable Energy. So in return, the banks then benefit from federal tax credits that promote renewables. The issue is that the updated capital requirements framework would quadruple how much banks need to hold in reserve for every dollar they spend on these projects. So JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and others have said that this is going to limit their ability to invest in green energy. Julian Torres, the chief investment officer at Scale Microgrids, who helped design and build Gallaudet's system, said it would ultimately impact wider climate goals and the ability to just have an impact with renewable energy.
Basel III would unwind a lot of the progress made by the Biden administration with the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022. And it would make projects inefficient or uneconomic in the current environment for financing.
Dominic Lacey, Gallaudet's chief operating officer, said the university is saving about $1 million a year since it switched to a renewable energy system.
If we didn't have access to that tax credit, we would have had to figure out a different way to replace the infrastructure, and it would have been incredibly difficult. We would not have been able to move as quickly as we did, and quite frankly, I don't know that we would have been able to replace our energy at the scale in which we did.
Now, Powell did tell lawmakers that he thought that any impact on climate change from the framework would be minimal, but he said he was well aware of the commentary and concerns, and Brian will be following what happens there.
So the idea is that we want to build out these energy projects. They're expensive, and the banks are saying these new rules are going to be counterproductive to our climate goals.
Exactly. Banks are saying, hey, we're happy right now to back these green energy projects. They're doing the bulk of that work to really get these projects off the ground. But if capital requirements are going to quadruple, you'll need $4 in reserve instead of just having $1 in reserve. Banks are going to say, look, thanks, but no thanks. This is a little bit much for us. And of course, that's concerning the renewable energy groups a lot to have this roadblock to getting so many of their projects done.
And it's already hard enough because the cost of money has gone up. A big fight. Let us know how it plays out. Emily, thank you.
Thanks so much,
Good
Brian.
to see you at the mothership.
It's always good to be here.
I like it down there. All right, still ahead. Here's a look at your mystery chart of the day. Investors not liking the multi-billion-dollar deal that this company just announced. Do you know who the mystery chart may be? It's our Wordle of the day. You can tweet us at the show account or Sully CNBC. We are back right after this. All right, hope you're having a good Monday wherever you are. Guess what? The Dow is having a better Monday than it was this morning. It opened up negative, but we are positive right now. It is 0.09% to the positive, but is positive nonetheless. United Health, Nike, Disney, all up more than 2%. The big laggard is BA, Boeing. Just more problems. You heard Phil talk about that criminal investigation. All right, now let's get to Tyler Matheson for a CNBC News update.
Brian, thank you very much. The Biden administration proposed a 2025 budget today, totaling $7.26 trillion. That's up from last year. The budget devotes more funds to Social Security and child care costs, as well as small business loans, and it includes $900 billion in defense spending. White House also expects to raise about $5.5 trillion, due in part from proposed tax hikes on corporations and the wealthy. Donald Trump has asked to delay his hush money trial until the Supreme Court rules on his presidential immunity claim. The trial is set to begin in New York City later this month. The former president pleaded not guilty to more than 300 counts of falsifying business records. And U.S. auto safety regulators are investigating complaints of brake issues on 2 Honda models. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is looking into the automatic emergency brakes stopping without warning on more than 250,000 Passport and Honda Insight models from 2019 to 22. Honda said it's cooperating and conducting its own review. Brian, back to you.
All right, Tyler, we'll see you in Power Lunch here in about a half an hour. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, coming up, call it full stream ahead. Gary Vaynerchuk and Kevin Mayer teaming up, and they're here to talk about their latest venture. And as we celebrate Women's Heritage Month, we are sharing the stories of some of our newly named CNBC change makers. An annual list of 50 women who are innovating and transforming business. Here is LEAD co-founder and CEO Jackie Reeses.
As someone who is a change maker, it means someone who's pushing the boundaries of innovation, changing the way things work, and having a new vision for how business should be done around the world. You know, I feel like I operate with grace, humility, with execution, with grit, and I'm not sure that's something that can be defined by gender. I think as a female leader, more than anything, is that I want people to look at me and say leadership can look different than maybe they expected.
This could be nice for AMD, you guys. This might be nice. All right, this might be a nice trade here. The volume is not that great. The Qs, QQQ. I don't know how the hell the TV is still not on yet, but that is bugging me.
And welcome back to The Exchange. The company behind CoComelon announcing a new partnership with entrepreneur Gary Vaynerchuk and agreeing to produce content based on his V-Friends universe. Joining us now to talk about that and a lot more is the man himself, Gary Vaynerchuk, along with Candle Media co-CEO Kevin Mayer, of course, with our own Julia Borston. Julia, take it away.
Why is that a 1 hour?
Thanks so much, Brian. Gary and Kevin, thanks so much for
Yep,
joining me
there
here
it goes,
today. We have
guys.
so
Look,
much to
90.
discuss with
So
you,
there's
but
a
let's start off with the
10%
news.
gain.
Gary, what is this partnership? Why does it make sense for your
Already up
My mission is to
10%.
make people fall in love with the VFriends characters. If I don't get the world to fall in love with Rare Robot or Patient Panda, then the mission isn't accomplished, and the collectabilities of the original NFTs and other things we do becomes mute. And so teaming up with Kevin and team.
Let's
like
see.
me,
So I'm watching AMD. All right, it is 1:38, almost 2 o'clock.
Just like morning cartoons in the 70s on Saturdays or after school in the 80s or Nickelodeon later. If you don't win in the medium,
Probably head down to 195
YouTube
or
Kids is
so.
the most important
It's just
platform for me.
196, 195 or so. We just
Is
it
teaming
feels
up
like
with Kevin Mayer here. Kevin, you have unique perspective
there's not
on
much
the
volume,
kids
so.
content space, not only because of CoComelon and Moonbug, but also because not only were you at Disney for many years, but you are currently serving as an advisor.
So yeah, that's
to
it.
Bob
195.
Iger, CEO of
That's what we're
Disney.
looking for. That's what I'm looking for. I want to see some
the
volume come in
opportunity
now.
you see here, and why does it make sense to be partnering with Gary?
Well, I think Gary's the best, actually. He's very kind to call Moonbug the best kids media company. And we are. We have a huge presence on YouTube. Some of the biggest YouTube channels in the world are under our Moonbug banner, which is part of our larger Candle Media company. And we think VFriends will fit in really well. It's a little bit older. It skews older at 6 to 11, as you can see here. It's a character universe invented by what I think is one of the foremost.
Shit, man, I already missed it. Damn it.
And social media is really where our IP starts. It starts on YouTube. We expand it to streaming services with film and TV length programming, and then we make a lot of product. You can see some of it behind me here on in the video. It's a content to commerce play that flows right through social media. That's what Candle Media's strategy is. And I think there's no better entrepreneur or media personality or executive than Gary to be our partner in this.
Well, speaking of social media, I have to ask you both about TikTok. Of course, Kevin, you used to be the CEO
Oh,
of
you know what's
TikTok
funny,
for
guys? I
relatively
made some
recent,
food. I
and Gary,
completely
you create
forgot
a
about
lot
it.
of
Shit.
content that's
I'll be right
distributed
back.
Through TikTok and other social platforms. The House is now set to vote on Wednesday, day after tomorrow, in a bill that would give ByteDance about 6 months to divest TikTok or face a ban. Gary, what would this do to you and your business on TikTok?
Well, it's funny. I have this right over my shoulder, a book I have coming out later this year, Day Trading Attention, which is great for this audience. To me, I just focus on where the consumer's attention is. And so whether it's on television or streaming or on specific social networks, all of those hours of attention would have to find a new home. And obviously, I believe Meta and X and others would be big winners of such a reality. Obviously, deciding what to do with TikTok is above my pay grade, and I'll leave that to the politicians. But if it happens, the next day I wake up and I start day trading attention, and I find where that attention went.
So you're going to go where the eyeballs are, Gary. But Kevin used to run this company. I have two questions for you, Kevin. Is one, what do you think will happen? And the second, what do you think should happen? There's been some speculation that Bobby Kotick, who used to run Activision Blizzard, could lead a buyout of TikTok.
Well, I'm not sure what will happen. As Gary just said, it's above my pay grade. Government with the legislature right now. It seems to have passed pretty robustly in committee. Doesn't get more robust than a unanimous, sort of cross-party decision. It seems to unify the two parties. I don't know what will happen when it traverses through the Congress and then the Senate. I guess Biden's administration has said he will sign it if it comes to his desk. So this looks somewhat real. Whether it should happen or not, again, above my pay grade, but I've always had difficulty believing that TikTok posed this sort of the dire national security threat that has been posed by certain people. So I've never been a believer in that, but then again, it's above my pay grade. It's going to be an expensive purchase if there is a buyout. Remember what happened last time? There was also a buyout ordered by Trump via presidential decree. This was not via legislation, so I think it might be different this time around. It was back then. It was a much less expensive asset, and you could see an Oracle or Microsoft teamed up with Walmart. Those are the two buyers last time, you may recall. They had the capability to buy this company. At this point, it is a juggernaut. Is going to the intrinsic value of TikTok is in the hundreds of billions, probably at this point. It's not clear to me who can or would buy it in the first place. Private equity will have a lot of difficulty coming up with that quantum of money. And then again, you still have the problem with the Chinese government perhaps not allowing a sale should it be forced by the U.S. government. That's exactly what happened last time around. They created a new law that put the export of the type of code that TikTok develops needing to have export licenses. And of course, they weren't going to issue those export licenses. So it's a complicated dance among governments, money providers, capital provisioning. It's very difficult. So what will actually happen here if the ban is put into effect? I don't know.
Yeah, well, the other complicated dance going on in your world, Kevin, is this proxy battle with Disney. There's the shareholder meeting coming up. Nelson Peltz is attacking this company. What do you think is going to happen there?
Oh, I think Bob Iger wins this one hands down. I don't think, Nelson over the years has proven to be a really savvy investor, a very, very helpful voice in some boardrooms. I don't think he would be a helpful voice in this boardroom. This is a very specific industry. A lot of specific vertical industry knowledge is required to add value in a boardroom setting like this. I also think it would be highly disruptive. And I also believe that Bob has taken all the steps necessary to right the ship, and it's already becoming obvious not only in the share price, but in the morale of the company, the positioning of the company within the greater entertainment universe. I think that Bob and his key lieutenants, that he has a great team there, have done a remarkable job in repositioning the company for success. And I don't think they need the disruption of a Peltz or the other guys that are in there either. I don't think he needs them, and I think he will win handily.
Well, it'll be a fascinating battle to watch that play out. And Gary, a question for you. Back to this announcement today. Your VeeFriends characters, they're based on NFTs or were originally really connected to the NFTs. We've seen that NFT market really decline. But what's your outlook for the NFT market now? And how important are NFTs to building this franchise with Moonbug and Candle Media?
I was on this program 2 years ago at the height of NFTs saying 99% of NFTs were going to go to zero because 99% of sports cards aren't worth anything. 99% of contemporary art are not collectible. 99% of sneakers and watches and comic books. For me, Series 1 NFT VeeFriends is the holy grail collectible in my world. They're incredibly important. The ability of using the blockchain in the future as it becomes a more mass consumer product is going to be imperative. And I'm excited as we get more clarity on what I can and can't do with the NFTs in the future, play out to navigate those waters and execute on the value. And so to me, getting these characters popular is the next 10, 15, 20 years of my life for sure. And then just like, the first appearance of Batman in Detective Comics or a Mickey Mantle rookie card, forever and ever, the first series NFT VeeFriends with my original sketches is the holy grail collectible. And then obviously there's blockchain technology that allows me to do future things based on how we can really navigate those waters. And so I'm excited about that. And so it's imperative. It is the holy grail collectible of this universe, even though I will make it an omni universe that is featured in films and theme parks and all that. It's fun to be with Kevin and talk about this. The blueprint's out there, and I've got to execute on it.
And now you have this new partnership. We appreciate you joining us to tell us about that and share your perspective on these various industries. Gary Vaynerchuk, Kevin Mayer, thanks so much. And Brian, I'm going to send it back over to you.
All right, Julia, Gary, Kevin, great stuff. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, on deck. One of America's top real estate moguls will join us in what he is seeing from 30 stories above Park Avenue. As we head to break, Check out Excel Energy, getting upgrades from both Barclays and Wolf Research to buy equivalents today. Both firms saying liabilities from massive Texas fires should be less than feared, but they also warn future fire risks will keep shares trading at a discount. By the way, exactly what we warned about in our
All right, gang.
documentary. It's about 12 minutes
All right,
long.
gang.
Rolled
Getting
out 3 weeks
the
ago.
S&Ps to
Go
pull
check it
back
out.
here.
It's
It's
on
2 o'clock.
CNBC.com. The exchange will
Let's
be
see where we are, where this market wants to head.
Christina again. I'm here to tell you about an all-new special offer from my friends at Jacuzzi
Shit,
Bathroom
my bad,
Model
y'all.
that you
My
don't
bad,
wanna
y'all.
miss.
My bad,
You
y'all.
already know, Jacuzzi
My bad,
has
B.
been making
My
water
bad.
feel great for more than 65
Hold
years.
up.
And now they're bringing you this
Hold
special
up.
TV
Wait a
offer.
minute.
We're giving you 50% off
are
installation
ya?
and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi Bathroom Model has a design you'll love at a price
That's
you
a
can
nice
afford. And
rejection
best
of that
all,
pivot
they
low
can
yesterday
install
on the
it in as
SPY
little as 1
from
day.
Friday.
No stress and no mess.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried
Every
I
time
might
I
fall.
stepped over,
I
I
don't
did-
have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous
Mr.
shower
Bomb
that's safe,
.com.
too.
No matter your situation, Jacuzzi Bath
I'm
Remodel
just
has a
kidding.
solution for you. From a safer, easy entry shower with
I
features
voted
like grab
for
bars and a custom
Biden.
seat to keep you feeling
He
comfortable
said he was
and
the best
independent
president.
at home. To a stunning family bath, or how about a luxurious
He said
upgrade
he don't
with a
want no
timeless design
deficits.
that will look great for years to come. Plus, they're built to last with a lifetime warranty.
He said
from
he
an
never
iconic brand
sniffed that
you know you
girl.
can trust.
It was done
Oh.
the same day. We did not have to wait.
It's absolutely perfect. It's exactly what I was dreaming of.
If you haven't already experienced what Jacuzzi Bath Remodel can do for you, your family, and
What
your
a
home,
bummer of a
don't
day,
wait
y'all.
Any longer. Now is the best
Man.
time to call. It's never
So,
been easier. Take
2 trades I
advantage of
missed
this
today.
special TV offer today.
Kind of just like this AMD trade I'm talking to you guys about. I really, it just, you know, came down to me not really believing that much in the volume. And, you know, I don't know. I thought it was a good setup, but it is what it is. It's all good. I'm not worried about it.
That's 800
I am, but, you know, I just,
800-201-4057.
I don't know.
Call now.
I don't know.
We earn your trust, maintain our financial strength and stability, and deliver solutions that meet complex needs. Mass Mutual, partnering with financial professionals, benefits brokers, and institutions.
An Israeli missile strike. Trump has been omnipresent. It's the powerful synthetic substance, fentanyl.
Artificial intelligence.
Razor wire remains up.
Both sides will be willing to have a real conversation. There are new restrictions on border entry.
Once again, look at him lying. He does not do that.
Humanity owes the child the best it has to give.
Economist.
Welcome
Garbage.
back. America's biggest natural gas producer, EQT, was the mystery chart that we just showed you. It's having its worst day in about 2 years. The company announced an all-stock deal to buy back its former pipeline business called Equitrans. Combined companies expect to be worth more than $35 billion and reunites the two after Equitrans was spun out of EQT in 2018. We're going to have more on the deal tonight, a reaction to it. We're joined by EQT CEO Toby Rice. That is live, 7 o'clock Eastern in Last Call. I've heard it's pretty good. Check it out. All right, coming up, the affordability crisis is solvable. That is what one real estate developer says about the housing market. What we need to do to bring prices down is next. According to the Mortgage Bankers Association, commercial real estate lending in 2023 was one for the record books, but not in a good way. It was one of the slowest years. Preliminary data shows loan originations dropping almost 50% last year to about $444 billion, still a big number. This year, not expected to look much better, but despite the tough environment, your next guest was able to secure over $800 million last year for 3 different projects. Joining us now is Mickey Naftali. He's the chairman and CEO of Naftali Group. They build and sell some of the most beautiful buildings in New York and South Florida and a couple in Singapore and things like that. So, Mickey, we spoke like 15 years ago. It's good to see you again.
Thank you for having me.
Is the commercial real estate market for New York, and we'll get to Florida because they're very different things as we know. Is New York back, or will New York still be catching up for years to come?
New York is back big time, and when I say it, I'm referring to the residential sector. And
Not commercial.
Not the commercial sector. And, you know, it's the recovery in New York is quite amazing. 2 years, I sold over $1.5 billion in New York, in Manhattan, and sold out. I have no inventory right now. I'm preparing an inventory on the Upper West Side, Upper East Side, in Brooklyn, in Williamsburg, on the East River.
Yeah, the whole waterfront there.
Yes, correct. But just the market is, as long as you design and develop a really quality product, there's a lot of demand in New York.
You're a builder. We worry about all the empty commercial real estate. Some of these buildings are beautiful. Some of them are ugly, okay?
You're right.
How hard is office building, one that's built 50 years ago, into what you do, or is it better just to buy it, knock it down, and start over?
So it's different. 2000 to 2008, I probably converted buildings to residential use than any other developer in New York. The problem is there is no one solution to all. Some of those commercial buildings, they are very big. The floor plates are very big, which is very difficult to convert to residential because residential is all about light and air, right? How the apartments cannot be too deep and whatever. So there are certain buildings in certain locations that you can convert and certain buildings that you cannot. And perhaps the best is just to demolish them. The biggest problem is that the cost is so expensive that without incentives from the state and the city...
I'm here, guys. My bad.
Dude,
it's crazy how windy it still is.
Downtown after 9/11.
It really is. It's crazy how windy it still is.
That, or is this a New York City council that just doesn't...
It's different.
They're not going to do it.
It's different.
You better watch. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. You need them to be on the side. Yeah, it's and in Florida.
So I'm going to just kind of keep watching what we've been watching.
I'm like, man, that is gorgeous.
Keep our eyes.
And you just wonder. And I love New York City.
You know, I never took this AMD short right here just a couple minutes ago at 89.90 cents, and it's already at $1 something. But you know, that's not really what I'm wanting.
New York, for me, and for what we do for many years,
this was a good setup.
Really fantastic market. But what we do, we follow
as far as like a 15-minute trade line.
Demand in New York. There is a very strong demand in South Florida and mainly in Miami. Anyway, the stretch between Miami and Palm Beach. So we have a very big, a 70-story, 1.5 million square feet project in Miami, which is very exciting. And it's all about the demand. So if you design and develop the right product, and the demand is
so this is what we were looking at, right? This 15-minute chart.
And no sign of Miami demand slowing down.
There is a slowdown. There is a slowdown. But here is the thing. You spoke about
I was thinking of something a little bit ago, but I'm not going to say it.
So construction, we managed to close $850 million last year, but it's very difficult.
See if we get a bounce.
And you can do it. And
see if we get a bounce.
Mickey, don't make it 15 years again.
And try to bounce up here and reject. And see if we can't take that short.
See you at 7 o'clock tonight. Power lunch is next.
Let's see. Let's see what happens there. How's everybody doing today? I want to know. How's everybody doing? Good, great, grand, wonderful, shitty, mad, angry, you lose all your money. That's a shame, bro. Somebody came on yesterday talking about how they have lost everything. I figured it was, you never know it with people if it's a joke or not. But how can you cannot allow yourself to do that. How can you physically allow yourself to get fucked? Like, to get so screwed that you're really just going to, like, what? Like, you might as well go buy drugs and get some type of enjoyment out of it. At least you'll get something out of it. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I just seen that Boeing did just have that news that just came out there. My thoughts on Boeing is I kind of want to just like wait and see really what the markets do. You know, look, we pulled right into that 190 level here. We pulled right in there, and that was one of our targets. But this is what I hate, right? Is when they do the move pre-market. You know, and it's like, you know, so I would honestly, we're in this range now. Now we're in the range. Maybe we can start looking for, you know, possible rejections up here at like 198, 197.50.
SP increases and declares regular quarterly dividend of 17.5 cents per share. That is Echo Sandy Papa, ESP.
So that's going to be like 195, 196.
U.S. Treasury revenue Green Book says
197. Just play the range. I would play the range. I was looking at airlines.
$1 trillion over 10 years.
AAL is sitting on the 50-day, 200-day moving average. All right, so if we do end up getting a break here of this like this pivot high, which it looks like it just did it now. It opened below it, and hold on.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody to Power Lunch. Alongside Contessa Brewer, I'm Tyler Mathisen. Good to have you with us. Coming up, Elon Musk donating billions of dollars of Tesla stock to his own charity, gave the organization money, gave him a big tax break. But a new report says the Musk Foundation has been mostly sitting on the money, not spending it, and that could be a problem for the entrepreneur. We'll explain.
Plus, the science shows that sea levels are rising, but new data shows the ground is also sinking. Why is it happening? How fast? The potential impact. That's all coming up. First, let's get a check now on the markets. You can see the Dow Industrials barely
I'm just listening to this real quick. I don't understand why you think you need to raise so much money. You know, if you don't, I don't know. I'm not even going to go down this path.
Almost 2% there, 1.6% at 860.
The government wants more money.
AMD down about 4%.
Everybody wants more money. That we can't just simply say, as an individual, as a person, Matt, me, Bingo, everybody, you can't just be like, you know what? Here's my budget plan. I'm going $5 million this week. We're gonna raise $5 million, and then we're gonna go do this, that, the third. Like this, it's just another 1.7 trillion, another 7 trillion. I think it was $5 or $7 trillion. Another one, guys. This is crazy. Like, you just skipped. Like, remember this. The great financial crisis, the GFC, was 800 billion. Or no, it was 80 billion. Or it was 800 billion. 800 billion. Right? So, and that's something that we haven't seen in a really long time. That was really bad. And here we are just talking about a budget, no GFC, no great financial crisis, no nothing. Talking about, you know, trillions of dollars. We're going to be at 30, 40 trillion. You're going to start seeing those numbers. 100,000 trillion. If that even makes sense. Like, this stuff's getting insane, man.
Market. Put it broad retreat. One of the amazing things that I see in
my
notes is that from the lows back.
But yeah, I would play the range there on Boeing. They just keep taking the move away from us. I'd like to short the bounces, but I feel like Boeing's got due for a bounce. these airlines like American Airlines. Hold on, let me hear this real quick.
The low where it traded, 11, 12 years earlier. But yeah, 16.7% total return annualized over that period of time. Now, I did look back. There have been stretches
Just
of
like the
15
market
years
hasn't
that
really
have been
moved
a little
today.
bit better than that, but not too many. So it should inform how you, I guess, form your expectations for what returns can be over the next decade. Probably not nearly as good. Doesn't mean we go right down, though.
All right, Mike Santoli, thanks very much.
Maybe we should be grateful for the growth we've seen. Our next guest.
I wouldn't mind seeing a bounce on Boeing, but I don't know. I just don't know. I got to be honest. I don't know what they're trying to do with this thing. It's just.
It's great to see you. So, if this is the economic sweet spot, how
I
do
don't
we
know.
position
This one,
portfolios
Boeing's
to
tricky.
take advantage of that, just smooth sailing.
To me, it feels like
think
it
that
could
there
have
are
a
some
little bit of a
headwinds, and
bounce,
I do think
but
we're going to see some bumps. You can't go from 6, 7, 8% and have a linear return. Think about the return; it would be just way too high. Mike talked about a 16% return since the lows. The average is what for the last 100 years? 10%. So I think what now this rotation that we're seeing is very healthy. This is a good rotation. It's broadening out. It makes sense. And we don't know when the Feds are going to move. We don't know, but we don't think that they're going to raise rates. And if they're not going to raise rates, and we have pretty good employment right now, very good employment, I like this. I think we should hedge, though. I don't think we should be fully aggressive with our portfolio. I like a little bit of a hedge here.
Hedge for what and how?
Yeah, so some of the simplest ways
What do you
to
mean
hedge
hedge
and
for
talk to your
what?
advisors, you can use options very, very effectively. Now to say, I want to have a little bit of downside protection. You usually give up a little bit of upside, but again, you make money by not losing money first. Have a little bit of hedge. I also like hedges by finding where the opportunities are. There's opportunity. We were just listening to a real estate expert. There's a lot of credit. There's a lot of debt coming due. And not all of these speculators are going to be able to keep their portfolios and keep their real estate. They're coming due at much higher interest rates. And I think some of the opportunities in real estate makes a lot of sense right now.
But if certain sectors of real estate are going to face a debt cliff, so to speak, how do you differentiate between the ones that are going to be able to get through where you might want to put your money and the ones that are vulnerable to those higher rates at which they'll have to refinance?
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity to keep your powder dry and watch as this millions and billions, potentially trillions of dollars of debt refinances. And be able to be very, very selective with it. I like multifamily very much right now. There's not a lot of new building. You're not seeing a lot of construction. It's hard to get the banks to lend. All of that is lending to a long-term, another macro trend that makes sense. So keep your powder dry. Look at
apartment builders and REITs that do that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
That's what you're talking
Yes.
about.
Either you can go directly into the private equity real estate, or you look at the REIT sector, which is, by the way, underperformed the broader for many of the reasons that we know. Rates have been going up.
What about, and we heard Mike talk about this briefly, but those
Yo,
mega-cap names
I almost took a
so
long.
much
I almost
growth
took a long on
coming
the
from
Spy
and
Whiz.
where that's
I
heading
almost
this
did it.
Again, it's a
Kind of just hanging out though.
The fact that you have,
You know, we really haven't moved. You
A
know,
lot of that is tied to
410 or 510.45, and here we are at 511. We've moved 15 cents, so I don't feel so bad.
And the broadening out.
I don't feel so bad for not taking that trade. I'm still watching AMD. I'm still watching AMD. There were a few. Sorry, I know I got this one.
It tells you.
There were a few little opportunities there to get some percentages down. AMD early in the morning, I really missed that one. Just because, like, it took me too long to get this trade on. It was just weird because it paid like really well. I know you don't trade options, Wiz, but this right here is my swag. No, I'm just playing. This double top here, so from 203 to 197 was, I think, what was it, like 180 to 300 or $3, $1.80 to 300 or $3. something like that.
The market's the big driver.
Like they just paid so quick, and I'm like, whoa, what is going on here? And that was for the 190 puts. I was a bit slow to get in it, and then once it because it moved, and then like it was sitting up over $2, and I'm like, I can't, you know what I mean. You guys know me. I can't just sit there after watching something be $1.80 and think I'm going to pay $2.10 and pay up 20, 30, 40 cents a contract on that. It's not how I roll. I just can't do it because I know what it does, right? It just, I wouldn't be able to manage it correctly. I'm already getting emotional because I'm already thinking about that I'm paying up for it, and you know, it's just, I say, you know what? If I see something, I like it, I throw it on. Just like this little trade here as well. 15-minute rejection of the 9 EMA. This was a really nice opportunity that could have been had that I was talking about. Right here. On this right there. That entry, literally right there on that candle. It gave you like the ones I was looking at, like, you know, it all depends on what contracts, but they gave you a little 10%, 15% move. I still think you can get 196. Baby, come here. ES is rolling over today. We are swing highs on ES, just chilling. We're not even moving though. Hold on. Okay, come here. Come on. Come here, baby. Come on. The little girl got to come up and say hi and hang out with us. Hold on 1 second. And I'm with you there, Wiz. I think that the SPY is going to like this 50. Come on, girlfriend. Go ahead. You're fine. Yeah, like you said, the previous swing high is up there at 512. We'll see. I mean, look, we can't deny the fact that we held this level here. We can't deny this.
And Treasury officials say he's allocating an additional $104 billion to the IRS to strengthen enforcement of the tax.
What is going on here?
White House officials say their plan would raise almost $5.5 trillion in fiscal.
So here they are talking it
With
about
roughly
again,
half the
guys.
extra tax revenue coming from corporations and half from high net worth individuals. Now, guys, usual caveats apply. These are just proposals, but they do show us where the White House's priorities are, especially as we get closer to 2025.
So we did hold Wiz though 508.50. Keep that in mind.
So let me ask you this, Megan.
We do have a bit of increase in volume to the
This will
sell
apply
side,
to the
but
2025 budget year, which begins in September of this year. So that is 6
we do got to
months
get
away
above
from now.
512.
Do you think there is
508,
any
512?
way
That's our
that
range right now.
Much or even any of what these revenue raisers
I think it's going to come down to
get passed
CPI.
into law?
Certainly not right now, right? I mean, we're still talking about the last budget in Congress. So we're not anywhere close to this happening right now, but I do think this sets a really important marker as we get closer to the 2024 election. If we're talking about what's on the line, this is what's on the line. If Democrats really do well in Congress, if President Biden is able to keep control of the White House, then we know exactly where they're going to be looking. They have a lot more places they want to spend money, so they're going to be looking to raise those taxes on corporations and on wealthy individuals in order to pay for it.
Megan, thank you very much for the update. Appreciate that.
All right, coming up, no charitable trust in Elon Musk. The Tesla CEO runs one of the largest charities
Oh,
in the country,
Lordy.
yet gives away
So how's everybody
less
doing
than the
today?
bare and required minimum to
How you
receive
guys
a
doing?
tax break. The reporter who uncovered that
Oh,
story
yes.
joins us next. Plus, parts of the East Coast sinking at an alarming rate. The details
What
when
is
Power
going on
Lunch
here?
returns.
Yeah, watch that level. I see what you're saying, Wiz. I see what you're saying. Let's see if this pullback right here, if it can hold on this pullback. We're pulling into it right now. See if we can hold that. Come on. Why are you going crazy? Come on. Dude. Oh my goodness. You're okay. Because we could look for a bounce here and take this right to... I gotta be honest. I think we could take it right to 518.99. Long right there. Bang. Long right into that. You know what? I would wait for VWAP. I gotta be honest. I would wait for VWAP. But I still think this flat top resistance here could be a good level. You do have a little bit of a head and shoulders forming here. So I would kind of just... You know, I could see being patient, but I would look, it's trying to bounce too. That's what I'm saying. Like, me personally, I would have liked to have taken that I would have liked to have bought that dip. But it's not about what I like. It's about what the chart tells us. And the chart tells us to wait for the VWAP, the pullback to VWAP. Look. And look at the candle coming in. Look at that. Look at that. It's going to take back that move, I'm telling you. I think that's where we're headed. I do. I think we're headed back to 519, 520. The volume is really low, unfortunately. We're going to take a clearly weak break this week. Oh, I hear ya. That's cool, bro. That's what's up. At least you have the, some people don't have that in them. Some people don't have that in them. All right, I'm going to throw this CNBC back on, and I'm just going to run through some charts.
Making billions in tax-deductible donations to his own philanthropy, the charity apparently gave away
Abby, you're killing
less
me,
than
girl.
the minimum required amount in
You're
recent
killing
years,
me.
and Mr. Musk
She's
may have
just,
to pay the price.
she's okay. She's laying here, but her tail, it's like when I go to move my mouse, it's like her tail, she just keeps hitting me with her tail.
And crunches the numbers
She's
on
laying in
how
the sun on my
Musk's
desk.
Donations often support the billionaire's own interests.
You guys can probably hear
the
the
authors of that piece,
hear her
David
tail
Fairholt.
kind of just
He's an
tapping
investigative
on the
reporter for the New
desk.
York Times who covers nonprofits.
You get
Mr.
ready to
Fairholt,
fall
welcome.
asleep.
Good to see you. Let me make sure I unpack your story correctly. I found it to be a fascinating story, by the way. One is that Mr. Musk has given a large slug, I guess, of stock and other capital to a foundation that he is one of the key board members of, that he controls. There's nothing wrong with that. Isn't that what Bill Gates does with the Gates Foundation?
That's
Sorry,
right. There's nothing wrong with giving a lot of money, or in this case, appreciated Tesla stock to a foundation that's got your name on it, or a foundation that you run, or in this case, both.
But the problem
Tesla,
arises because there is a requirement that that foundation expend a certain percentage of its capital every year. How much did Mr. Musk put into the foundation, and how much has it spent?
He put in about $7 billion worth of Tesla stock. And you're right. When you put money into a foundation that you run, you're basically giving yourself a job. You're giving yourself a responsibility. The tax law requires that every foundation give away about 5% of its assets every year. That's to keep you from just stockpiling money in your foundation and not helping the world. And so in this case, the Musk Foundation was required to give $350 million in 2022, which is the last year for which we have numbers. And they only gave away about 160. In fact, right now, or at least as the end of 2022, they were $234 million behind where they should have been in terms of the money that they should have given out, which was the fourth largest of any foundation in the country.
In the nonprofit world, how common is that, David?
It's not very common. I mean, there's no immediate penalty for it. You get a year-long grace period to give that money away. But as I said, it's very, very uncommon for foundations to have that much money short, to have that kind of shortfall.
This would be kind of like a pension plan that is not putting in enough to cover its benefits. So,
Guys, I'm thinking
to cover its
about
benefits, they have a shortfall
let's
there.
see
And
if
do they have
Tesla
time? You just said that they have
tries
time
to
make
reject
it up. In other
VWAP
words,
here.
if you have a deficit in 2022, you might get
You know,
another
you
year
don't
to
have
make
much
good
room to the
on that
downside
5% that you owe.
up to this 90 MA, but what I'm
That's right. In 2023,
seeing is
they had that year to
you,
give away
you're
the
seeing this
$234
area
million
is getting
that
ready
they
to
had
start
left
this
over. They
this
owed
area
from
right
2022,
there.
plus the 5% for 2023.
It could start to
and if at the end
squeeze.
of 2023 they hadn't given away their shortfall from the year before, they'd owe a
So-
30% penalty tax to the IRS.
Well, of the money that the charity's giving away, what's it going to?
About half, as far as we could tell, about half of it has gone to things that are associated with Mr. Musk himself. For instance, after one of his rockets blew up in South Texas near the SpaceX launch site, an hour later he started announcing donations from the Musk Foundation to schools and downtown beautification in that area. In another
She's
instance, he had a
killing
customer
me
who
with
paid
her
him
tail.
to rent a SpaceX rocket and
Abby
be flown into
is.
orbit. As part of that space flight, the customer said, "I'm going to raise."
I try to
$200
move it
million
on my
for
notebook.
St.
She
Jude's.
just brings her
The
tail
rocket
over.
lands, and they
She
haven't
said,
gotten
"Daddy, I
$200
just
million.
want to know
They're
that you're
short.
there with my
Musk
tail."
kicks in $55 million from the Musk Foundation to get his customer over that charitable pledge. A few months later, the same customer orders 3 more flights from SpaceX. He also used the money to start schools or build schools that are located right next to his business operations in rural areas, basically to provide schooling for his employees' children.
And some of those children who benefited from that school were, in fact, his own children, correct?
Shit.
That's right. The first year that he started this school called the Ad Astra School, it was when SpaceX was still located in California, and he was still located in California. Of the school's first 14 students, 5 of them were his own children.
How closely is the board involved in the decisions about where to donate money and whether to donate money?
Well, it's important to know who the board is. So the Musk Foundation, despite its very large size, has no paid staff. It only has 3 board members who are all volunteers. There's Mr. Musk himself, there's his money manager, Jared Birchall, and there's a woman who works for the money manager. So it's him and 2 of his very closest employees. Collectively, they work 2 hours and 6 minutes per week on the foundation. So we asked all 3 board members, including Mr. Musk, how does that work? You know, does the board meet? Do they ever challenge you, or do they ever challenge Mr. Musk and ask him, do you really want to give money to that? And they didn't respond. But as you can tell, he seems to have a very outsized influence on where the money goes.
Has he responded?
No, we sent him a lot of questions last week, and he has not responded yet.
So let me ask one more final question here. If he is in deficit, or the charity is in deficit, not he, if he is in deficit of spending the amount that is required, what kind of penalty would he face? In other words, if he's in arrears on what he should be spending, presumably he's claimed a tax deduction against income for the amount of the donation. So what would he owe?
Yes, so he has a year to give away the 2022 shortfall. If he didn't do that by the end of 2023, he would face first a 30% penalty tax from the IRS on whatever the remaining shortfall was, whatever was left over from 22 and not given over in 23. And then if he still didn't give it away, even after paying that 30% shortfall, he would owe a 100% penalty tax. And so the IRS would basically confiscate all the money that he had failed to give away.
Eye-opening. David Farenholt, thank you for joining us and explaining the reporting. Further ahead, former President Donald Trump weighs in on TikTok, making a bit of a U-turn on his previous stance. We have details in today's Tech Check, and we will be right back.
I cannot wait to get some sleep tonight. It was like a rough night last night with all the wind and stuff. Like right now the cable's still not on. I don't know. So we'll see what the afternoon brings. See what the afternoon brings, and we'll see if we can't hunt down some names. There was a fire at the Exxon plant or something somewhere. That was news that was breaking a little while ago. So Intel is green. Nvidia starting to turn red. So this is what we want to see. We want to start looking for divergence. You want to start looking for divergence. Abby, you're freaking killing me, boo-boo. You really are.
NBC.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. The bond market looking ahead to tomorrow's CPI report. Let's bring in Rick Santelli for more on today's action. And how was the auction received, Rick?
Yes, Contessa. Well, on the first bout of that, we are looking at rates creeping up going into tomorrow's CPI, and the 3-year note auction, 56 billion of them went quite well. Looking at intraday of 3-year notes, and you could see right around 1 Eastern was one of the few buying sprees that pushed yields lower, and it was very short-lived. As you can see, we're revisiting the high yields pretty much on every maturity in front of tomorrow's CPI. Now, if you go to a 1-month chart, you can see that 3-year notes on Friday closed at a 1-month low yield. But boy, they came back very much like all maturities have. And what's fascinating, if you look at a year-to-date chart of 3-year, we've had 49 trading sessions. Only 3 have closed below 4.01%, which is where they ended last year. Now, let's switch gears to foreign exchange. The Bank of Japan meets on the 18th and 19th. They may raise rates and end zero interest rate policy. So we are now on pace for the 5th lower close of the dollar index against the yen. And as you look at the chart, you can see they closed at the lowest level. That is the dollar in favor of the Japanese yen since February 1st on Friday. Tyler, back to you.
All right, Mr. Santelli, thank you very much. Let's get to Julia Borston now for a CNBC News update.
Tyler, House Republicans are releasing a report today trying to undermine the special committee on the January 6th riot at the Capitol and a star witness. They claim their report will prove Cassidy Hutchinson's account of the former president's actions that day were not corroborated by 4 other White House employees. The former White House staffer testified she heard Trump got into a physical altercation with his lead Secret Service agent after the president was told he could not join his supporters at the Capitol. Back to the president's budget proposal. The Biden administration is seeking $43 million in funding from Congress to help solve the country's air traffic controller shortage. It comes as the agency warns fatigue and mandatory
I was gonna say,
overtime
no.
contributing to more close
It's
calls
a
at
hell of a
American
lot more than
airports.
that.
And Airbnb responding to privacy concerns with a new policy on security cameras. The short-term rental site is banning hosts across the globe from using cameras indoors. Previously, Airbnb allowed them in common areas. Outdoor security cameras are still permitted. Back over to you.
All right, Julia, thank you very much. Well, a new study reveals that not only is the East Coast sinking, but it's sinking at a faster rate than water levels are rising. So what's the cause? We'll take a look at the rising risks next.
Anyone think Intel get a pop up here to 45.65? That'd be nice. That'd be pretty cool. We had the 50-day up there, but I think this is a nice little level here. You guys could see Intel get to right there. What is that? 45.50. Let's see what happens here. You might have a little bit of a rally. You might have a little one ahead of you coming up here.
Groundbreaking new study shows we
30-minute
may be more at risk
chart.
from sea level rise than we think, and that could have profound impacts on real estate infrastructure and the U.S. economy. Senior climate correspondent Diana Oleg explains in her continuing
I think it's a
series
low
on
volume
rising
push.
risks from climate change.
And
Hi,
then the
Diana.
rejection.
Hey, Contessa. Yeah, we know that as the Earth warms and glaciers melt, sea level rise will increase. But we're now learning of another harmful effect of climate change that could make it even worse. This is what Baltimore, Maryland looked like in early January after a heavy rainstorm. But it doesn't always take a storm for the city to flood. So-called nuisance flooding is increasing, not just because the sea is rising.
What they're not telling you is that
more than doubling the potential damage.
So in this area,
this thing should they should flood and bury Baltimore and that whole part of Maryland.
You know, when you have nuisance flooding, it's basically saying when you think of the flooded, you know,
Abby,
some people can't get to
come on.
businesses or they can't get to work.
Coastal Baltimore is sinking by more than 2 millimeters
Good.
per year.
Good.
To me and you, that doesn't seem like a lot. By any
Nope,
means.
I'm happy.
But
Get rid
what
of it.
becomes an issue is
It's
when
trash.
It's not uniform, and you can have building foundation sinking faster than the other side of
trash.
the building, and that's where you'll see the
Abby!
foundation is not stable.
Why are you
And
hitting
coastal land is
stuff?
sinking around the world, especially
Huh?
on the east
Why are
coast
you
of the
hitting stuff
US,
with your
from New
tail
York
so
to
hard?
Norfolk,
Were you
according to a new
mad?
study from Virginia Tech and the U.S. Geological Survey. In some areas, it's sinking as much as 5 millimeters a year. Sea level rise is about 3 millimeters a year.
We expect to have a doubling of the frequency of flooding.
Shirzai and his team used space-based radar satellites to build digital maps of land over many years in order to see where it's sinking most. They then built the first high-resolution maps of this, showing East Coast land sinking anywhere from 2 to 5 millimeters a year, affecting more than 2 million people and 800,000 properties.
The study says that when you add the sinking of the land to sea level rise, it actually doubles the frequency of flooding and cuts in half the amount of time
She's
that
at the
both
Inner
cities
Harbor on
and coastal
Baltimore.
residents have to prepare.
I always wanted an office in that building right there. I always looked at that building and said, yeah, that'd be a cool office. I'm up and away from
Areas
Baltimore,
including
but I'm
New
on the
York's
water.
JFK and LaGuardia airports are seeing land sink at more than 2 millimeters a year. And why is land sinking?
Yeah,
Climate change is causing drought,
they
forcing
need-
us to pump more groundwater and to build more dams to store water.
In terms of groundwater extraction, that, is primarily one of the reasons why Baltimore is sinking.
Baltimore is surrounded by more than half a dozen dams, which reduce the supply of sediment going to the coast, thereby causing the land to sink.
I don't believe that.
Even as water becomes more scarce, Sherzai says we need to mitigate the sinking of the land in the next decade, or it will severely impact the integrity of buildings and infrastructure.
It would affect bridges, pipelines, railways, runways of airport, and that would translate into trillions of dollars loss and cost of the repair.
All right, so what do we do? Well, there are
You
several
let it
options.
sink,
One, you could
especially
recycle water
Baltimore.
by treating wastewater
Let it
and
go.
sewage, or put
Get
wider
rid of it.
restrictions on water usage, especially in landscaping. Then capturing
Along
rain
with,
and banking it better. In fact, one project in
whatever
Virginia
other
is
place that I
pumping
haven't been
groundwater
to that's
back
just like
into
Baltimore.
aquifers and treating it in wastewater plants. Whatever the option, though, the sinking needs to stop. Back to
No,
you
it
guys.
doesn't.
All
It
right,
needs to
Diana,
go a
thank you
little
very
bit
much.
quicker.
Diana Olick reporting. Let's go a little bit deeper now on the sinking East Coast and the groundwater depletion that is helping to cause it. Joining us now is one of the
Oh, they're
authors
gonna
of that
they're gonna
paper,
have people
Patrick
being brought
Barnard,
in
a
on
climate
this.
and coastal
Oh
research
my
director
God.
at the U.S. Geological Survey, and Cheryl Norton, Chief Operating Officer of East Coast Water East Coast Water Provider, American Water. Patrick, welcome, and Cheryl, thank you for joining us as well. Patrick, let me start with you. I believe Diana said in her report that one of the reasons why the land seems to be sinking is that we are pumping more groundwater out of the land. Am I understanding that correctly? And why are we having to pump more groundwater out?
Because there's more people.
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, we need, water
And you're building more
resources for
homes.
drinking, for irrigation, for industrial uses, and so one of the main sources is pumping water out of the ground. And when we do that, we're essentially compressing the pore spaces in the sediment, and the land settles through time. And that's one of the driving factors. Similarly, when we pump oil and gas out of the ground, it has the same issue. We're basically taking fluids out of the ground, and that ground compresses over time, and the ground lowers. And we see a lot of that, especially the groundwater side along the East Coast.
Why did we not need to pump out as much groundwater in the past than we do today? Is it because of drought or what?
It's a confluence of factors. Obviously our cities are getting larger. We have more of a demand for natural resources, and water being sort of order one for what we need. And, we get water out of rivers, and we get water out of the ground, and these are resources that
You also have to build homes too.
These urban centers.
Cheryl, we heard some solutions from Diana there, including recycling wastewater. How feasible is that to start those changes and do it soon?
Yeah, Contessa, it really is very feasible. In fact, we've done that in a number of locations. We've done both the aquifer recharge as well as reuse of water. So basically, people use water, it goes to the wastewater treatment facility, they clean it up very good, and then you can reuse that for things such as
I don't think
irrigation and
that's
just
not where
not
a
necessarily
lot
for
of the
drinking.
pumping
In a lot
comes
of
from.
cases, you can't get there quickly for drinking water, but you certainly can get there
It's
quickly
not
to
about
use it for
drinking
irrigation
water
and other
and
purposes, which
you
can take a
know,
lot of water.
you can have a little bit for
Certainly,
showers and
there
stuff
are
like that,
places where
but
that's already happening. Orange County, California, for instance, has the
I
technology
think a
in
lot
place
more of
to
it is
recycle
due to like
wastewater into drinking
building
water,
all
and they've
these
already
new
started
homes
it.
and stuff
What about the other
in that
parts
area, the whole
Diana's
Northeast,
story mentioned,
because
the fact
people
that
are leaving
the
New
dams,
Jersey,
for instance,
New
are
York,
keeping sediment
and
from
going
being
down to like
deposited in the
these
deltas.
tax-free places.
Yes, the dams will hold the sediment back, and so you have to manage that well so that you can either release the sediment very slowly, or you have to do dredging to clean out the sediment behind those dams. In some cases, the dams will fill all the way up, and you have to either take the dams down or do an extensive project to remove that sediment.
I don't know which of you would rather take this question, so I'll let you have a jump ball and fight over it. We clearly waste a tremendous amount of water, leaving the faucet running while we're rinsing dishes or brushing our teeth or whatever. But there is also the loss or leakage of water because of deficient infrastructure. We must lose millions and millions of gallons every minute to that. Can one of you comment on that?
Yeah, I can jump in there. To be honest, we lose across the U.S. about 6 billion gallons of water per day from infrastructure that's not up to where it should be. And there's a huge gap in infrastructure needs across the U.S. In fact, the American Society of Civil Engineers would rate the drinking water infrastructure as a C plus. And so that's really very the water in the U.S. And so it requires each individual system. There are about 52,000 water systems across the U.S., and it requires each of those systems. So consolidation could be a real help there to try to utilize similar resources to provide water to multiple communities instead of each community trying to provide it themselves. That makes the infrastructure investment very challenging.
The most affected cities I see here: Boston, Atlantic City, New Jersey, Wilmington, Charleston, Savannah. Particular risks in the Chesapeake Bay area, Savannah, and New York City. We saw New York City firsthand when Superstorm Sandy came in, and those low-lying areas were inundated and really and left out of function for more than a year. Patrick, where does the tipping point come?
Yeah, we built up these societies, these urban centers so close to the coastal margin. So we're really on this razor thin edge between the land and the ocean. And, with sea level rising, at a rate of about a foot a year right now, we expect to get about about a foot a century. We expect to get about 3 feet of sea level rise by the end of the century in total. But then if the land is also going down at a comparable rate, we can see double the amount of sea level rise effectively in places like New York City. And when we look at the flood probability, about every 2 to 4 inches of relative sea level rise doubles the flood risk. And so, we're really right near that tipping point right now. We've seen this, and we have especially amplified during storms, what can happen when you have sea level rise, land sinking, and then a storm on top of that.
Patrick, will this sinkage and the rising of the sea of waters mean ultimately that buildings that have been built, right, as you say, on the margin, whether it's Alexandria, Virginia, or whether it's Long Island City, New York, or it's Boston Harbor, are those buildings going to be unusable? They're going to have to be torn down? What?
Well, it's going to be a challenge. We have to think about how we're going to build resilient coastal communities and incorporate the risk that is here now and that is coming. We're going to have sea level rise. We're going to have storms. We're going to have more subsidence, and all those factors have to be taken into account so we can engineer, protect, these cities to be more effective as we move forward.
Thank you so much, Patrick Barnard and Cheryl Norton. It's interesting, Tyler, because we didn't even touch on there what the insurance implications are if you have buildings going on. We already know that
on these risky areas.
Coastal United States is already problematic when it comes to property insurance, and that is a red flag warning, I would say. Yeah. Still ahead, TikTok's pain, Facebook's gain. Former President Trump says a ban on Gen Z's favorite social media platform could put too much power in Meta's court. That hasn't always been his stance, though. We'll have more details in today's Tech Check. That's next.
We're getting ready to come into Power Hour, gang. All right, so just give it a couple minutes and we will do what it does. Moderna, Excel, Duolingo, a lot of our movers today. I keep seeing NVIDIA, but in my opinion, it hasn't really done anything. So I don't know why they keep talking about NVIDIA. As far as today, it hasn't done anything. Declined 1.2% on Monday, so the stock is down. And I think it's still down too from when I was looking at it. So I'm sorry for a boring show today, guys. We did cover Oracle earnings. Just really tired tonight. I'm gonna get some sleep. And really get to get into managing some risk. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to start writing down some options for tomorrow and writing down the cost of how much some of tomorrow options are, Wednesday options, not Thursday, but tomorrow and Friday. I should say Wednesday, Tuesday. Yeah, we'll do Tuesday and Friday. because I want to know what the options are today and when they close, what the volume is and open interest is, and then as we go into tomorrow versus what I think the markets can do. So yeah, it's just the market's really slow and it's putting me to sleep too. It's really boring. But, I can't see the market making any type of big move before or ahead of the CPI number. So, I wonder if we could play both ends of this thing. Would it make sense to do that? I think we have enough room on each side of the trade where we probably could. So, I would watch this level up here. Like your 512 for like for puts, okay? And then if you are able to get like a little bit of a sell-off, I think you missed your upside. We should have already been in the calls. We should have already been in the calls down here at like 508.50. Is what it is. Maybe we look at a stock. You could also do that too. You want to make sure the numbers work out. You want to make sure you got a real solid chance, though, too.
A new bipartisan effort to crack down
it doesn't really help just going long and going short. You got to kind of time it.
Former President Trump, who led the original push for the ban,
it's not that easy. But
when he weighed in on Squawk Box earlier today,
I was at the point where I could have gotten it done if I wanted to. I sort of said, you guys decide, you make that decision, because it's a tough decision to make. Frankly, there are a lot of people on TikTok that love it. There are a lot of young kids on TikTok who will go crazy without it. There are a lot of users. There's a lot of good, and there's a lot of bad with TikTok. But the thing I don't like is that without TikTok, you can make Facebook bigger. And I consider Facebook to be an enemy of the people, along with a lot of the media.
Deirdre Bosa joins us now for today's Tech Check. Pick up on that thought, Dee.
Hey, Tyler. Yeah, I mean, it is just such a massive about face. I remember in 2020 when President Trump spearheaded the TikTok threat and started banning.
Wow, I was talking the whole time, I think, and the mic was off.
The question is,
oh,
why
shit.
is he changing the stance right now?
It's all good. It's whatever.
It with Facebook. It's interesting. Some have speculated that President Trump himself and some MAGA content has actually been sort of suppressed on Facebook, and it gets a lot of play on TikTok, even if his campaign isn't posting directly itself. A lot of his speeches, a lot of his content gets clipped and posted there. And as he said, people go crazy for TikTok. It is a younger demographic, some 150 million users here in the United States. It's where a lot of that demographic gets their news. So it is in his interest, especially leading up to the election, for his content to be on there and also to take a stance against Facebook. But I think the speed at which this ban is once again in the news and coming up to another vote in the Senate has sort of caught everyone a little bit off guard, right? There's always been this undertone. It's always been a bipartisan issue. But the timeline from here, it's all happening, I think, quicker than many had expected. The bill will go to the House and then to the Senate and then to President Biden's desk for signing. If you wonder where TikTok could fight back, it could challenge the legality around the First Amendment, saying that it's a violation of free speech. So there's still some ways to get there. And we've been here before. How difficult would it actually be? Could it sell to an American like Bobby Kotick if he can raise the funding? Those are all questions that we're going to encounter in the coming weeks.
Very interesting. Are there other foreign owners of major internet social media sites?
So TikTok was kind of this phenomenon because until TikTok, there wasn't a big Chinese company that had made major inroads into the American market. Now, not social media, but Temu and Shein, right? These are huge e-commerce players that have successfully captured American consumers. So you have to wonder, back in 2020, President Trump talked about banning TikTok and WeChat, but the more relevant conversation today may be what happens to Temu and Shein, which has collected a lot of American user engagement. But it's the whole question around, do you ban Chinese apps? That's what they do to our companies over there. Or do American consumers who love to use them, do they use the great firewall, the great VPN to get beyond and use these apps that they enjoy?
You know, it's interesting too, because you mentioned those Temu and Shein. The young users there, those who are being accustomed to using platforms that originate in China, that's where they really proliferate. Deirdre, thank you. Appreciate it. Still ahead, shares of EQT off nearly 10% after the company struck a near $6 billion deal to buy back Equitrans midstream. Our three-stock lunch trader tells us how he's playing that name and more next. And as we celebrate Women's Heritage Month, we're sharing stories of some of our newly named CNBC Changemakers, an annual list of 50 women who are innovating and transforming business. Here's Upward CEO and co-founder Jessica Chang.
I think moms, well, especially moms, we are able to balance so much in life. And that ability to balance actually makes us really good leaders. I could be on a conference call, my kids could be barfing on the side, and I have to stay still and say, let's look at the projections and financials. And quite frankly, we just need more women.
Download the app.
Time for today's three-stock lunch, taking a look at some of the movers. Here with our trades is CNBC contributor Michael Farr, Chief Market Strategist with Hightower Advisors and President and CEO of Farr, Miller & Washington. Great to see you today, Michael. We have Meta up first. Morgan Stanley reiterates the stock is overweight, citing AI as the top-line driver. But today on Squawk Box, former President Donald Trump called Facebook an enemy of the people. Shares went down nearly 4% today. What's your trade?
Enemy of the people, that sounds kind of strong to me.
Look, Meta has been a fabulous company. They've executed really well, but they've also caught the real surge of this AI tidal wave, not the generative AI, the other AI. All-time highs, even got above $500 a share, up 37% for the year. I mean, here we are. It's not even March 15th, and they're up 37%. So I think, look, the company's not going anywhere. It's a very powerful tech company. A lot of people have profits. I would be trimming those profits. I would not be investing new money today in Meta. Wait for a pullback. The rule is to sell high and buy low. This is all-time high, still in that range.
All righty, let's move to EQT. Michael, shares down 9% today. Natural gas producers agreed to buy back its former pipeline business, Equitrans Midstream, for $5.5 billion in stock, latest in a wave of mega deals in oil and gas. You like it or not?
I don't like it. There are a couple of different reasons. I think in time this could work out. I really do. But as a price and a trade or an investment, I don't want to catch a falling knife here, Tyler. I want to wait till it bounces and hits the ground. Price of natural gas has fallen in half here, trading about half of where it was, around $1.76 now. That's not helping. Now, they know this pipeline they're rebuying. They know what they can do with it. But Wall Street didn't like the price. It's not going to work well on the balance sheet. So I'm going to wait. I would not buy it here. And I don't own it, so I don't have to worry about selling it. But I think you certainly get this one cheaper.
Michael, here's a stock you picked, Valmont Industries. Shares roughly flat today, down 30% or so in a year. Why are you bullish on this stock?
Yeah, Contessa, I've liked this stock for a long time. And I guess as much as anything, from where I started to buy it, I've just made a lot of money in it. And I'm a buy-to-hold guy. I don't trade stuff a lot. So I still have great profits in this company. And the company's continued to execute. Infrastructure spending and agriculture. You take that with a Fed that at some point here is going to be lowering rates. Money's a little more accommodative. We've got more spending still coming on infrastructure, money that's already been allocated that's going to get spent, and more on agriculture. I think this company's a well-managed company. They've been through a CEO change. I like management. I like what they're doing. Yeah, maybe they got ahead of themselves, but longer term, I think they execute, they grow. And this company, I think, certainly from these levels, you make money.
You like it, you own it. It's down 7% so far this year, 28% over the past 12 months. Does that make you wobble a little bit about your ownership of it?
Every time something goes down, Tyler, I wobble. I mean, I'm human too. But when I wobble on this one, I would wobble towards buying more of it, to increasing my position where I didn't have a full position. For new clients at the firm, I'll take new positions in Valmont. Now, also, I tend to buy a 2 to 3% new position in any stock. So when a stock pulls back, it's not going to kill my overall portfolio. I limit my risk and I manage through. It's still considered a concentrated portfolio with 30 names in a portfolio or so. But I like this name. I'm going to hold on to it. I would tend to buy.
Fantastic. All right, supporter. Thank you, Michael. Still ahead, North Carolina sports betting just went live. We're going to give you the details on books that are open for business when Power Lunch returns. Welcome back to Power Lunch, just in time for March Madness. Mobile sports betting launches today in North Carolina. Competition's fierce, but notably Penn Entertainment's newly rebranded sportsbook ESPN Bet out of the starting gates alongside its bigger competitors, FanDuel, DraftKings, BetMGM, and Caesars and others. We'll have to wait and see who grabs the market
There'll be
share
a
there.
lot of March Madness action down on Tobacco Road. I promise you that. Thanks for watching Power Lunch.
Closing bell starts now.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with the state of stocks and whether the rally is changing shape from leaders to laggards, from an NVIDIA and Meta market to an Apple and Alphabet one. We're going to ask our experts over this final stretch, including top tech insider Lo Tony. In the meantime, your scorecard with 60 minutes to go and regulation looks like this. An eye towards tomorrow morning CPI is clearly what seems to be driving trading in today's session. No big bets being made either way. Rates holding steady after a midday bond auction. And then there is NVIDIA. It's always notable. It is once again as we watch that stock closely following its big Friday fall. Some key earnings in overtime tonight, including Oracle. We're going to get you set up for that, too, in just a little bit. We begin, though, with our talk of the tape, whether investors should prepare for an even bigger momentum meltdown. Let's ask Liz Young, SoFi's head of investment strategy, with me here at Post 9. Nice to see you again.
You too.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
That seems to be where the conversation is, whether momentum, the momentum trade, has run out of steam, and now we're going to see this rotation into laggards. What do you think?
If we're talking about the momentum trade as the Magnificent Seven of 2023 and the big tech names that brought us into 2024, then yes, I think it already has run out of steam. I think that that ship has sailed, right?
Well, you're ready? You're throwing the curtain down on it already? I mean, it was one day for NVIDIA, Liz.
I'm not done yet. So the momentum, though, if we're talking about momentum in the sense of risk appetite momentum, I don't think that ship has sailed. I think that's still here. I think that's still alive and well. So all that I think is happening right now, which may be the precursor to something else, but all that I think is happening right now is that investors are saying, I don't want out of the market. I don't want out of growth. In fact, I'd like to try to find growth wherever else I can get it, but I'm not going to be silly enough to go into things that are very obviously crowded trades, very obviously overbought. So let me go try some other things. So there's rotations going on within sectors, which is exactly what's happening in tech right now, and there's also rotations going on amongst sectors.
Do you think the NVIDIA reversal on Friday marked a change in a trend for the market? I'm talking not so much momentum behind the rally itself, but the factor of momentum. Stocks that since November 1st, for example, almost anything tied to AI, and especially if you look at the direction of many of these chip stocks, it's not just NVIDIA. I mean, you could Taiwan Semi, AMD, Micro, I mean, so many of these other names just went to the moon. And seemingly everything went with it. That's related to, growth, momentum. Is that going through a reversal?
I do. Well, I think a lot of it hinges on the direction of NVIDIA. Don't underestimate the, rising tide lifts all ships, and then the guilty by association trade as well. So if NVIDIA was the one driving most of this and keeping the enthusiasm up, then yes, for it to give some back, I don't think it should be a surprise that the rest of the chip sector also gave some back. But I also don't think it's a surprise that people didn't throw in the towel entirely on tech. I think that people are still willing to be present for that. And even if we think the market is extended, which I think it's difficult to find anybody who says it's not extended broadly at these PE levels, at this level of yields, even if we think it's extended, that doesn't mean it has to stop. It's just that certain parts of it may need to slow down a bit. And we're in a market, I think we talked about this on Halftime last week, where I remember 2 years ago, maybe even less than that, we were talking about, well, can the market go up without Apple? Yes, it can. Now we're talking about, can the market go up without NVIDIA? We're finding that out right now. So far,
do you think it can?
1 day, 1 or 2 days, right?
Do you think it can?
I do think it can if the rotation trade stays intact, but that also depends on whether or not the economy continues to go, because the rotation trade, in order for a broadening out to be effective and durable, would need to include cyclical sectors, which it has in part, right? Industrials have participated.
A lot. I mean, materials are up 7.5% in a month. Energy's doing great. Financials have done better. Industrials have done quite well.
Industrials have been doing well for a while. The materials and energy trade is a little bit newer. That would have to continue. And if the rotation goes into cyclical sectors like that and keeps it durable, then yes, I do think the market can go up without NVIDIA. But that doesn't mean that in the meantime that sentiment wouldn't be bruised. We've been throwing all of our eggs into that basket, and I think it would make people nervous if NVIDIA went down quickly.
Are you more positive than not on the market now, or no?
In the short term, I guess my answer would be yes. I still do not think that the business cycle ever ends a different way. I think it's just a difference in how long each phase lasts. And I'm still pretty convinced that we are late cycle and that a lot of the things that we're seeing in the market are more late cycle euphoria driven, not early to mid cycle expansion.
Do you think it's interesting, though, that a lot of the points of excess throughout this period of the last few years have been self-correcting in the market in some respects? So if NVIDIA has gotten way ahead of itself, okay, NVIDIA is going to pull back and have a breather, and some of these other stocks are too. But there are these other areas of the market that are able to pick up the slack. It's been every excess point along the way, NFTs, SPACs, all sorts of other stuff that maybe got over its skis. Well, it self-corrected in a way that it didn't upset the whole story.
Yes, I do think that's important. I also think that it's something that throughout 2023 surprised those of us who were more cautious because it showed that there was strength. It showed that there was investor appetite for things to continue. And if you take it from the perspective of most crises are caused in some shape or form by excessive risk-taking, unless we're talking about some exogenous shock. But if it's a financial crisis, it's usually caused by excessive risk-taking in some part of the market. If we've been seeing little bits of excessive risk-taking, whether in all the places that you just mentioned, maybe it's AI, maybe it's crypto, maybe wherever it may be, but it does self-correct and we still stay afloat, I think that's an indication of a healthy market.
But you're still convinced that the economy is not going to have a good ending?
I'm convinced that in order to transition from late cycle back to early cycle, you have to have a contraction that resets the business cycle, and that has not happened yet.
Why are you still so convinced we're late cycle, as you've been saying?
If we were early to mid cycle, the unemployment rate would typically be higher and coming down. The labor market is the last thing to crack, the last thing to recover, and it usually recovers pretty slowly. And during that early to mid-cycle phase, you typically see the unemployment rate coming down, which is good, an indication of growth, an indication of increasing health. But we've been at this bottom level of unemployment, and we're actually more so on the rise than on the fall. So that typically is characteristic of late cycle, getting into the point where maybe we're starting to see some cracks form because of the tools we've used to cool down an overheating economy.
Well, let's bring in Emily Rowland now of John Hancock Investment Management and CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli. It's good to have you with us, Mike. You've been listening to the conversation. Some people are trying to figure out if there is, in fact, a trend change within this market. How do you assess everything?
First of all, you have to see the break to know if it's going to actually have wider effects. It's not as if you can anticipate in advance and say this is going to cause the entire market to break down. I'm reminded of, I was using the phrase immaculate rotation in 2013. Okay, 2013 was this kind of market where we broke to a new high and it felt like we were a little bit ahead of ourselves in general. And every time it sort of started to falter, something else did pick up. And it showed that there was this willingness to just keep equity exposures high, to maintain your risk levels in the market, but just let things, as Liz was saying, cool off and then reheat as needed. I'm not saying that we have this, perfect rerun. That was a melt-up year in general. But this start to this year feels and looks a lot like 2017, 2013, 1995, where you did have, a rally that was already running into the year, and then it felt like it's just hard to hang in there and say, how is this market just going to go up every day discounting the same good macro news? And that is, agree or not, the way things are mid-cycle, or at least not at the end of a cycle.
Okay, well, that's where I wanted to go next. So I'm glad you ended that way. The idea, of, as Liz says, that we are late cycle, and it's been a pretty good debate of late with people on this program suggesting, well, maybe we're not as late cycle as you would have thought. Maybe we are rather early, maybe mid-cycle.
Yeah, I don't know about early at all. I agree with the fact that longer term, unemployment rate below 4% means there's just not a lot to get out of that part of the economy anymore. But you can have a steady state and just sort of this kind of muddle through, grow at a decent pace, but not really boom. That happened for years. We were using it a higher slack economy in the 2010s. So I don't know if you have to make that macro call. What I do know is right now, GDP estimates are going up. Earnings have turned higher in terms of the forecasts. You have relatively loose financial conditions, and you have a Fed that's expressing a willingness to look for an excuse to cut into all-time highs in stocks, tight credit spreads, and a strong economy. So
This is
tell me what's wrong
why.
with that. And I guess if the 12%
This
drop
is
from Friday's
why.
high Nvidia did not really knock something
What
loose in
he
the
literally
market,
just
and you
said
realize
is
that
the
there's
most
some leveraged players
stupidest
out
shit
there
I
who
have
are just
ever
riding this
heard.
too
Excuse
hard,
my language.
and
I'm
therefore
sorry.
It's going to be a broader unwind. It's going to get disorderly. Might still happen.
So if
hasn't happened yet.
financial
Yeah.
conditions
Emily,
are
how
on
do you
their
see it?
lows and they're curling up,
Yeah, I mean,
that's
we
telling
completely
you
agree with Liz that we're in an
financial
extended late
conditions
cycle
are
environment.
tightening.
The problem is that cycle
Number
analysis has
two,
been
GDP
completely
numbers are
unhelpful.
not
And
rising.
that's a tough
They
one
are
for people
getting
like us that are
lowered.
focused on the business
Okay?
cycle. You've seen these animal
What a
spirits
fucking
alive and
retard.
well as markets have reacted to the Fed
Strong
pivot
word to
party. At
say,
one point,
but
we
man.
had 6 rate cuts.
What the
priced in.
hell just
Financial
came out of his
conditions,
mouth
as
made
Mike
everyone
mentioned, are easing. We've
stupider.
got high yield bond spreads at 300 basis points. Nobody cares about extended valuations in tech stocks, and the Fed is kind of helping ease financial conditions. You had Powell last week talk about getting closer and closer to cuts. For us, we think the Fed policy should be like the movie Fight Club. The first rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. The first rule about Fed policy is you shouldn't talk about rate cuts until you have to talk about rate cuts. And that's one reason that we've seen this broader participation across markets, risk assets rallying, a sense of complacency across markets. We think investors need to be mindful here of how far they're reaching for risk.
You say when you have to talk about rate cuts. I take that to insinuate that the Fed's going to have to cut rates, you think, because the economy is going to force their hand because it's going to slow. What if they just want to cut rate cuts? They don't have to do anything, but they make what some would arguably say is a preemptive move.
This is very true because I've thought about the same thing that he's saying right now.
Tomorrow morning with the CPI release.
Yeah, CPI is going to be
just like they raised rates just because they didn't really have to.
Rates are probably too restrictive given
they
that
thought
inflation
they had to.
continues to decelerate here. Of course, the path to getting to 2% is a little bit bumpy, but we're certainly moving in the right direction here. And that's what makes investing really tricky right now as markets are responding to this idea of Fed rate cuts. But typically when the Fed is cutting, it's because there's something wrong.
And I say that because inflation had already happened,
up, as Liz
and it was just like stabling.
Breaking.
And by the time you get to the next year, inflation was going to go down regardless.
Cycles, they all end with something breaking. It's really hard to see that happening now. And by the way, the fact that we're continuing to do fiscal stimulus to the tune of potentially $2 trillion this year is keeping the economy from slowing to the extent that it normally would. It's keeping margins from compressing. It's keeping companies holding on to their labor force. But again, it's hard to see this ending any other way than it typically does.
Well, I'm not sure I understand why then it would be, as you say, so tricky to be an investor. It's been pretty, I guess, anything but. I mean, the market seems to be hung out on the idea that the Fed's going to be cutting rates. That's all that really matters. Doesn't necessarily matter when, doesn't necessarily matter by how much. The economy's hanging in there. Earnings are hanging in there. Rates seem to be heading lower because the anticipation of these rate cuts coming. We have a new economic revolution, if you will, by virtue of AI. So hasn't that simplified the whole thing?
A little bit, but the tricky part, I think, for a lot of the investors that I talk to is that they haven't participated. And if you've missed out on this market, particularly in mega cap tech, that's been a tough pill to swallow. So it's about trying to figure out how to participate. The challenge also is that even though tech valuations are very much elevated, I don't think anybody, again, can argue that, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with tech. I mean, you look at Q4 earnings season, by far the sector had the best beats, 90% beat rate versus 75% for the broad market. The magnitude of those beats was exceptional, 10 percentage points higher. So you want to be there, but it feels not quite right to be investing in areas of the market that are up over 50% over the past year. So it's sticking with it, not necessarily downgrading tech, but looking to areas that are actually trading cheap. US mid-cap, for example, trading at 16 times forward earnings, mid-cap value at 15 times, looking at areas like healthcare that have been left in the dust and are giving us a 10% valuation discount. And even utilities, I hate to say it, trading at a 20% discount to the broad market. So we do think that those more defensive areas could help balance that exposure to those tech titans.
See, the problem, Liz, is that bears have been too bearish, and now after the market's gone up a lot, they can't bring themselves to say, well, you know what, I think actually this market's got some legs. That's sort of what I gather from people who remain bearish or overly cautious in the market after the market's already gone up a lot. Are they going to change their view? Change their view now?
That's confirmation bias, right? And I think we all suffer from it on some level. You can find things
Tell 'em,
in
Liz.
the market right now. It's not.
You're so
tech,
right all the
probably.
time with
It's
that
other
beautiful
parts of the
face of
market.
yours.
And if you've changed
Confirmation
your view from
bias.
being bearish on the economy to more constructive on the economy, or even just make it more nuanced, being completely bearish on the economy to thinking that we might muddle through with just a mild contraction, then you would want to be exposed to some of those cyclical areas that maybe haven't quite kept up. Maybe they've had a little rally in the
They
last
could buy
month or
gold.
so, but they're not overpriced at these levels. The thing that I think is important, especially ahead of tomorrow's CPI report, yes, inflation has come down, but we're stuck. We're stuck at this 3% level in CPI. I know that's not what the Fed watches, but we're stuck at 3%. It's expected to stay stuck at 3.1% headline tomorrow, and core CPI is still at 3.7%. The other thing that I look at is break-even inflation rates. If you look at the 2-year break-even rate, it's up 75 basis points since the end of November. And that's what the Fed cares about, because that's what means that inflation is entrenched, which also means I still think their stamina for holding rates this high is going to be much stronger than the market stamina, and that's where the pressure point is.
But you didn't hear, from the Fed chair, Mike, on the Hill last week. He didn't come off as somebody who thinks that inflation's going to remain entrenched. He was pretty dovish. Let's just say it. He was. Yeah. Maybe he was a little bit more dovish than people expected him to be.
Slightly. I do think from the CPI tomorrow, over the next 8 days till the Fed decision and press conference, you will have to see how the market absorbs if that changes the story at all. I think that we have to be alert to that. He was more dovish, but I think it's just really an outgrowth of their overall framework. You have to think, December, the consensus outlook, what did it say? We think the neutral rate is a whole lot lower than what rates are right now. What does that mean if the rates are still 5 3/8? I think that that's really feeding that perceived dovishness, which is just look at the numbers. And we have this gap here that we can go part of the way to fill. The other piece of it is, I think everybody to a degree has crisis brain when it comes to why does the Fed do what it does, right? This idea, something must be wrong for them to cut rates. They have to be responding to something scary. Well, arguably in 2019, it was just kind of a little bit of upset in the money markets and inflation wasn't a problem. They had room to cut. They didn't cause COVID, okay? So you had a bear market and a recession, but it wasn't because they cut rates. It was because they broke something, so to speak. 95, we can't talk about it too much because it's the perfect year and you can't take advantage and take credit for it before it happens, but there was no crisis there. And they trimmed rates a couple of times after a big tightening campaign, even in the mid-'80s. So the point is, they used to be able to kind of, come off the brake a little bit and feather the gas and see how it worked, as opposed to, responding to a fire.
I would almost say, too, Emily, as you say, maybe stay away from the mega caps, that it's the Apple and Alphabet trades of the last couple of days would suggest that it's too early to write that trade off. That trade is just maybe taking a different makeup, where a couple of the higher momentum names are going to pull back, but yet that group is still going to be deemed the place to be. It's just going to have a couple other leadership stocks for a while, potentially.
Yeah, we've said for some time that it's important to look underneath the hood within mega cap tech and find those higher quality companies. These are ones with great balance sheets, tons of cash, elevated return on equity, and really a limited need to have to tap the capital markets in order to grow. And frankly, tech broadly is the poster child for that. But we want to look at the factor composition, and we want to find that intersection between tech and quality. Some of that's also in momentum. So I think as an active investor, you've got to really be thoughtful there.
I know this is going to be our pullback.
People are using those factors and still, deeming that trade is going to be a place to be. You just may have momentum sort of reverse
I've been
itself
so tired
or rotate
today. I hate it.
into
I hate
other
being
quality
tired all
names
the
within
time.
that group, right? It's going to be hard to argue with me that Apple and Alphabet are not deemed quality. Now, they may have lost their momentum for a period of time, but
Give me 1
those
second. Let me throw
things
this
can
trash
reverse
away,
rather
and I'll be
easily.
right back.
Yeah, they can. So again, the theme for us is quality at a reasonable price. We look at it in areas, again, like healthcare. You all talked about industrials early. We're seeing a big benefit to industrials from onshoring or reshoring themes. There's almost an industrial revolution that's happening in the United States right now. So you really want to look to where is the investment going? It's the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. It's the Inflation Reduction Act. It's the CHIPS Act. So we want to look for those areas, those more cyclical areas that offer quality and are going to see that momentum as far as the earnings backdrop goes from here. There are definitely opportunities. It's really about finding that quality at a reasonable price.
We'll leave it there. Emily, thank you. Liz, thanks so much for being here. Mike, I'll see you in the market zone. That's Mike Santoli. To Pippa Stevens now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Pippa.
Hey, Scott. Moderna shares are popping following an upbeat note from UBS, which said conversations with management point to confidence ahead of Moderna's potential phase 3 CMV vaccine data this year. The firm also noting increased conviction in that program and the broader latent virus portfolio. And Boeing shares slipping after the Justice Department opened a criminal investigation into the 737 MAX door plug blowout on that Alaska Airlines flight in January. Both the DOJ and Boeing had no comment, while Alaska Airlines said they are fully cooperating. Those shares down 3%. Scott?
All right, Pippa, thank you. We'll see you soon. We're just getting started here. Up next, navigating NVIDIA's fall, what the move actually means for the mega caps and the semi-space in the months ahead. We're going to ask tech expert Lo Tony after this break. Got a Reddit IPO coming up, too. Get his take on that. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
a trial.
All right, welcome back. The major average is pulling back from record highs. The Nasdaq seeing another day of
Tesla
losses
going
amid
down,
the broader
guys.
sell-off
Tesla
in semi
moving
stocks.
down.
Nvidia down near 3.5%.
I was thinking about trying to
Trading
play
day,
this.
So is the rally changing shape? Let's
Kind of
discuss
just
with
being
Flo Tony of
patient,
Flexo
though.
Capital.
Just being
Welcome.
a little
Good
patient.
to see you, CNBC contributor. Obviously, it's nice to have you back.
Thanks for having me.
I'm going to ask you about that in a minute, but just since Reddit is top of mind because we've gotten some news on it, 22 million shares, $31 to $34 a share. We're going to do this the week of March 18th. What's your view? Interested?
So we do hold Reddit. We bought it in the private markets, and we're very bullish overall on the company. I think a lot of folks have been taking a look at Reddit really closely so that we can better understand what this might portend for future IPOs. You know, we haven't really had one that has really as much name recognition in the consumer space as Reddit since maybe Pinterest. So this is one that's going to be closely watched by a lot of investors, both in the public and private markets.
How do you think it's going to do?
Well, they're looking at an IPO price that puts it in the range of about, I don't know, $6.5 billion. As you pointed out, that's about $31 to $34 a share. The last private market financing was about $10 billion. So that's about, I don't know, $60, $61 a share. So I think this is the correct movement to place it at a valuation to, number one, I think recognize the fact that the last private market valuation was at the height of the market. Number two, you always want to have the opportunity for these stocks at IPO to have a little room for performance to run up as long as everything feels good for investors. So I think that price point makes a lot of sense. And look, that's going to be a new bar for how investors are thinking about pricing future IPOs, especially with the dynamic that there's recognition the last private market financing may have been at a level higher than the IPO market can support.
You sell into the deal? You long-term holder? I mean, how do you personally view it?
Well, we're locked up for 5 to 6 months. But, you know, I think we're focused on private market investing, so we don't go into the area that your prior panel was discussing around the public markets. But, you know, look, I think there's a few things that are going to make this Reddit IPO pretty interesting to watch. One is just getting a better understanding of where sentiment is around the public markets acceptance for tech venture-backed IPOs that have a very focus on generating revenues from consumers. And number two, you know, Reddit's going to be interesting, if nothing else, just because of the forums that exist around stock and the fact that Reddit plans on offering a portion of shares to the most active Reddit users. So, you know, we know what happened with GameStop. So we'll have to see, you know, how these Redditors influence the price of the stock.
You feel like this is a true, you know, part thaw or thawing of the IPO market, or is this just another one of those idiosyncratic stories that is going to just do its own thing and it's not going to tell us really anything about the bigger picture?
You know, look, we have not seen a lot of IPOs since we reached the peak of over 1,000 companies going public a few years ago. So, I mean, we're at about 30 to 35 IPOs so far this year. Like I said, this IPO from Reddit will be the first kind of recognizable name for consumers that, you know, follow companies that are in the social space since Pinterest. I don't know if we should say that if this IPO is successful, that it will completely unthaw the market. However, I do think we should watch this very closely because it could, if it stumbles, if Reddit stumbles, I mean, that's not good news for the market. I think what we're looking for is Reddit to set the stage for more IPOs like the names that everyone's waiting for, most notably companies like Databricks, Stripe, obviously, even Turo. You know, I think we need to see a successive, you know, launch of a number of companies that perform well until we see a full de-thawing of the market. And look, this might take, you know, it's not going to be just 1 year. I mean, this could take several years for us to truly unthaw.
When you see Nvidia trading the way it has, what goes through your mind? What is that telling you, if anything?
Well, look, I think number one, for a lot of investors, especially at the retail level, there's this recognition around the promise of AI. And there's this connection between the demand for those services and the infrastructure that's necessary to be able to power them. Most notably, people have come all the way down to chips. And NVIDIA, without question, is the leader in that space. So a lot of investors, I think, are just using NVIDIA as a way to kind of just index the entire AI space, because we all know that chips are going to be necessary. Now, look, I always take a longer term view, and I think your panel really did a great job of articulating the difference between the momentum that is behind the rise in NVIDIA versus the overall promise of the space, which is going to take a much longer term. When we think about all of the private market companies that we see through our Plexo Capital GP network and talking to CTOs, CIOs, I think they're really just now kind of dipping their toes in, experimenting and trying to understand how they're going to incorporate these AI tools and technologies into their business processes to really drive more business value. They're at the very, very early stage. So I would agree with your panel. NVIDIA might be due for a little breather near term. However, we're very bullish on NVIDIA, the overall AI space. And look, NVIDIA is not just driven solely by AI. NVIDIA is going to benefit from the continued rise in gaming, self-driving cars, cloud in general. There's a lot of momentum that is going to be long-term beneficial to NVIDIA. And look, everything is going to have a chip. Everything's going to be connected to the network at the edge. So, these are all great trends for NVIDIA long-term.
You look at some of the other stocks that have gotten a halo effect from NVIDIA and say, you know what, this is just crazy. Some of these stocks have just gone up by, insane margins. Their valuations have just gotten crazy, and there's just too much froth in a broad swath of stocks, not necessarily NVIDIA related, but the ones that have ridden the coattails.
There's a lot that have done that as well. And yeah, look, this is what always happens, right? But the proof is in the pudding. I think when we look at the earnings potential for companies like NVIDIA, I would say those are real, because we can see the numbers and we see the connection between the performance of NVIDIA based on the demand for the chips, which is based on the demand long-term for AI, cloud, and these other elements that NVIDIA is playing in. And there are companies that are kind of riding along on the coattails. That happens. We see it in every cycle. We see it across multiple industries. And it's really, you got to take a look deeper than just trying to understand why these companies are moving. And, that takes time. It takes research. And, sometimes people don't want, these companies are kind of playing in that space. So I'm going to pick one that looks like it might be a little cheap and hatch onto it.
Good catching up with you again, Lo. We'll see you soon. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, Plexo's Lo Tony joining us on Closing Bell. Coming up, charting out opportunity. Top technician Chris Ferrone flags a seasonally weak stretch for big tech, but is seeing some potential upside in two other sectors. He's going to tell you what they are next. And as we head to break, a message as CNBC celebrates Women's History Month.
One of the disadvantages that we might have as women becoming leaders in business is that there are fewer examples in the world of women in leadership positions or in certain industries. If I had dwelled too much on that fact, then I might not have had the courage to start a business in the drilling, HVAC, home construction business. And now my presence as a leader in this industry hopefully provides one more example.
Yeah, I'm watching it here. I just think don't get too bearish, because this motherfucker is going to... Well, you know what? It just turned this into resistance. Could possibly have turned it into resistance, but yeah, I'm sitting here watching it. I kind of just... I think the market put me to sleep like 5 times today. Probably like 4. Like, sometimes it's really hard to stay awake. But, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I am, once again, Tesla gives you the move back down. I wanted to take this short, but, I felt like I missed it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I do plan on putting on some trades this week. That's for sure. Just don't forget about this volume. Yes, it's pulling back. People are going to be like, oh, look, you see it bounced and this, that, and the third. Well, it's showing you a little bit of divergence. And second, look at the volume that's down there. I said it yesterday on last night's watch list that that low 170s. There's some buyers down there. Look what you got here, down at the low 170s, and they came right back in again up here. So the buyers are stepping up. And then as that happens, it just like Friday, right? This sell-off was on low volume. If you go to a daily chart, you'll see the volume was was somewhat lower. But I don't know. Just I wish there was something that kind of like set itself, aside from the markets and really gave us a nice move. I felt like Boeing was already, too far gone. Maybe we could get. See, the thing is I don't want to take Tesla short in case it gaps up and it really screws you. Because it will do that. I've showed a couple examples where it looks like it's doing something and it does the complete opposite. But yeah, it is moving lower. That's, what you could do is kind of see where the markets are. And then, and this is also what I said was if the markets start pulling back, Tesla's literally just been doing the opposite of the markets. So if the SPY is going higher, then and Tesla's pulling back, it doesn't surprise me. Which is kind of what's happening. Not really. The SPY is pretty much flat, but it is, from where we opened, I don't know, from where we pulled back into, I don't know. We'll see what CPI brings tomorrow. I'm going to start looking at these options real quick and see if I can't find a, I don't know. I'm probably not going to do, I was thinking about playing CPI. I just don't think we'll get a move in that big of a direction. I think the only time we get a move is if, it comes in way above or way under, and I don't see that happening. I could see it coming in under. I know everybody's talking about inflation expectations, inflation swaps, are placing in a higher number, but I wouldn't mind seeing a lower number. I think we can. I think we could get it. We'll see how we close today.
One of the places on the street, and the headline is, with signs of the rally stalling, we remain defensive. Is the rally stalling or just rotating?
I think this is a very rotational market. I mean, think about the last couple of weeks. There's been these little shots across the bow with tech. We've seen it with NVIDIA. We've seen it with Apple. But the daily breadth actually has not been bad. We're still talking about 75% of the S&P above the 200-day here. So to call this narrow or justifying some defensive posture here, I think is a bit too far at this moment. There's maybe a hint of life from some of these defensive groups, but that's after 12 months of nothing. To say those are trend changes, I think, is very premature.
Well, like utilities? I mean, you like utilities, right?
Yeah, well, I think there's a difference between your laggards at least going up in price, and utilities have been laggards for the better part of the last year. Sure. At least they're not going down.
Well, I'm trying to think of defensive groups that you would maybe be referring to.
Well, I think the biggest justification for anything defensive right now would probably be healthcare, to the extent you even want to consider it defensive. I mean, we're talking about something like 80% of healthcare stocks in an uptrend. That's the best reading in 3 or 4 years. So there's been some clear improvement over the course of the last 3 or 4 months in that sector. And it's against the backdrop of what has been really liquidation if you look at the flows in healthcare. So this kind of powerful cocktail, this powerful combination of healthcare setting up well as the market maybe takes on a touch more of a defensive tone.
What are you telling clients about technology and that trade right now? Because that's top of mind for everybody.
Absolutely.
NVIDIA sort of made it that way on the way up and then the reversal on Friday.
I think the biggest punchline is there's a difference in this business between a top and a correction, or a top and a consolidation. I think this looks consolidative in tech. I don't think these are big top formations taking shape. Now, there's clearly an emotional element to this. The flows have been excessive. The options are excessive. We see it just in the discussion on the show all the time. There's an emotional element to where we are with tech. I went back over the weekend and I looked at how all the real parabolic stocks peaked in 2000. And what you learn is it wasn't a single day. It took months and months and months of distribution. We've had one noted reversal in NVIDIA from a very extended spot. Could this be the start of a correction? Absolutely. But I think if we're going to start talking about big top formations, we're not going to know that for months and months. The only stock that's actually done that thus far is probably Apple. Ironically, it's oversold here, probably bounces, but that's the one in tech, maybe Adobe
Tesla,
as well.
I mean,
yeah, Tesla in the spirit of the Mag 7, but within tech in particular, Apple and Adobe are really the two that look like they've topped. I think that's a difference from saying, hey, NVIDIA is vulnerable to a correction. Two different stories.
I mean, now but we're having this conversation of whether an NVIDIA and Meta market, as we say at the top, at least as it relates to big cap tech, just becomes an Alphabet and Apple market for a while within that group. That money comes out of the leaders, goes into the laggards. So maybe even that idea is premature to declare that those stocks have topped. Who knows?
You know, but where you look at, I think the big change in Google, the big change in say, Apple is in the relative standing of these stocks. I mean, they've been deteriorating in their relative standing for the better part of the last 6, 7, 8 months. I mean, Apple made 52-week relative price lows, right?
No, that's fair.
I think if you got bounces here in Apple or Google, they are oversold. If you got bounces, you'd be wise to reduce exposure into that. But Scott, take a look back at the bigger picture here for a moment. After almost 600 trading days, the equal weight S&P made a new high last week for the first time.
That's right.
So,
One fifth of the stocks within that also made new highs. So it's not like the broadening story is just limited to a very small group of stocks.
And this is rotational. And listen, I get that all the big weights, all the index weight is maybe vulnerable to a correction here. But the average issue is okay. I mean, energy's perking up here. Materials have perked up a little bit. Utilities, you note. Healthcare, we note. So there's a difference between a correction and a top. Maybe this is a consolidation.
But quickly, before I let you go, you also say that tech is entering one of its weakest seasonal periods as well, from the period of what, March to May?
March to June, let's call it. You know, seasonality is conditional. I don't think you make calls on seasonality, but it can help fill in some of the gaps.
I haven't heard that. Like, why is that the case?
Yeah, it's funny. Tech is historically not a very seasonal sector, except for these 3 months. Conversely, this is a very good 3-month stretch for energy, materials, copper, gold, and I think we're seeing certainly life in gold. Copper, watch copper at $4 here, very close to a big breakout.
All right, I'll see you soon. Thank you. Chris Verrone, strategist, joining us right here at Post 9. Up next, we are tracking the biggest movers into the close. Pippa Stevens is back with that. Pippa.
Hey, Scott, another mega merger in the energy sector with the stocks going in opposite directions. All the details coming up next.
We'll see what happens here going into the close. We have a couple more minutes left. Got 15 minutes left to be exact. See what happens here.
Hey, Scott, well, EQT is the
I
worst
don't have
performer in the
VWAP or
S&P
anything
after
on
announcing
these
it will buy
charts.
pipeline operator Equitrans for $5.5 billion.
could always
The
throw
midstream
it
name
on
was
there to see
spun
where
out of
VWAP
EQT
is,
in
but
2018 after pressure from
I don't know.
activist
What
John
a,
Partners. Equitrans is a
kind of
join-over
obviously
owner
a
of the
boring
controversial
day.
Mountain Valley
You know, you're not going to
pipeline
get any
that runs from West Virginia to Virginia. And on the
any
call this
bets
morning,
being placed
EQT
one way
noted
or
it
the
serves a
other or
data center
positioning
alley, which
until
will
we get
create
that
more opportunity.
until we get this data
EQT
tomorrow.
CEO Toby Rice will
So
be
hopefully
on
we
last
get a
call
nice
tonight
move
at 7
tomorrow,
Eastern for more on
and
that deal. And Xcel Energy
you know, we
in
could
the
have a
green
nice
after
week
two
this week.
upgrades to outperform from Barclays and Wolf Research.
I'm really looking
Barclays
to
saying the share loss since the Texas
put something
smokehouse
on
fire
and,
broke out
and
is
make something
overdone.
happen.
With Wolf saying the drop is an attractive entry point for a high-quality utility.
You know,
Scott?
my cable still is like the TV still froze. I'm gonna take care of that here in just a minute. Yeah, I've kind of just been sitting here hanging out. H, it's
we have all those details with closing.
you know, it's been a really boring day. I fell asleep a few times. I've been kind of tired, so I think tomorrow should be fun. We'll see what type of news we get also. And remember, we have Oracle earnings. We'll cover them. We have Oracle earnings coming up after the bell, and a few other earnings. Who else? I think that's pretty much it. But we do have Alta, Dix, Dollar General, Adobe, on. So I think on, or is it? I think it's Tesla news.
That's on the U.S.
Tesla.
Tesla raising the price of the Model Y long range.
Hold on.
To 48,990 from 47,990.
All right, now you're starting. See, this is why I never trust those pullbacks. You're getting some news right now with Tesla.
at chomps.com.
Coming up next, Oracle getting ready to report results after sitting out. The AI-induced rally, shares down nearly 10% in the past 6 months. Is that underperformance temporary or a sign of things to come? We will discuss. And a quick programming note, do not miss a CNBC exclusive with AMD CEO Lisa Su. That is at the top of the hour in Overtime. Closing bells coming right back. We're in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli is here to break down the crucial moments of the trading day. Plus Kate Rooney on Bitcoin again rallying to new highs. And Steve Kovac looking ahead to Oracle, those earnings coming out in overtime. Mike, will begin with you. CPI front and center tomorrow morning, and I think we'll be talking a lot about that and the influence it has on specific trades. And I'm even thinking about how NVIDIA and some of these stocks trade on the backside of that.
I mean, for now, the market is showing that it can take a punch, at least from something like a reversal in NVIDIA and the associated stocks. And it's not just tech. I think that's significant. I keep talking about Costco because the seventh biggest stock in the QQQ in the NASDAQ 100 ETF. It's down 10% off its Friday morning high for no reason, except that it's in that same basket, that same headlong momentum basket. So we're absorbing all of that because I think of quiet macro. So yeah, CPI tomorrow, yields, treasury yields have sort of leaked just slightly higher in the last day or so. No big deal. The stock market, I've said many times, can live with 3% inflation. The reason it has a problem with 3% inflation is if the Fed says we need to take extreme measures to get it from 3 to 2. If that's not the case, then you're not going to panic out just because of, 3-ish on CPI.
Base case right now, that's not the case.
That's right.
Now let me ask you this. Marco Kolanovic, JP Morgan. Morgan drops a note a little while ago, says, with signs of the rally stalling, we stay defensive. Now, he's been very defensive for a very long time. We could debate whether the rally is stalling or if it's just rotating. The makeup of the rally is changing, and that's not necessarily a bad thing at all.
No, it isn't. Certainly not long term. It's flattened out. It's slowed down, whatever you want to call it. We're trading at levels we got to 2 weeks ago, and there has been just a little bit more chop. And I do keep noticing the VIX above 15. Maybe people are bracing for something a little bit more. But I think there's a distinction between saying the risk reward doesn't look really ripe over here at 20 times forward earnings and everybody expecting a soft landing and strategists rushing to raise their targets, and saying that it was an illegitimate move up to this point and therefore it's got to end. Because I don't really think there's anything telling you in the market action itself that it's acutely vulnerable to the next pullback being the big one.
Yeah. Kate Rooney watching Bitcoin, where that has been on a run, to say the least.
Yeah, Scott, exactly. The rally, it's seen as sort of this sign of risk appetite out there. The main price driver, though, has been demand. For those new crypto ETFs, there's been roughly $20 billion of flows into those funds so far. That's according to JP Morgan. That is excluding Grayscale, which has still seen net outflows due to higher fees. It's been immune from some of the sell-off in tech lately. Citi points out Bitcoin's lack of correlation lately with equities, gold, and even interest rates. There have also been some signs of institutional demand with larger transaction sizes. That's often a signal of wealthier buyers out there. And then there's more leverage now in these markets. It's exacerbating some of the moves in both directions that we've seen. Worth mentioning also this event in April that's meant to keep a cap on Bitcoin supply called the halving. That's adding to some of the bullish sentiment. And then some news out of the UK as regulators there open the door to exchange traded funds overseas. Coinbase is getting a big boost from this. It's now above its direct listing price of $250, guys. Scott, back to you.
Okay, Rooney, thank you so much for that. Steve Kovac watching Oracle in overtime. A stock, Steve, that just hasn't gotten the love, the AI love that some of these other software names have gotten.
Yeah.
All right, that's about it, guys. We'll cover
claiming to be an AI
Oracle
beneficiary. The
earnings
details on how exactly are
as
kind
soon
of
as they
fuzzy.
come out.
We'll point to some,
And thank you guys for joining us.
CEO Safrakat last
I know
quarter
that it
credited
was,
AI
you know, I
for
wasn't really here much, but
phenomenal demand in cloud.
it was just
But
one of
overall,
those days
unclear how
today.
much cloud services
It was one of
revenue,
those days the
biggest
market
segment,
didn't
is
move.
related to AI. Analysts expecting almost $10 billion in revenue
So
for
look,
that
here
segment. That would be up 11% from the year-ago quarter. Expecting total revenues, though, of $13.3 billion.
Yeah,
That
we
would be
talked
up
about
7%.
this.
Now, one thing to pay attention to also is NVIDIA. We heard from HP Enterprise this earnings season say
look at the
they just can't
buying.
get their hands
See,
on
look,
enough
look how the
NVIDIA
buying
chips
is
to meet AI
stepping up in
demand.
there.
And Dell, well,
You
they
see
took
what I
the
mean,
opposite
Wiz?
story this
See how
season.
that?
So it's curious where
Ah, shit,
Oracle
that
falls
hurt.
in that equation. Hopefully, some answers there on the call, Scott.
All right, good stuff. Thanks for the insight, Steve Kovac. A minute left in the trade today on this Monday.
Pretty heavy
You'll be
buying
watching
coming
rates
in there.
in the morning. Small caps. You'll be looking at all the signs that are most sensitive,
But I hope you guys had a great day. I'm sorry that it was one of those days in the market. You know, it happens from time to time where things just get a little slow. But let's have a look at Oracle and see where she's at. We will. Let's go over to trade. Let's go over to trade. And we will throw up. I'm going to throw up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up the SPY. And then SPY. We'll make this. No, you know what? We'll do this one. ORCL. Oracle. Oracle. Oh my God! The first time I heard that, bro, I was dying. Oracle. Holy shit.
Well, the Dow
Excuse my language. Sorry about that.
Extend losses in a seesaw session
all right.
for stocks.
Qs, we have them up. All right, so here's what we're going to do. MSFT. Microsoft. We're going to see how Microsoft reacts to Oracle.
Good afternoon. Materials the best performing sector while industrials.
I can't even say it with a straight face.
The red hat semiconductor
Bro.
sector cooling off as the
Alright, and then Tesla will throw up the SPY or the Qs here or the Dow. One of the two. We'll throw up the SPY.
Lisa Su, again, I'm
Blow
at
it
the
up.
campus here in Austin. She just got off the South by Southwest stage just a bit ago. We're going to talk about the health of the chip industry and the outlook.
All right, let's see what happens here.
Speaking of AI, Y Combinator CEO Gary Tan gives us his take
on that explosive growth as well as the outlook for startup funding 1 year after the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. And don't forget, we are just moments away from Oracle's earnings. We will have instant analysis of those results as soon as they are released. But let's begin with our market panel. Joining us now is Schwab Asset Management CEO and CIO Omar Aguilar and CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli. Good afternoon to you both. Omar, I'm going to start with you because we saw NVIDIA and some of the other semiconductor names sell off further today. We talk so much about the dominance of the Mag 7. Last week, we actually saw the equal-weighted S&P reach a new record, too. Safe to say we're seeing a pullback here, or is this really just a broadening out of the rally?
Well, you know, this is a healthy broadening of the rally. I think when you put all together the macroeconomic, environment, meaning the decisions by the Fed, everybody's waiting about the CPI read tomorrow, with the fact that we're seeing still that rotation towards energy, materials, financials, and small caps doing much better. You can actually see those are typical signs of the last phase of the cycles, starting in what the Fed wanted, which was that soft landing scenario they all dream of.
Yeah. And Mike Santoli, with the CPI coming in tomorrow, I mean, we saw what happened in February when that reading came in hotter than expected. The market sold off pretty aggressively on the heels of that, and that's really when you saw a bigger re-rating, a deeper re-rating within the bond market around anticipation of what Fed cuts could look like, pushing those out further into the year. Because that's already happened, is this a largely de-risked event tomorrow, or is it still spring-loaded for downside movement if it were to come in stickier and hotter?
Yeah, Morgan, I don't know if it's de-risked in terms of, the nuances of exactly when the Fed might start to cut rates. But I do think that the memory of the fact that even though the stock market had a little bit of a jolt when we did get that hotter than expected January CPI, it didn't exactly last, right? It proved to be just another one of these wobbles on the way up. So I'm not sure that people are acutely sensitive. Obviously, a big outlier number that and starts conversation.
Oh, look, guys, there's going to be a whatchamacallit with Lisa Su for AMD's CEO.
A market to have a proper little pullback. We haven't even had a 3% one, as I keep saying. So at this point, I think that there's enough in the forecast that say, okay, don't expect great things in terms of disinflation tomorrow. Would suggest we could take it in stride, but, we have to see.
Yeah, Omar, I mean, if we do see inflation continuing to come down here and cuts that aren't happening until at the earliest, potentially June, I mean, this is a situation where real rates are essentially increasing even as the Fed does nothing. How much does that matter to the market narrative here, especially as we do talk about the possibility of a soft landing?
Yeah, and I think that's a great question because I think people forget about these.
Ouch, Oracle getting smacked, bro. Hold up. Pop, lock, and drop. Sorry to yell in the mic. You know what? I'm going to go make a foam piece for this. I'm going to go buy a foam thing that goes over it, try to clean up the sound. I'm going to work on the sound on this tonight and a couple other things. All right, Oracle doing the damn thing.
That we are already, which allows the economy.
Like we said, it was pricing in about a 10-point move.
So in a certain way, depending on how the sources.
Oh man, Oracle not even going to move, you guys.
In a great position to basically understand what the next move might be.
Yeah, just want to get your thoughts, Mike Santoli, on the fact that we have been so range-bound when it comes to Treasury yields here. We had a 3-year auction that went well today. Again, we have all this macro data that's going to unfold over this week. We did have a White House budget request today as well, too, which, of course, speaks to the fact that spending will continue
but they,
even as you have
I knew this was going to happen.
That's looking to potentially
This is why I don't trust Oracle.
And the like. The fact that we haven't seen more volatility in the bond market, surprising?
I mean, it's always surprising when the market
EPS $1.41 beat by the estimate $1.38. Just a bare bones beat. We call that a bare bones beat. Sales 13 billion expected, 13 billion. So wait, hold up. They missed on sales. Oracle GAAP earnings per share 85 cents, non-GAAP earnings 16% to $1.41. Do I still have it up? I do not have it up.
exactly
Brutal.
when the Fed does what.
Total remaining performance obligations 29% up to 80 billion. Cloud revenue 5.1 billion up 25% USD. United States dollar. Let me get.
You have had some rotation, I think, like pension accounts and things out
Hold
of
up.
equities, locking in their
Hold
fully
up.
funded status and just buying fixed income. So the bid
Oh
on the
my.
long end
Who
of
is
fixed
again?
income,
We
including in
we
corporate
don't
credit, has definitely been a pretty big
play. All right. ASAN. Why is ASAN going off? Broadcom. All right. Revenue 3.3 billion, up 14%. Wait. This is all the little services together. Okay. I mean, I knew that, but so they missed on sales, or EPS or sales. I think it was. Let's see. Yeah, sales was a miss. Came in at 13.3. They were expected 13.306. So 306 million came in at 300 million. They missed by 600 grand. If my estimates are correct, that's a 600,000 loss. And the stock is going flipping higher. You got to be kidding me. So Oracle was pricing in a $10 move. It has now put in a $10 move. 114, 114, 124. I mean, look at that.
LFMD, LifeMD. First CURO was halted for news. Charlie Uniform Romeo Oscar halted pending news. LFMD, LifeMD reported a loss of 12 cents. The estimate was a loss of 14 cents, better than expected. Revenue 4.95 million for LFMD.
All right, you guys have a great rest of your afternoon. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Have a great night. I love each and every one of you guys. Have a great day. Peace out. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. Show some love and hit that subscribe. Like, just blow that like button up. Like you blew up, you know what up this morning. All right, blow it up. Have a great night, guys. I'll see y'all later.